out by Gale. He'll throw it to the other end of the floor. Caravan tracks it down with 2 seconds. With 1, he throws it to half court. And since 1989, there's been a blank space in the Michigan Trophy case. Well, write their name, Michigan, the 2026 men's basketball national champions. They knock off UConn 69-63 to win the school's second men's basketball championship.
Fired. Canceled.
Kugler.
Friday, worst take winner.
What was wrong with it?
Why are you quoting Taylor Swift?
There's
been a blank space, and they'll write their name. What? What is the connection?
What is
that song is a decade old.
Did she go to Michigan?
No, she's from Pennsylvania.
She's from Pennsylvania.
I think she's closer to UConn.
She probably is closer to UConn. That's weird, Cougs. What are we doing here? You're
that
good.
Was an awful call.
That is how we start off the Tolo Tuesday edition from Westwood One here on Sean and RJ. Entire squad back together again. Glad you are with us here on DFW Sports Station. We got Pei running things on the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have a national champion as the Michigan Wolverines control in the second half. UConn and Dan Hurley.
Yeah, they that's the way to put it. They just controlled it. Like the game was never in doubt, but was never like a blowout either. It was always between 6 and 11 the entire second half, it felt like.
Yeah.
I never really felt like UConn was threatening until there was 2 spots. There was one spot where they were down 6. They had a turnover.
Yes.
And it could have cut it to 4.
Yep.
But a block and then a 3, and now a 6-point game is a 9-point game when it could have been a 4. That was a big spot.
Yep.
I think there was 6 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go, something like that. And then at the very end, where it was
a bank 3.
Yep. And then missed the free throws.
Missed free throws. Missed 3. It was 67-63 with 13 seconds left.
Yeah, they had a Duke chance at the end.
Yeah.
Similar to where it's I guess if some stuff happens here at the end, they could get it. But I don't know. Early on, I definitely did feel like the game was playing into the first 10 to 15 minutes. I felt like it was playing into UConn.
Mm-hmm.
But Michigan, they're really, really good defensively. Yeah. They're really long. They're really athletic. But it was just an ugly game. It was a bunch of just brick shots. It was a court full of Angel Reese's.
Raph even mentioned how
someone will be worth 2 first-round picks.
Right. How tight the left rim was, which it's all right. How that's why I hate where they put them in these giant football stadiums because if you played it in Indianapolis where the Pacers play, those rims are broken in, they're normal. And this one you get a loose rim on the right and a tight rim on the left, and it's what are you doing?
How the hell does Raftery know whether the shot?
I think he noticed it from the Saturday game. I think he knows from Saturday.
It was 33-29 at half. Both teams starting 7 of 19 shooting, and Dan Hurley in the interview said, just interesting with a powerhouse, a 2-time champ like UConn and a 2 seed. They're we got to muck this up. Mm-hmm. We don't have the talent and we don't have the firepower to keep up. And early on, it was playing into their hands. Michigan shooting 37% in the game. Normally, they're a 51% shooting team. They missed their first 8 threes. They came in scoring the second most tournament points ever at that point in time. The lowest scoring half they had was 47, and they were 14 short of that last night.
Yeah, and look, for UConn to win this game, they had to have 2 things. They had to hit their threes, and they had to have a pretty loose whistle. And they didn't hit their threes, especially the second half, and they didn't have a loose whistle. And that was just not going to play in their hands. Like they said, they wanted to muck it up. They needed to play physical. And they needed to be able to play physical without getting into foul trouble. They weren't able to do that.
And then Michigan had that little 10-4 spurt to end the half, and that put them up 4 at halftime. And then you come out and you're like, all right, they're not going to be as sloppy. Yes, they were. 6 of the 9 first possessions were turnovers. 6 out of 9. It's 38-31. Michigan is up 11 finally after their first 3 of the night. And UConn starts the half 0 for 8 from 3, like Michigan was in the first half.
Yeah, UConn made some of their shots early. Like they were making stuff from the perimeter early, but it turned ugly after about the first 15 minutes of the game, because I think they started the game like 5 of 11. I was just looking at it here. They finished 9 of 33. Which is like, how do you brick that bad? But again, Michigan was 2 for 15 from 3. Like, this was just a brutal, tons of turnovers, tons of missed shots with second chance opportunities that were then missed. Like, I mean, it was just an ugly national championship. But I still think you have to give credit to, as little as I want to, Dan Hurley and this run they made, because I don't think this is this was not a team that I thought was good enough to get here.
They're not on the level of Michigan. It's not even close. Like if Michigan, like you said, they made 2 threes. Like they had 1 3-pointer from their entire starting 5.
And their best player was banged up, as he told us at halftime. Let's actually hear from the winning coach.
I want to begin by thanking last year's team. At Michigan, we came up a little bit short, but those guys laid the foundation, established an identity for us, and also helped attract these guys to come in and chase this dream together. And secondly, I want to thank our FAU guys, the team and staff, that really, this is one time I'm making it about me, that really helped us grow together. And that was the first time I'd been with a group that was truly sacrificial, where we were about each other, and because of that we all improved so much. And this team's done the same thing. It's when you bring a group this talented together and they decide from the beginning that they're going to do it this way, and they never waver and they never change. That's probably the most uncommon thing in athletics now, and it's a tribute to their character, but also those in their circles around them, their coaches, their parents, their mentors. They allowed these guys to give themselves up for the group, and it's never guaranteed, but for these guys to cut down the nets after all they sacrifice is pretty special.
This was this Michigan team. You're a big fan of the Ken Pom ratings.
Big fan.
The net ratings, which is the offensive and defensive rating, and then the difference between the two of them. This is in the history of Ken Pom's entire analysis. This Michigan basketball team finishes the year the second highest net rating of all time, behind 99 Duke.
Wow.
They're good, man. They had 5 transfers.
Vegas had them winning it at the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, they had 5 transfers in, so it's like the first all transfer team ever. Right? They're doing it the new school sort of way. They get Lindenberg from UAB.
The Trans 5, you might say.
The Trans 5. They get Mara from UCLA and Johnson from Illinois. I mean, they get guys from everywhere, right? And this is kind of how you've got to build your roster. Trans 5.
I'm just thinking of the Fab 5 shorts compared to what these shorts would be. Rolled up above the thigh. No socks to different socks.
Yeah. But, man, it's so, like, you're that much better when, like you said, your best player is a shell of himself. And, he's the only guy you got in your starting 5 that's going to touch the lottery. And,
control the entire game, basically.
And you're not even really risking. It was never really in the second half, outside of one kind of heartbeat, you were never really in doubt.
Bobby and I were Team Michigan just because we were anti-Dan Hurley. At the end, I did find myself saying, all right, let's see if UConn can pull something off here, pull off some type of miracle. But I think ultimately, Bob, I'm happy that Dan Hurley lost. I did not want that to happen, especially after the Duke BS. Yeah,
I didn't want him to get any more credit. I mean, we were talking about it yesterday. 3 titles in 4 years, that would have put him, would have been Hurley, Wooden, and Rupp. That's it. Those are the only 3 that would have ever done it.
Oh. And his antics during the game, the facial expressions, did not make me change my mind.
No, hell no. And see, look, here's the thing. I wonder, because we've heard about this before. I don't know the game beneath the game kind of like really high level cerebral.
Ask me, I'll tell you.
Look at basketball. But like you hear LeBron and others and people talk about it, like just be like, he's so brilliant offensively, like what he does and the way that he looks at the game of basketball. And it's frustrating that instead I just look at him and I go like, what a moron every time I see him. And I just actively root for him to lose. Growing up, I did not think it was possible. And UConn was never as bad as Duke to me growing up. But growing up, I never wanted UConn to win other than when they played Duke in 99 or whatever it was.
Never.
But that was one of those things where it's just like, no, I don't want UConn to win. Come on, give me somebody else. I didn't think I could dislike them more as time went on, but Dan Hurley has done that for me. I was sitting here actively rooting for a Michigan program that feels like typically you'd be like, oh, an all-transfer team, like it's not even like there's nothing about this team that feels legitimate or college-y at all. And yet here I was the whole time just going, yeah, Michigan, I want Michigan to whoop them.
I struggled last night because I hate both programs. I hate Michigan. I hate UConn. I have so much hate in my heart for both of them. UConn hate really stems from Gino. I didn't like how he treated Pat Summitt at the end. I didn't care for that. He was a bully. I always thought that a man coaching women's sports was he had a bully attitude to him. You know, he bullied Pat Summitt. I didn't appreciate that.
He bullied Dawn Staley.
Billy Dawn Staley. I didn't appreciate that. You know, as Candace Parker said, he showed his true colors. But I hated Dan. I hate Dan. But Dan's going to be the guy that I've hated my entire life, and then as he stays long enough, I start to respect how good he is, and I come around like I did for Tom Brady. Like I hated him my whole life.
That was Kobe for me.
And then it's like he stayed long enough. I'm like, all right, fine, I give. And I'm going to do the same thing with Dan Hurley.
Let's see if Dan Hurley made excuses and whined and cried about the refs.
That's not the reason why we lost the game. Obviously, plus 13 at the free throw line, plus 12 in attempts. I just thought that the first half, foul trouble, really. I thought we were, positioned if we didn't have that foul trouble to potentially go into the halftime with a lead. You go in with a lead, and they make a run. You're down 5 instead of 11. But we also too, a problem for our team has been in this undisciplined fouling, at times. But it's hard to ref that game. We both played so hard. I mean, that's not an easy, game to officiate. And if I could have those 3 guys ref, every game the rest of my career, I would sleep well at night.
Oh my gosh! This is why he's allowed to headbutt people, because he's just like
he'll kiss a butt.
Oh my
he'll kiss a butt a little bit. I do think we talk about college football and what rules they need to change. I do wonder about if they should change the 5 fouls to 6 in college basketball, because if you get a guy with 2 fouls, I mean it changes a total game in college basketball. It changes everything. And if they get 2 fouls the first 5 minutes of the first half, like Yaxel had against.
Haven't we seen enough change?
We have. I'm just saying, if you're going to change the 1 foot down in college.
Yeah, but the game's 8 minutes shorter.
It is.
I can't give you the same amount of fouls with 8 minutes left.
I get it. I understand. It does change the game a lot, but I also like Bobby said, we've seen enough change.
Peyton Russell picked, I believe, the national champion, the only one on the show to do it. Mm-mm. No? Who'd he pick?
That's why he lost. He picked Arizona. Yeah. Arizona beating Michigan beating Arizona in the Final Four is what cinched him finishing last.
I thought you were talking about the Odyssey bracket, Sean, which I finished 3rd place.
Oh, okay.
So you filled out a different bracket.
It
for
worked.
The
it paid off, kind of.
Yeah. Okay. So that's where I was. I think I came in 4th, and I was like, "Oh, Peyton picked Michigan. And he's still going to end up last on the morning show for the radio bet payoff. That's done and over.
That's done
official.
and over. Peyton loses. Now we got to figure out what to do about."
Drake Toll.
We
have to get Drake Toll's permission.
Yeah.
I did tell Peyton yesterday. I was like, hey, in the future.
Or maybe we just do it and change 5 to 6 like was done to us and don't tell anybody.
Or Peyton just has to do that solo hosting until 7, and then we don't come in until 7.
That counts.
Although, but I did tell Peyton yesterday. I was like, "Hey, it was the first time I've ever seen Peyton hesitant." I was like, "Hey, next year though, we can put it up for where if Choppy loses, he has to run the board." And he goes, "Maybe a segment, not the whole first hour."
Hey, what ended up costing you?
Everything, really. Look, I mean, I tried to go as much I could with RJ's, rules and everything, but I picked Arizona. That was the no-no, the West time zone
97.
person. So, if I just picked Michigan over Arizona, I could have done that. I had Duke in the championship, and I think if Duke would have won that game against UConn, I think I would have won the Odyssey bracket, actually, if I was doing the points right. But obviously the first day, Bobby talked about it for a while there. That Thursday, I went, I think 509-9. Can't do that. Can't have those mistakes.
No, you can't. And you went undefeated the next day, so that was good.
Yeah.
The Texas Rangers hang on, and apparently they have found the Nazis at the AAC. Next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys. If you ever need them, it is Mark, Scott, and Gene at Frankel and Frankel. Why? Look. monitoring. Detect, deter, defend. Stop crime before it starts with DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
Solos, the Pats of the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Visit one of the 9 DFW locations Thursday night, April 23rd.
3-2 on the way. And that ball is hit hard deep out in the left. Rosarmena going back. It's over his head. Off the track and off the wall. Seager scores. Berger's at second with an RBI double. And the Rangers lead 2-1.
Hixie with a call on this radio station while the national championship was taking place. Good morning, Metroplex. And the 6 a.m. club, Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. They had lost 4 straight and only scored 7 runs over their last 4 games. They only added 2 to it yesterday, but the bullpen hangs on for the 2-1 win over Seattle.
Yeah, and it's, 3 straight games where the bullpen's had to cover 4 innings, which is, that's not exactly what you're looking for. You don't want that. I mean, you don't want your bullpen to have to really get stretched out when you don't have off days. 77
pitches for deGrom before he left.
Yeah, and, he had 40-something after 2. And it's like, oh, man, how long is he going to go? He's getting that pitch count up pretty quick. I mean, he had gone one time through the order. Like, he had gotten to the 9th hitter, and he was in the 40s.
You could see after some of his follow-throughs that he was frustrated with himself. It just didn't feel like. I think the final stat line looks better. He was not sharp. Allowed just 1 run on 1 hit and struck out 6 batters.
Yeah,
1 hit?
He doesn't normally go like he. I was just looking up. I was like, how many times did he go first pitch strike yesterday? It was 10 out of 17 batters. He's not usually first pitch strike a little over half the time. So that was he did not look sharp, but battled. So
yeah, and to me with Jake, when he gets 2 strikes on somebody, I'm looking at how many pitches he needs to take to get him out. And it seemed like yesterday it without going through and getting the exact number, just felt like, all right, he's taking. Sometimes he's having trouble punching tickets.
He was uncomfortable because he said he felt something in his right knee before the start, and that limited him. So right knee tenderness for deGrom, and Skip did not want to push him too hard.
It could have been much worse, though, because, my God, Raleigh hit that ball into South Dallas.
Yeah,
like,
and it only
that was
6 rows up at this place.
That thing just flew. That second batter, it's like, well, okay, all right. Is it going to be this kind of a day? But he settled in after that. So that was. You said 1 hit. That was the only one.
Yeah, but I mean, he missed his spot by a good 10 inches on that. Where the catcher was setting up, it was outside corner. I think it was middle in, and just, my gosh.
Seager drives in Wyatt to tie, and then things get turned over to Beeks in the 6th inning. Meanwhile, Gilbert, their starter, was going like 11-pitch inning, 10-pitch inning, and then he had a 6-pitch inning before Jake Berger ultimately wins this thing, doubling home Corey with 2 outs for the 2-1 lead and the 2-1 win, with Junis closing out there on the mound with a double play.
Well, I'd say that you sound pretty biased right now because you did not acknowledge that Joc Pederson also hit a double in this game, okay? And as he screamed at the crowd on Sunday, you better recognize when he does things that are good, okay? And not just talk about his 0 for 18 starts.
He's got to be the next G-Bag interview.
Gosh, dude. Oh, I've never seen
Earthquake.
Like the anybody be that just defiant after sucking.
Yeah.
Like it's like,
dude, how dare you?
It's like, yeah, say stuff. Say what? Exactly what's happened? Are you telling us you've been good? Is that what you're telling us? Right. That you've been good so far?
I'm a little confused over this Dallas Stars story. You had fans up top doing what looked to be like a Nazi salute. It was recorded by another fan, reported. The thing went viral late last week. Well, yesterday the story was updated that the Stars said they've indefinitely banned the fan who purchased the tickets in connection with an investigation. The fan was banned after the AAC launched the investigation into 4 Stars fans who appeared to repeatedly raise and extend their right arms, and the rest.
It looked, it was pretty obvious what it was.
Yeah. So I have a lot of questions.
All right. Let's see what I can do.
Number one, and I was thinking of you being the defense attorney.
Absolutely. I can try to defend anything.
So Was the fan who bought the tickets one of the four, number one? Mm-hmm. Number two, why aren't the others banned? Why are we getting one person who bought the tickets when four of them appear to be standing up doing it?
It's a great question. I don't know. And
why is it just the guy who bought the ticket? Why is that the one that's punished versus everybody?
So if you buy tickets to a sporting event and then you sell them to me and you don't even go and I do something wrong, you could get banned. Oh. Yeah, if you sell me, if you're a season ticket holder, and you sell your tickets and you sell them to me and I go and I throw water bottles on the floor, I hit somebody, you could get banned.
I think that's kind of dumb.
How old were these guys in this? Because I'm looking at the video. I'm trying to see. I remember thinking they were like college age or something.
College, but 20s,
so
maybe,
I don't know.
Frat bro.
Dad bought 4 tickets for him, and the Stars are just holding him accountable. It's like, okay, like you can't do that. I don't. If it says the way it's worded to me sounds like whoever bought the tickets is not sitting here didn't do it.
Could they also not get the names of the other three?
They could have possibly not gotten the name. They have the name of the person who bought them, obviously. That may be the only name they have. I don't remember looking at the video seeing a clear shot of the face.
No.
So it's possible that whoever bought them sold them to this person, and this person's just not talking. I'll go down with the ship.
AAC saying we've identified and spoke with the individual that purchased the tickets and will be banning that person indefinitely from the American Airlines Center. Additionally, and this is where I think they're trying to cover their own ass, because the way this video got out, someone was basically saying, I reported this to AAC security. No one responded. They're like, we don't know how to locate the seats. We don't know exactly where they are. And they're like, no, I'm literally showing you the video right now in the moment. So it made it look like the AAC was slacking on reacting to it until the video went and got out there. So as a result, they're now increasing in-arena messaging regarding fan code of conduct and how fans can report violations. So that's the American Airlines Center with the zero tolerance for any acts of hate and or discrimination.
But I'm with you.
What, though? What's up?
What does that mean? We're increasing in-arena messaging. Like, it's easy to just say that. But are they legitimately like, as part of it, like we've talked to the game production staff, they have to put up different things on the board. We have to do all these different things.
Again, to me, it feels very CYA.
Yeah, if the NHL is not stepping in and addressing this, and this is just the Stars addressing it, it's very easy to just say, we're going to mention it in meetings and yada yada. Whereas if the NHL were involved, I would imagine it'd be more. They'd have to give tangible, like, all right, here's evidence of all this different stuff we're doing.
But I'm with you. I don't like that. If you sell me tickets, that you could be held liable. Like I am not responsible for what somebody else does.
Well, unless you're going to go multiple times and do it.
Oh yeah, like if you bought like half my season tickets or whatever.
No, if you go like twice and throw stuff on the floor, act a fool, and I keep giving you the tickets,
keep selling them. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I can see that, but again, why don't we have everyone banned?
If it is an instance of, let's say it is dad bought the tickets for college kids or whatever, and when the Stars approached him about it, he goes like, they're kids, come on. Like if he had some sort of defiant attitude of like, yeah, they shouldn't have done it, but come on, then they may just go, all right, fine, then it's you. Because
I feel like we have found fans, especially California football fans, who carry knives around.
What losers.
And those people, what a losers. and they get banned. And I'm like, does everyone who gets banned have season tickets or a mini package? I didn't think so. I thought we now have this facial recognition. That was the most impressive thing about San Fran, is everywhere we went, from checking in media-wise, you couldn't blink before your info and profile was up. I thought we were doing that at the stadium.
We got to the counter for our credentials, and they already had them. I was like, how do you know who I am?
Yeah.
And they're like, your eyes. Oh, okay.
214 says, so in the same arena, they couldn't find the Nazi saluters, but they could find all those people who Shane had fired Nico and throw them out of the arena.
So while we're dealing with the Nazis at the AAC, apparently they are dealing with child care in Edmonton.
And breaking news, we have word that someone has gone into labor here tonight. There's a baby being born on the 7th floor at Rogers Place as we speak. So someone's going to have a great story to tell. It would be nice to have the mother join us on After Hours to describe what's happened, but that could be asking a bit much.
Yeah, so they did not provide another update. They did not get the mother on who was in labor. And Twitter said, at least someone here is delivering because McDavid sure ain't.
Oh, man.
Good little shot there.
Wow.
But I'm always amazed at how late women are into the process, and they're still out just kind of doing, regular old things. Like, was this an early pregnancy? Did the water break a little bit too early and turn into ice? Or was she right there knowing at any moment, I'm going to go to this game anyway?
Listen, there's I'll see girls at the gym that are like, they're ready to pop. They're saying they're due next week.
Oh.
And it's like they're ready to pop. It's
a little power clean action.
I guess, yeah. I think I know you're not supposed to travel after a certain time, like get on an airplane or whatever.
Yeah.
But
just the discomfort. Like, I think we got concert tickets offered. Amanda's like, I'm not going to sit or stand up the entire time or sit in these little small seats.
It'd be miserable.
Caitlin Olsen, who plays Sweet D on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So she's married to the guy who plays Mac in that show. I had seen an interview she gave where she said her water broke as they were getting ready to go to a Dodgers game. And her birthing consultant or whatever had told her, like, well, once your water breaks, there's still a lot of time, so just keep living your life, whatever. So she, like, her water broke. She went to the Dodgers game and sat there for 5 innings and left.
God, it's just
cook Dodger dogs in a different liquid.
Imagine sitting in that seat the next day.
Oh yeah.
Well, especially because it was probably like it was a suite, I would imagine. Oh. And so you're talking about like you expect nicer when you pay for that.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't rain that much in LA, like to wash it away.
Yeah, I think you need put some type of spray.
Maybe probably some spray.
Wipe something. Get Lucius there. The way I'll tune into G-Bag, and Lucius is just cleaning for the first 7 minutes.
Oh, Broadus will tell you all the time.
Wiping everything down.
Broadus will tell you all the time, like how he and Lucius, they bonded over cleaning the studio together when they did COVID shows for a year and a half together.
Yes. So there it is. Your little hockey update here on DFW Sports Station. Got the Stars and the Mavs back in action tonight. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. It is Tuesday, 6:40. That means Peyton takes over the show. Does this baseball team hate old people? And higher cruise in store for you. Don't go on that cruise, Tim Collins, anymore because you're getting priced out. It's PP in the morning with the team that hates old people next.
After we get you over to Just Love Coffee, the official coffee of the morning show, a specialty roast.
Roger that, Sally.
Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It's Tuesday. It is time for a little PP in the morning. And, it happens every Tuesday this time, but it's happened every year around this time because once again, I finished dead last in the morning show bracket. So I get the honor and privilege to get 30 minutes all to myself. Now, Sean, yesterday I was brainstorming a little bit about my plan for this real quick. And I was like, man, what if I just got all the, topics and audio that Sean wouldn't allow me to play, and I just did it for 30 minutes. And I just did it right there just because you wouldn't be here. And so, but then I'm sure that would not go well. But I was brainstorming, but now any suggestions on the fan text, 877-881-1053. I am open to anything because, as you all know, last year was a train wreck.
Are you feeling like a lot more comfortable about doing it again?
Well, I told the guys yesterday I was able to start prepping. I had my email prep because the first half of that Michigan and Arizona game was such a blowout. I was like, okay, I can start prepping right now. I get 30 minutes head start.
I like Spittle's idea, man.
Which was?
To open up.
Put Drake Toll on?
That's right. No, give him 4 envelopes, 4 different topics. He has to open 1 envelope every 10 minutes.
Oh,
and just rip. Now, you could, if you run out of steam, you could go to something else, but like every 10 minutes, You got to open a new envelope.
I would love that if that was, before the rules were already implied. So before the tournament, it'd be fine. But since tournament's already, you can't change it up after.
I don't know if that'd be changing it that much. You could still play your 2 minutes of audio. Nobody said you couldn't.
I actually don't think it matters.
Oh, I do.
I don't think.
For me, it matters, Sean. It matters a lot.
I think if we each got to write down a topic and put in an envelope for him, that could get pretty dicey.
Just don't put any war topics. Please, no war topics. I'm done with that.
Oh no! You would be getting
current war or old wars?
Any wars.
Okay.
Yeah, he did the current war thing the other week, and that
my topic on the paper would be Texas bathroom policy, and then I would have handed it.
Oh man! All right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday.
We get Alec to come in here and do it for you.
Yeah,
Alec is begging to lose the bracket. If he would want to be here doing that.
He would do that on demand for sure. Guys, are you big fans of cruises? Been on any recently? I've never been on one. I wanted to do it for my honeymoon, Mackenzie mine honeymoon, but she just was like, I don't know if we want to do that. She's never been on one. I've never been on one, so we didn't do it. But I've always wanted to go on one.
I've done 2 of them.
Well,
one as a kid, Alaska. I remember that with great Cherry Jubilee. That's where I learned about Cherry Jubilee. And then a college buddy one, like on Carnival. It was not as nice. But Tim Collins here, our assistant program director, tries to tell us all the time, nonstop. He's found the magical cruise vacation.
He loves it. My mom hates it. She went on 1 or 2. She's like, I just can't do it anymore. It's like I'm too cooped up.
Yeah, your wife to be is probably going to want to be sitting on a beach somewhere, right? You can only stop, get off, come back on. I liked it though. I liked it. Except I guess you don't want to go with a bunch of kids running around.
No, it's got to be an adults only, right?
Yeah, I'm never going to be able to go on a cruise because I'm not going by myself, and Kristen refused to go because of the poop cruise.
So one cruise ship out of all of that leave.
Yeah, that was.
Although I figure you at least, like Costanza says, what do you use on a normal cruise? Like 4 or 5 people die on every cruise?
Look, I get it. I get it with Kristen. Second half of our Easter gathering, I understand. I would not want her trapped anywhere where she could not and get away. Bobby escaped.
Bobby escaped.
She escaped the kidnapper, as we talked about yesterday.
Yes.
Well, if you're thinking about booking a cruise soon, you might need a little extra cash set aside to pay for the trip overall. Cruises will start to soon charge passengers a daily surcharge only if oil hits a certain threshold and barrel pricing. Which we're well beyond that point already.
Taken care of today. Taken care of today, apparently.
Oh man,
yeah.
For example,
open the straight.
So the Norwegian Cruise Line reserves the right to charge up to $10 per person per day if oil prices top $65 a barrel. Carnival can add up to $9 per person per day if oil reaches $70 per barrel. In each cruise contract, it does say in the fine print at the bottom, if you read it, the cruise has the right to charge customers extra even once everything is already paid for. So you pay for something like Tim usually pays for stuff, a year in advance. They can still charge you later on for that price if they want to do the surcharge.
Sounds like timeshare behavior.
Yeah. I think oil's already above.
Oh no, yeah, it's already past this.
It's like at 100-something a barrel.
What's the sweet spot again?
$65 a barrel.
78 to 86, I think.
So how much normally for a cruise for a week, and then how much more are they projecting that this is going to go ahead and be that they can add on to?
It says for a family of 4, for 5 or 6 days on the cruise, that could equal over $220 total for the family to go just on these surcharges. Because it's up to $10 per person. I guess they can, differ and they can change up, if they want to charge you $5 or $6 per person, but they want to make extra money to cover the barrel cost.
Yeah, I just don't know right now. I don't know if I'm going to feel comfortable being out on the water, I don't know. I don't know what type of retaliation.
I'm not a cruise. It's like, if I'm in the Caribbean, I feel like fine. Alaska, the Gulf.
Well, Peyton's trip because of what's the guy's name? Mencho. He was worried about retaliation there. And wars going back and forth. Has that settled down? You good to go?
Not settled down with anyone I've talked to. Family, Mackenzie-wise, her parents have told me to not go on it. But, yeah, we're less than a month out. Okay. We'll be going there in less than a month.
Cancun or Cabo? Puerto Vallarta.
Yep, Puerto Vallarta.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah. Now, I've heard stories of the police there and all that, and I'm like, you know what? I'll just stay on the villa. I'll be fine. Not going to leave the beach anywhere. I'll stay. Now, making it to and from the airport, that's going to be the challenge. That's the deadly zone right there.
Did you get your transfer already?
What is that? I don't know.
The vehicle. Like the car ride, the bus
taxi.
ride.
Oh no,
taxi. Yeah,
I have not.
Don't take a taxi. You got to get like a USA transfer, or like they have like companies. That
I got my passport. It's not expired yet, so that's all I care about right now. But yeah, as of now, cruise lines are holding off on these surcharges. But if everything happens overseas, continues to get worse, you could see a major change and prices within the next couple of months. And Carnival, I believe, reportedly has already lost over $500 million just this year because of this oil pricing. So if you're looking to book a cruise in the near future, just check these charges ahead of time, because some cruise lines do it, some don't. Some have already done it, some haven't. But there you go, if you want to book a cruise soon. All right, it's PP in the Morning every Tuesday at this time. Now we talk about the god-awful Dodgers.
Man.
Are the Dodgers a bunch of scumbags who just hate old people? I think they are, Brian Broaddus. This is Errol, an 81-year-old who has had season tickets for 50 years, 5 generations, and he says the Dodgers won't give him a physical ticket. This is NBC LA with more on this story.
Errol Siegel is a 50-year Dodger season ticket holder, and he says the team has printed his season tickets every year until now. The 81-year-old says the team told him they've gone fully digital, and printing his tickets is no longer an option.
This year, I received a notice that no longer will I be able to get printed tickets.
And that's a problem for Errol, who doesn't know how to use a computer, and he barely has a phone.
It's just nothing. That's it.
I don't think you can get tickets on that phone.
You can't.
But yesterday, Errol wanted to try something. He left this recycling center, went to Dodger Stadium, and bought 4 tickets at the ticket window. Guess what? He got them. 4 printed tickets.
They can print them. They just don't want to print them for me.
How does this make you feel?
Terrible. 50 years, 5 generations I've had these tickets. 50 years, and they threw me under the bus.
Poor Errol, man.
Poor Errol.
I've always brought this up. I'm like, this is age discrimination.
Sure.
That you can't sit here and do anything away from your phone. And my parents, they couldn't go to a game. They wouldn't be able to figure this out.
They don't have the ballpark app?
No, they don't have the ballpark app.
You know what's going on there?
Which you literally have to have.
You have to have
at least for us to get in a Ranger game.
Absolutely. This is stupid. It's garbage. Like, print the tickets. Now he's like, he has these season tickets. He asked for a refund. They said no. He said, "Can you print the tickets for me?" He's explained the situation. They said no. Even after all this come out, they've said no. So he's just giving them to his son. And his son's going to the game. He goes, "I'm not stepping foot inside this thing." These old timers, they got conviction, unlike us.
Yeah.
They have conviction. I would still find a way to go if I was that diehard. But this is a time where the sport's got to step in and be like, "Bro, you got a guy's that season tickets for 50 years." 50 years, and you're going to tell me you can't print a ticket?
Just print it off on cardstock or something.
How hard is it to do?
You
print them off at the game anyway.
Bobby's about to agree with the Dodgers.
No.
Here we go.
I don't know why y'all are going to make me do this.
Techno D Bobby over here.
Literally, this is society. You like different ways change, like how you're supposed to engage with society, and you are supposed to adapt with them. I think it's dumb that they go to all digital ticketing. I wish they wouldn't. But if they're going to all digital ticketing, I'm sorry, Errol, 80-year-old Errol, like your son. If your son can use the tickets, why can't your son help you get them on your phone?
He didn't have a phone, his flip phone.
Get him a phone then. It's not like if you have enough money to have Dodgers season tickets for 50 years, you can get a phone just for having your ticket.
You can pay someone to run your phone. Do something. Yeah. I'll run your phone.
I think the bad guy in all this is the son. That's what my takeaway is.
Oh, wow. The moment you retire, you stop being required to adapt to anything.
Are there any other events where I can walk in with the paper ticket?
Maybe. I don't know.
Concert, no, right?
It depends on the venue. Some venues will let you do it. Some still won't.
Yeah.
I've been to concerts before where there's no physical ticket you can have. You can't even print off a digital version of it and give it to them.
So let me know in the fan text, 877-881-1053. Should Errol just get with the times and figure out how to adapt, or should the Dodgers stop being losers and print the old man's tickets?
I wonder
for
if
him?
they allowed you to use printed tickets, what percentage?
I mean, they clearly let you use them because he was able to get them at the box office.
Which, to me, if they're able to print them off at the box office,
then you should be able to accept it.
and you should be able to print it off for him for his game ticket.
Yeah, but also the season ticket print offs those are like books. They're not like normal tickets.
But I mean, so print them off. They don't have to have Shohei Ohtani's photo.
There's plenty of times when I'm driving near an arena and there's so many people. I'm scared.
Outside of will call.
Outside of will call. traffic congestion trying to park where I'm not getting my signal.
Right.
And I'm terrified that, like, my screen is going to go away that I have to use to go ahead and scan the ticket.
You can't screenshot them.
But it's also like for instance, we didn't when they all switched from the toll booths where you couldn't toss change into the toll booth anymore. It's like, well, sorry, you gotta.
I put a box on my window. That's different.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I got it in the mail.
But this sounds like this is super difficult. This would be super difficult for old Errol.
No, he sits there.
He'd have to set up a Zip Cash account. He doesn't even know what a website is. He still uses the little the telegram machine.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't. He definitely, when he goes to the airport, throws the change in the thing.
I can't wait for you to struggle. I can't wait for you to get older and struggle with something. You're like, I don't know how. I hope Kristen gets a full-time job. And then you're going to be bitching too, nonstop.
For the 940, he should get off my digital lawn.
But look,
keyboard.
Once again, the Dodgers getting attacked by their own fans. We had the story a few weeks ago about the fan getting hit in the head with a buzzball last year's game, suing the Dodgers. I mean, the Dodgers, they're winning championships, but they might be losing off the field.
Bad son.
PP in the morning, every Tuesday at this time here on DFW Sports Station. We have a loaded Inside the Star. Why do people keep talking about the Cowboys moving up to number 3? That is at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway. Let's talk about your new national champion with a March Madness kegger led by RJ Choppy. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and talk about my Hurtado experience while watching the Rangers last night. I'm like, is that Hurtado on the mound?
A&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Michigan starting to take control a little bit. 45-37. Cano, three, top of the key. Got it! Oh, the three. Cano looks to the bench and stalks up the floor. The first made three of the game for Michigan. And a timeout. UConn, 48-37. The Wolverines with their largest lead in search of their second national championship.
He threw it away. He produced. Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow! Confetti!
It was not the classic that UConn Duke was, but it was a finale that was, watchable. That's the best I can say about this game. It was watchable.
It was a struggle.
It was not the greatest game in the world.
Ugly, sloppy.
Pretty strong tournament that had a kind of lame Final Four in title.
It did. Yeah, none of the three games of the Final Four were really ever in doubt. I mean, the Illinois-UConn game was not I think the score was less indicative of the game. It felt like it was a bigger blowout than the score was.
I got whipped betting on Michigan-Arizona. Whipped. I was like, Arizona, I said a couple weeks ago, I think they're the best team. That bet was over in 4 minutes.
Took the over on that one. And then I didn't have anything on this game. I thought about the under, but I was like, you never know. Michigan is scoring 95 points a game.
Yeah.
Why would I take a 146 team total there? But you get Michigan as the victors. Dusty May has really had it cooking since about his fourth year at FAU. He started off at FAU kind of mid, like 17-16, and then all of a sudden, bam, 33-4. And then he kept it going, and then he stayed at FAU, and then he leaves, goes to Michigan, goes to the Sweet 16 last year, takes his whole roster and says, get! Brings in 5 new starters, all transfers, and they wind up winning the title.
First time in 37 years at Michigan. Also breaks a Big Ten drought. That was there as well.
So now, and that was there since Michigan State with the Flintstones, and that will take us now to Arizona. The only other drought that we really have in college basketball is the West Coast.
The West Coast.
Literally the West Coast. Anybody in the Western time zone. Hell, I don't think anybody in the Mountain time zone either. I think Kansas is as far west that has won a title in the year, since the year 2000. Nobody else. It's Kansas as far west as you can go.
And I guess there'll be 2 players that are first-round projections from this team. You got the big man. I think I like that big man a lot.
Mara?
Yeah, Mara. He's kind of projected in the 20s.
Yeah, and then obviously, Yaxel Lendenborg is. I've seen him as high as maybe 8 and low as around 15, but he'll be in that 10-ish range. And he's a good player. He's a big body. He started off his career. I mean, he really didn't get a whole lot of offers out of high school. And the story on him, he is an obsessive. Kyler Murray thinks he plays too much video games.
Oh, really?
He was an obsessive video gamer. He got terrible grades in high school, and they finally said, "Hey, dude, you got to stop playing video games. You got to crack the books." And he finally did. He went to UAB, and then he stayed there for a little bit, and he transfers into Michigan.
And was there a decision for him to play last night?
So he sprained his MCL.
Yeah.
On Saturday night in the Arizona game. And this was in the first half of the game, and he said there was a question about whether or not he was going to actually even go.
Why were you so insistent on returning to this game period when obviously you were up early? Your teammates did a great job. Why did it mean so much to you to get back into the game?
Just to show, I'm not going to give up on them no matter what. I know they have my back regardless, but I want to be out there with those guys. I want to, make sure that even if I don't feel good this game, try to get a feel for the gym, get a feel for the rims, and, try to make it feel a little better for Monday, So I was talking with my agent trying to get out there. He kept telling me no. My mom said no, but, I'm going to get out there no matter what, man.
And that's the reality of where we are. They're talking. We've never heard. I was talking to my agent.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. That's such a weird, especially Michigan with the history of the Fab Five issues. You've now got players just openly up there talking about I was talking to my agent
and my mom.
And I was curious. I had to go look it back. Michigan, obviously, I haven't thought of them as a powerhouse in recent years. So I was just curious. 2 years ago, they were 8-24, and now they win the national title.
He was offered. He took less money to go to Michigan. he was offered almost $9 million. It was like the reports are $7 to $9 million to go to Kentucky. And he said, no, I'm going to go to Michigan and take $5 million. He took $5 million, which obviously ton of money, right? Life-changing money at 22 years old. But, I mean, now he's going to go into the NBA draft, and who knows where he's going to get picked. But obviously when you're hurt and you're hobbled, you got to play smart. You got to play smart to stay healthy and not like kind of overdo it. But then again, you still want to play the game.
You follow college basketball closer. So for me, you got guys,
bracket says
you got guys who leave school super early. Like if they're really good, they leave school early, and I'm generally not going to remember from year to year because I follow the tournament. That's what I follow with college basketball. So for me, NIL has not felt like an impact on college basketball, just from the way that I consume it. Other than a Michigan popping up, who doesn't normally. Do you feel like it's as impactful as it is with football?
Well, it might be bigger because you only have 5 guys.
Yeah,
like you could turn around. You need to hit on, like if you hit on a quarterback in the portal, it changes everything for you. But in this, I mean, Michigan went from a team that was, I mean, they got rid of everybody. They got rid of all their starters, and it's huge. I mean, the portal opens. I think it's open today, or opened yesterday, and you could sign today. And that's why a lot of these teams are like, okay, we got to get our coach in place. But it's super impactful. I mean, look at what happened. Michigan, all the guys, UConn, they brought in a lot of guys. Now, of course, Caravan was there forever. Solo Ball had been there forever. But Terrace Reed, I mean, he was at Michigan last year, I think. Like they made a lot of changes to their programs.
And now we have a new head coach at a former Blue Blood, according to Rick Pitino.
Yeah, right. And that is Michael Malone. Michael Malone. He is now the new head coach at North Carolina. This came as a shock to a lot of people.
Really?
Apparently he interviewed really well.
I think it's going to work. I'm a Mike Malone fan. I think Mike Malone will be fantastic in college with his energy and his personality.
Yeah,
I think it's a great hire for Carolina.
I totally agree. I think he's a good. I think forget him. The idea of going the NBA route, and North Carolina clearly has.
Who said no to them? They got rejected twice,
Tommy
right?
Lloyd at Arizona and Dusty May at Michigan. And Billy Donovan, he was the hot name. He's with the Bulls. And he was like, I'm playing out the rest of the year, and then I'm going to take a day or two. And they're like, well, we can't wait, man. We got the portal today, which I think is a little short-sighted. Like, if you've got the coach you want, just wait. Get the coach you want. Like, it's more important to get the coach you want than it is for one portal season. But they pivot here. They loved Malone in the interview. His daughter plays volleyball there.
I saw.
So he's already there. Oh, yeah. But he interviewed really well, and now they've got, like, they hired Belichick, NFL guy for the NIL. They hired Malone, NBA guy, NIL. I think in this modern era of college basketball, this might be the route to go.
Are they might be, just off the top of my head, I would imagine they got to be in contention for it. One of the only programs that's ever had a Super Bowl and an NBA title on staff, like running their programs.
Ooh.
Walsh coached Stanford, but I don't know who would have been there at that time.
What may be the way to go because of NIL?
Hiring an NBA or professional coach.
Well, it's not going well for the football program.
It's not, but that may be because of the coach himself. Like he can't run his own life. But I'll tell you this, like,
look, there's a major risk with Billy Donovan. No one's talking about. He's been gone for 11 years.
Feels like it's been more than that.
He's been in the NBA for 11 years. I forgot about his OKC start.
Yeah.
So, you're still coaching the sport, but you got to get back into a brand new game of how you acquire the players.
Who was the last?
So Michael Malone has none of that experience.
We always talk about like
Michael Malone's going to win over living rooms to me.
I think so too. I think he's got a good personality. Like when we always talk about going up. College football coaches don't work in the NFL. College basketball coaches don't work in the NBA. But we also never talk about like them going down. When was the last coach who never had head coaching experience that was an NBA coach? So they were an NBA coach and they dropped down to college with no college head coaching experience to win a title.
Sounds like a Gemini question.
Yeah, that doesn't. I don't know that is so super specific. I don't know. I can't.
So
think of
you're an NBA coach.
Yeah.
You never coached. You never were a head coach at college, and you went down to the college level to win.
I just don't know how many times that period has happened, much less one.
I don't know. It was Larry Brown, 1980. 1980.
Wow.
UCLA.
The last NBA head coach with 0 college coaching experience to win an NCAA Division I men's basketball title, Kevin Ollie. He was an NBA head coach? No, right?
He was but he had college experience.
Yeah, let me see here. I'm trying to look at him as coaching. No, because he wanted. I'm guessing they're going to say that the difference there was he had that was 0 college experience, but it didn't mean that he had coached in the NBA either. It was just the first time he was a first time coach.
Yeah. Larry Brown, coach of the NBA, goes down to college and wins a title. 19. I mean, it's 46 years, man.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago. I'm intrigued by it. You know, my question about North Carolina, and I bet you North Carolina is on the phone this morning with the Big Ten Conference and saying, please, because UNC has a lot of money. They don't have Big Ten money. And maybe they're on the phone with the SEC saying, can we get in there too? But it is obvious, the money. I mean, 4 of the top 10 teams are in the Big Ten in college basketball this year.
College basketball kegger right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. I would like to turn things over to AI.
Oh, boy.
For Bobby Belt's recap of a humongous basketball trade that took place yesterday.
I don't appreciate the insinuation that it's AI, that AI was even as stark. And this isn't even anything that's...
I want you to read it word
from the
for
heart.
word.
There's nothing to read. It's from the heart.
Angel Reese dealt... By the way, ESPN, can you start including the city names and not just the team names? Because I was like, Angel Reese traded for 2 first-round picks, more than Luca, internet says, to the Dream. And I'm like, all right, what's the Dream? Where's the Dream? It's in Atlanta. Oh. It's in Atlanta, and Bobby has the trade reaction.
Yeah, cut the music, Peyton. The Atlanta Dream made a blockbuster trade on Monday to acquire Angel Reese in a trade that had all of us collectively asking, was Monica McNutt hacked? Reese was traded to the Dream.
Stop it.
But Chicago fans are experiencing more of a nightmare this morning. Tens of angry Sky fans have already canceled their season tickets for next year. Instead of the usual Chicago gunfire, chants of Fire Pagliacca fill the South Side air.
Who's that?
That's their GM, I guess. The Windy City is out for blood, demanding to know whether head coach Tyler Marsh was involved in this. Atlanta, on the other side, has exercised the City Demons invited by the Hawks in 1994 when they foolishly traded Kevin Willis to Miami for Grant Long and Steve Smith. No longer will missed baskets aimlessly bounce on forever. Rest now, sweet Lenny Wilkins. The Willis sin has been atoned, and you may now enter the Father's presence. One thing is for sure, it's going to be must-watch television when Reese returns to Chicago and collects 17 of her own rebounds in a 29-28 barn burner.
Stop it.
You like that?
Come on.
That was the Angel Reese trade recap. 2 first-rounders. There you go.
It's a big deal. They started SportsCenter. They went we got breaking news to start.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. They said, we've got a massive trade to start SportsCenter. And then it's like, what is it? It's like, oh, okay.
My buddy was just like, please. While we were trying to figure out the Dream, he's like, is that the Caitlin Clark team? Please.
That's the Fever.
Please.
The Fever Dream.
And Houston's got a team again.
Yeah. The Comets.
Yeah, they went from Connecticut to Houston.
There's your hoops recap here on DFW Sports Station. See? DFW Sports Station. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40, but I've been dying to talk about all the latest draft rumors. We are a couple of weeks away. We go commercial-free in the expressway. Another NFL insider talking about the Cowboys moving up to number 3. How legit? And how much sense does it make? Inside the Star on the official home of the Cowboys after this. My man, I know what is legit. Wild Fork Foods.
320 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Is it just a fun mock projection, or is there actual smoke about the Dallas Cowboys moving up to pick at number 3? Good morning, Metroplex. We are officially commercial-free in the Expressway with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. Ask Reddit at 7:40. Emmitt Smith tomorrow with the 20-minute sit-down. We'll talk to him about the draft and everything else. So Todd McShay had brought this up on his podcast, right? Did you guys discuss this?
We did. McShay brought it up in very much a kind of like a theoretical, like, this would make some sense to me kind of way, which you never know. All right, is that him trying to tip you off, or is he could legitimately just be talking? It kind of depends. But he had brought it up, and then you started seeing Dallas did 30 visits with Arvell Reese and David Bailey, which those guys are not going to be there when they pick. And so that made some people just kind of look up and go, okay, why are you talking to them unless you're trying to figure out if you want to go get them?
Yeah.
And so it's been on the radar a little bit.
And that would be a Bobby Belt dream, of course. He is in love with Bailey. And then Bruce Feldman from The Athletic came out with his mock draft. Give us the background on Bruce Feldman.
So Bruce Feldman is the guy who does the fantasy freaks list every year, or does like the top 30 biggest freaks in college football or whatever every year for The Athletic. And he's always really plugged in with all the different college programs. So even though he covers college football and doesn't really cover the NFL or the NFL draft, he's got a lot of really good NFL relationships because people want to know, hey, what did you hear about this program? What did you hear about this guy? Different things like that. So his mock draft is always one that I like to look at and see what has he potentially heard buzzing out there.
Let me take you through it. And I spent a good amount of time reading about 70% of these write-ups because of what Bruce, respected dude, as Bobby just said, is hearing from his college connections. Fernando at 1, Reese number 2 to the Jets. And, man, some of the questions I've heard about Arvell Reese are not in this, as people are talking about the intelligence, the versatility, and him being an absolute alien. If it was Reese or Bailey, like if you got the 2, Bob, who would you take?
I would probably want Bailey. I think they would take Reese.
Like 10 NFL evaluators, majority would take Reese.
Most people think Reese is going above Bailey, but there's been a little chatter in the last 2 days. I think Daniel Jeremiah contributed to this, that he said more people think the Jets could take David Bailey.
Oh. At number 3, Bruce Feldman's mock draft, David Bailey in a trade with the Arizona Cardinals. Now, I have been, along with RJ Choppy, against moving up. If this is the cost, though, I'm in. I don't know. And, Bobby, I know you did a tremendous, it was thorough. I don't know whether it's tremendous.
It was tremendous. It was the best trade chart.
A lot of words.
A tremendous trade chart basically saying you're going to overpay. This doesn't seem like this could get you there. The projected trade is the Cowboys go to 3, Arizona gets 12, and round 3.
See, this is where he's a college football writer.
Yeah, that's
because I was like,
no. He may have heard though that Dallas is interested in going up, and he just doesn't understand what the compensation is supposed to look like.
Right, because
they're at 12 right now. 132 is the value of the third round pick. That does not get you equal to the points to move up to 9 at Kansas City.
Yeah. Because like if you said just round 3.
The Osa pick.
Yeah, which
the Osa pick in 12 to 3.
Because I mean,
I still get to have 20.
I was looking at a Barnwell mock at a move, and the Titans moved from 4 to 2 to go from 4 to 2, and they had to give up to go from 4 to 2 their third and a fourth.
Now, how do I throw all that into the Bobby trade machine chart that you tweeted out and did yesterday on the show, where it's like, okay, we don't have to necessarily get or give up what we think we should.
Yeah. So basically, what it is, and I asked a couple different people, just like when I started putting it together, I was like, hey, just asking people in the league, like, am I seeing this right? Is this like just silly data, or does this lock in generally with what you see? And they're like, no, generally you're going to, like, it plays out that way, which is the trade value chart is the chart. It's generally what teams go by. But usually if you're going up that high, even if you're just going a few spots, but you're going up to one of the premium picks, you are paying what ultimately ends up being a tax. So you end up paying maybe like 10% juice on it. It's not an equal swap. So, for instance,
you're not paying less, you're paying more.
Right. On the chart, Arizona's pick is worth $2,200. Dallas is worth $1,200. So in theory, you'd probably have to come up with $2,400, $2,500, something like that.
Yeah.
To really like it. And so you got to pay over what the pick is worth.
All right, so let's assume Feldman's way off on the compensation. What about the thought? And is there any smoke to it? Arizona really needs O-line help, but this spot seems too high for what is available in this draft. So trading back is the Cards' best move. The Cowboys did not get Max Crosby and still could use more juice attacking offenses. They would love for Reese to fall here. But Bailey is another true difference maker in a draft that is not all that deep with them. Big 12 assistant on Bobby's boy. Quote, he has this ability to switch gears in an instant. He'll get off the ball really quick, but then shut it down and make a move as fast as he got off the ball. That's why it's such a problem for tackles in space or when he's one-on-one with a guard, because they can't stop and go like he can and still have power. I thought that was his superpower. He also has this ability to bend and be strong and not get pushed by the pocket. He's just a different dude. The former Stanford player, Bailey, because of course no one just goes to the school and stays there, is not as versatile as Reese, but he's a little bigger and longer at 6'4", 251, 33 3/4-inch arms. He's almost as fast. He ran a 4.5 40, vertical jumped 35 inches. He was vertically unblockable, vertically unblockable last season for Texas Tech. And then it's more right up on him. So there it is, another mocker putting the Cowboys up there at 3 for an edge.
I think they are trying to figure out if they can go up. So I think what they're looking at is they've looked at this and said, okay, this is a draft where we like a few defensive players. And initially, when a couple months ago the process started, I don't know about the Cowboys, but I think people analyzing it in December were looking at this and going, okay, like Jordan Tyson's a really good receiver at Arizona State. Mekhi Lemon's a really good receiver. You got Carnell Tate. There's Jeremiah Love. You know, you've got Fernando Mendoza. Surely these tackles will go in the top 10. And so you started thinking, like, defense will get pushed down the board to you a little bit. And the more it's kind of settling in, it's like the value is a lot of these defensive players. And there's not as many of them at the top of the board that are really good. And so a lot of teams are feeling like, all right, well, let's get this guy now.
Yeah.
And so if you like Mansour Delane, if you like Sonny Styles, if you like Caleb Downs, if you like David Bailey, like those guys are probably not sliding. So I think Dallas is trying to figure out, us sitting at 12, what does it cost us to just guarantee that we can get one of those guys we really like?
Man, Choppy, the other day when Bobby asked, what's so Cowboy? It's so Cowboy to go in. I understand the thought process there if you don't think there's enough depth later on, but you have so many holes defensively. We got 12 and 20, which we're like, all right, let's turn that into 4 picks. Let's turn that into 3 picks. No, the Cowboys go, let's make it go poof.
And go away.
And go to 1 pick.
Because, look, I do believe that one of the things that the Cowboys and Cowboys fans in general, they fall in love with names. Stars.
I do too.
Yeah, look, a lot of people do.
Rightfully so. Names are names for a reason.
I get it. A lot of people do. But, like, time and time, who are the stars on Seattle?
Right.
Well, I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba, but yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
But, I mean, he's not a household name in the sense that...
Yeah.
I mean, for crying out loud, Michael Gallup has probably a higher Q rating than him. More well-known than him because he played for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, JSN is...
The Patriots don't have a bunch of stars outside of May.
You know, they're obsessed with names. They think, hey, we got Arvell Reese in the draft. That's better than getting, you know...
But Jackson Smith and Jigba was a name in the draft. He's not a name in Seattle. He was a name when he was kind of hit. And so I mean, you are talking about guys like they fell in love for a reason.
Yeah,
those were players
their
who were.
Defense is a lot of no names.
Yeah, but also more of a sure thing would be their justification.
I get it.
Yeah, we can get the extra dart, But the board, our dartboard has shrunk as we go down in talent.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
It's not just an automatic assumption it's going to hit.
If you tell me that, and you can't tell me this, right? Because it is a crapshoot. But if you tell me that at 12 and at 20, I can get an 8 out of 10 and a 6 out of 10 versus getting a 10 out of 10 at 2, I'm going to take the 2 other players.
I think their concern is...
You can't guarantee me that, but you also can't guarantee me that the player at the top is going to be a 10 out of 10.
I think their concern is they get a 6 out of 10 at 20 and they get a 6.5 out of 10 out of 12 if they sit there.
And still,
and that if they would have just gone up to 9 maybe, then they could have gotten one of the guys they think is an 8. I think that's how they look at it. But going up to 9 is not going to cost you 20.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But to me, they need to be focusing on depth, not backups. Like having 11 good starters on defense, as opposed to going up and get one good guy. That's just for me.
Jeremiah Love to the Titans at 4, according to Bruce Feldman. Athletic. Sonny Styles to the Giants at 5. The Browns go tackle. Ruben Bain to the Commanders at 7.
I will say, Brada said yesterday he thinks Bain is better than Bailey.
Ooh.
Which I had not. I knew he loved Bain. I didn't realize he had him above Bailey.
A Big Ten assistant coach said all those people who talk about how short Bain's arms are idiots. It's just asinine conversation that people are having. Watch his film. He's going to be a dude. He's going to be an elite pass rusher. Gets off the ball. He has elite power. You turn speed into power. Arm length doesn't matter. He'll neutralize their length. He's elite, man. Did you watch this pro day? And he fell in love with that drill that went viral as well that Arvell Reese did not get as low on. Carnell Tate to the Saints at 8. Spencer Fano to the Chiefs at 9. Caleb Downs to Cincinnati at 10. Miami, Mansour Delane, when we were hoping that they would draft wide receiver. Delane, corner at 11. Arizona, Freeling at 12. Rams, Mekhi Lemon. 14, Jermod McCoy to the Baltimore Ravens. Sadiq, tight end to Tampa at 15. Jets, Jordan Tyson, wideout, Arizona State. Lions, Proctor, Bama, tackle. 18, Vikings with Thieneman. Panthers, back-to-back safeties. McNeil Warren to Carolina. And then at number 20.
Did we get the corner? Did we address linebacker? I mean, we kept that pick for a reason.
We did not.
Oh.
We get a receiver. Denzel Boston from Washington. Bobby's face is not lighting up. Dallas has an interesting choice here between the 6'4", 212-pound Boston and Indiana's Omar Cooper Jr., who is smaller but came up big for the national champions in 2025. Boston caught, and we have not seen Denzel Boston put here very often. Boston caught 125 passes, 20 touchdowns over the past 2 seasons. Washington coaches who were around Tetaroa McMillan when they were at Arizona say the Panthers' first rounder is more fluid, has better body control, but Boston is faster and also has strong hands and is very competitive, much like McMillan. One big plus with Boston, he's physical and smart and was a dynamite special teams player. One coach said, quote, he will be a Pro Bowl gunner. Vertical threat, big play guy, fast, probably high 4.4, not sudden at the top of breaks, little stiff, so he's limited route-wise. Because of that, he does not separate enough. Bobby, what have been your thoughts on Denzel Boston?
I mean, he's not even been on the radar for me in terms of thinking about in the context of Dallas. Like, I watched him, and I've done, the study on him, I graded him and everything, but he's not anybody that I've thought about, how would he fit in Dallas? Because I just don't think there's any way they take it. The guy he reminded me of when I was watching was Mike Williams, the old Clemson receiver who went to the Chargers, which is fine, but you got a lot of issues, and you've got your receivers, and you're in a good position.
If they draft a receiver, how far do we have to go into the Pickens is getting dealt discussion?
If they draft a receiver in the first round, they need to move him.
Yeah,
fast.
I agree.
If they can, or they end up rescinding the tag, which people would hate, but you might have to do that.
Because look, and to me, if they're going to take a receiver, I would want it to be a CD type situation where a guy just falls in their lap. And Tate would be that guy. I've seen Boston. I haven't seen. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to Boston.
Boston's supposed to be a first rounder.
Oh, yeah. But I wasn't sure if I've seen him. I don't remember seeing any mocks where he's, ahead of 12. He's taken in the top 12.
Bobby, who is ending up being your most reasonable pick at 20 in your mind?
Colton Hood, cornerback, Tennessee. That's the one.
And a lot of these mocks, and again, we're going to get surprises, but a lot of these mocks have him kind of a little bit lower in the first round than right there at 20. I'm seeing like 25, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Mm-hmm.
It just...
But do you see a lot of corners going between 20 and 25 when Hood goes? Hood's probably sliding down to 25, but I think that's because a lot of people maybe...
You see Messidor, you see Howe, you see some edges,
maybe some
receivers.
Maybe some people addressed corner with Dallas's 12th pick, or maybe there's this, they think that there's a bigger pressing need or whatever else there is. Then that may be why they let him slide past there, but generally around 20 is where Colton Hood's thought of as like being, he'll probably be the best corner on the board.
How have the Tolos responded to all this recent talk of moving up to as far as 3?
Some really love it. Some really want to say they need to go on up and get a player. And then others are like, no, it's not the smart thing to do. There's not really one, at least, I mean, unless you do a poll. You obviously do a poll, you get a more accurate number. But I haven't noticed a hardline stance.
No, I mean, I think everybody right now is... Right now they're of the opinion that it feels like, I think people are like, get me a player. If you tell me I'm not going to get a player at 12 because I'm waiting, then okay, do it. So I think there's kind of just this nervous energy. But the big contingent that exists right now, and I'm going to blame Brian Broaddus for this, the big contingent that exists right now is saying, just sit there and take McCoy. Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee. And I love that y'all love him. And I love that Brian loves him.
Oh, it's
and I
rest.
think Brian
There's no
knows
doubt.
They're not taking him at 12. They're just not doing it. And so, like, I mean, that's not something to, like, even like you can sit there and wait, but if McCoy's there and you've lost the others, it's not like, well, we'll just take McCoy. No, they'll just take somebody who's not McCoy and then you'll be mad.
They're not going to draft McCoy.
I don't think they'll pick McCoy at 12. No, they can pick him at.
What if Bill Kuipers keeps putting him there?
Well, then maybe that changes things. But I think, like, yeah, if they had a second round pick and he fell to the second round some miracle way, like maybe they take him there. But I don't think they want to risk any of their first-round capital on it.
877-881-1053. Commercial free in the expressway. Pay attention when Bobby says things like that.
I'll tell you this: if McCoy falls to 20 and they say no, that's a mistake. It's bad risk management.
What about if he falls to 21 and they say no and 22 says no?
8 picks later, you're gonna make that harsh of a judgment?
It's bad risk.
8 picks.
I mean, this is a guy that is the best corner in the draft. And it's not even close.
Then you should draft him at 12. Why don't you have this?
I agree. I'm fine with taking him at 12. If they're not comfortable with it, I get it. But if you're at 20 and everybody says arbitrarily, well, you don't get a first round pick at 20, then you have to take him. It's bad risk management. It's just bad.
Well, you're not even factoring in all the negatives that have him drop down in all the questions.
It's 2026.
You said as soon as you heard.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What?
Who said?
I'm just saying. I'm saying they're not going to take him.
Says who?
I don't think they're going to take him.
It's 2026, man. Like if you, I'm not worried about.
What is that supposed to mean?
Guys recover from ACLs all the time.
Wow. All right. So there's RJ Choppy.
Just remember, there was a time Will Johnson at Michigan was going to go top 5, and then he fell to 50 last year because of a knee injury.
Look, I understand that teams get panic. I get it.
Look at the Ravens.
Huh?
Look at the Ravens panicking over a knee.
Yeah, and sure, but he's also a 30-year-old.
Okay, I mean Trayvon Diggs is how old? He's not 30.
Trayvon was a one-trick pony anyway.
Oh my!
He was a jumper route guy.
He's 27 years old, and people think he's finished.
He was never good.
There's an argument to be made that the knee, yeah, he's 30, but they know what Crosby is. McCoy is a projection.
Sure it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. If you're worried about a knee, I understand. I understand the worry.
I understand the worry. I think McCoy will go in the second round. I don't think McCoy goes in the first.
There it is. 877-881-1053. Pay attention when Bobby says things like that. You included, Choppy. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line in order to hit us up. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. It is time for Ask Reddit. We do it every Tuesday here on The Fan. You can weigh in on these questions on the Twitch and on the YouTube as well over on the Fan Cam. And we'll kick around these questions here in the studio. It's where we take the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit page. And we'll lead off with RJ Choppy.
All right.
I like this one for Chop. Chop, What's the male equivalent of needed money, had no marketable skills, so turned to prostitution?
I think literally becoming a gigolo.
I'm a gigolo, always on the go.
But
what is a gigolo?
It's a male escort.
Oh, that's a male escort.
Male prostitute.
Oh no, this is multi-level marketing guy. This is Advocare sales dude. Ponzi scheme guy. Hey, sign up for this. Hey, I'm selling this, man, and then you can, you hop on, and then you work under me, and then I get this tree, this pyramid scheme guy.
I mean, the answer it feels like is pretty obvious to me, which is it's the guy who just goes like, all right, I'll just sell weed. Like that's the guy.
Oh wow.
No, I don't know. Maybe that takes more skill than I know. I've never tried to sell it.
Is he growing it himself?
No, I'm just talking about like guy who like I need to make some money. I don't have any other options, so I'm just going to do this.
I think you want to be the guy growing it yourself.
I feel like it's like crypto, dude. So many sketch balls.
Yeah.
I need money. I got this. I don't know if this is still a thing, but that's what it felt like. It was like I just got this hot tip. I just need some money and investment in crypto. I'll get in, I'll get out.
A guy who just always wants to open up a new shop, new store about something. Everybody's like, I'm going to open a shoe store. Really? Al Bundy, you open a shoe store?
You're the one randomly talking about buying things up. Let's buy this store. Let's buy this house.
I would like to. I would like to diversify. Buy a laundromat.
That person
car wash.
That person that you're talking about right there. I had a friend who always used to refer to that as buddy with a scheme. He's you always got the buddy who's like, guy. It's like, oh, I'm this today. I've got this job today. It's like, all right,
I've heard
beware.
Owning a porta potty company. Hugely lucrative. Trash collectors.
I have a buddy who runs ATMs.
Yeah.
And he apparently cleans up.
Cleans up.
Now he's got to wear like menacing. I'm like, why do you have that beard? You didn't look like that growing up. And he goes, I really only grow it out to try to look a little bit more menacing because of my pickup times and checking on these. I got to go pick up a machine at, I think it was like a $10,000 hit limit or hit. You got to go and deal with this money.
Vending machines,
carrying around guns.
Yeah.
682 says selling drugs. 903 says the door knocker for roofing. A couple of people saying the oil field guy. Peyton, what's your answer?
I went with YouTuber, the classic YouTube guy. Set up a camera, a microphone. Now, I know we live in an industry where that's really popular, but, the guy that just like, you know what? I don't need to go to college.
Do you feel like our skill and talent has been diminished because of the podcast explosion? That people are like, I can do what you guys do. It's easy. Probably a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Aiden says no.
I think it's I'll be honest. I think it's kind of a different skill set anyway.
I agree.
Like I think like a lot of the people who do YouTube stuff, like I think if you plop down, I think a lot of radio people.
Be careful now, the armies.
I know.
Be careful, the armies.
I think a lot of radio people, if you plop them down to do the YouTube format, would struggle to connect with the audience. And I think if you had those YouTube people drop in and do radio, they would struggle.
Much less formal.
So, like to me, it's kind of different mediums a little bit. They're cousins, but they're a little different. All right, we're doing Ask Critter here on 105.3 The Fan.
I wish I had invested in the company that sells the podcast equipment. That's what I think of. I'm like, what? Give me the stock in microphone sales or whatever the other things 2 or 3 things that people buy up. The camera. Like, give me that company that has the camera.
Logitech or somebody?
Yeah.
All right, Ask Critter here on 105 through the Fan. Peyton Russell, who's the most attractive person you've ever seen in real life? And all right, we'll say it's your fiance, it's our wives. But outside of that, who's the most attractive person you've seen in real life?
I was at a Stars game once, and Tate McRae was there in the suite. So she was on the Jumbotron.
This is Jack Hughes.
So, yes. This was before Jack Hughes, before he scored the goal in the Olympics. But this was Tate McRae. I've drooled about her for a while now. But, yeah, she was at a Stars game, and, she's still hot.
Objectively, it just says person. Objectively, Randall Cobb is just a beautiful man. Beautiful eyes.
No, his eyes.
That's what pulls me in. Beautiful eyes.
Yeah.
Just.
I'm gonna give my wife's answer on this because I couldn't think of a woman, and I thought her answer was pretty hilarious because she said, I don't think this guy. I never thought he was attractive, but when he walked in and I saw him, maybe it's because we were the same height. She was blown away and had her breath taken away by Tobey Maguire. And
Peter Parker?
I couldn't believe it. I was like, Tobey Maguire. And she's like, I know. But just something like when he walked in, maybe my expectation, she said, was so low for him, like his height again. But just his smile and the way he was looking at me, it took her breath away.
Listen,
wow. Tobey Maguire.
That's wild. He's apparently also considered kind of a Jack A.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Isn't he?
Short people. How these short people got in Hollywood like fooled like this?
Wasn't he
so
Molly's Game guy?
I don't know what that is.
Molly's Game is he's the one that dimed out the girl who ran all those underground poker games.
Jessica Chastain in it.
Yeah. Look, it's for a man, it's easy. It's Sam Hartman at the Super Bowl. I've never seen.
Oh yeah,
somebody better looking than that.
All of us are handsome with dudes.
But
except for Pepe.
Cindy Crawford, Knicks game was back in the '90s. Prime Cindy.
Yeah.
I mean, the things I wanted to do to that mole, that birthmark.
469 says Becky Lynch met her with my daughters and was really surprised. 915 says Peyton Yeager. I believe that's Fox 4's Peyton Yeager. And then somebody else is still waiting in on the draft, and they say Mesidor at 20. So that's their thought here. All right.
That'd be beautiful. So beautiful.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean, which person alive right now, and I'm going to exclude political figures here, but which person alive right now will still be famous in 200 years?
$200 years?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say LeBron, Tom, or Taylor. Oh, Tiger? I'll say Tiger.
My answer's Tiger, just because we remember. Like golfers, like legendary golfers, get remembered at
They'll also be on the DUI films, like the studies.
Yeah, they get remembered in an obscenely long time. Like
you're just gonna have to have another black golfer, do what he did. Like he may last, because of that.
Because of that, for sure. I mean, he's gonna wind up having the second most majors ever, so he's always gonna have his name right up there. Obviously, the amount he changed the sport, the fame. The fall, just everything. It's probably Tiger Woods.
So my answer for this was.
But the real answer, you're right, is any president.
Right.
Well,
but
definitely this one.
Elon Musk is the one.
This one and Obama.
Elon is the one that stood out to me. And somebody just put that. But I think this is a good answer. Again, this is not good, but they're famous. They're well known. Epstein probably will be known, I think, in 200 years. You're talking about such a wealthy
when we
individual.
Finally get the list.
There's just so much that's connected. You're gonna not be. It'll be tied to so many politicians in the history.
What about LeBron and Tom?
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's just the only problem is I think back and I'm like, how much do we like? Do we think Jim Thorpe is famous?
Right.
Like, and that was in 200 years ago.
Like Red Grange and
Bezos says the 940. There's a bunch of people saying presidents now, but again, you can't do that. Paul McCartney says the 903. Peyton, what's your answer?
A good one.
I started out thinking of athletes, and then I chose one of Sean's answers, Taylor Swift. I think she's going to be remembered forever now. I mean, she'll be in textbooks. She'll be iconic for a long time to come.
Peyton, you didn't know who Freddie Mercury was.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Would you say that Freddie Mercury at his height was as big as Taylor Swift?
No, but what I'm saying
also doesn't know probably any of the Beatles.
What I'm saying is, though, is that like Freddie Mercury, forget his height. Freddie Mercury's like years later profile is one of the higher ones. And he doesn't know who that is. So what I'm saying is like, it's such a unique thing to wonder 200 years from now, will they care what our music sounded like? Because we didn't have pop music 200 years ago, so we have a much smaller window. That's what I'm saying. We got a much smaller window to potentially review, but I think most people like walking around wouldn't say that they think 40s, 50s singers are famous. But maybe it'll be that way. Post Malone is one. Ronaldo. And then 903 says Diddy is the answer. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan.
Did he not get out of jail yet?
I think he's in for like a couple years.
Yeah, I have no idea. RJ Choppy, what's the biggest non-physical turn-on in a woman?
Non-physical turn-on.
Yeah, so it can't be a physical trait.
A girl in the gym not filming her workout. It's like, okay, you're just in here for the right reasons.
Yeah.
I see a tripod, my day's over. I'm out.
You're here to do work.
You're not catching me. You're not catching me looking. You're not catching. You're not. I'm out. I'm not going to be caught.
Dirty talk.
Yeah.
That's the easy one.
Kids, they're talking about garbage there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, trash day this morning. Yeah.
It cuts both ways. So when done right, it really resonates. When done poorly, it goes the other way, which is having a little bit of that B edge. Like to have her like if she like when they in the right circumstance, when they're just like, hell no, I'm not going to be like pushed around in this situation or whatever else. I'm just going to like be the authority here. I like it. It's attractive.
It makes a lot more sense now. Makes a lot more. I thought you were going to say when they defend you, which I would never know what that feels like.
No, I don't.
Because my wife always yells that I'm escalating it, de-escalate. She thinks John Jones is going to pop out of the car like that traffic stop in New Mexico. So yeah, I think one time if I saw my wife like chest somebody up or snap on someone defending me, that could be my one seed, but I'll never know that feeling.
I hear from the
she doesn't want conflict.
Man, a lot of people are sassy attitude, her laugh, girls that love sports. Bobby hates that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a woman driving a pickup truck. You know, I go back and forth on that. Like a woman on a golf course to me instantly adds 3 points on the 1 to 10 scale. Instantly adds 3 points.
Peyton, what's your answer here?
The ability to drink alcohol quickly. A girl that will shotgun with you, just down a beer, take a shot, no cough afterwards.
Yeah, that's
oh my
sexy.
goodness, dude.
I can see that.
Adding 5 points, 6 points. A 2 turns into a 9.5.
Man.
My goodness, I love it.
Okay.
Over on the Twitch, the Flagnicity says intelligence. Swaggy Booties says cooking is his answer. All right, Ask Critter here on 105 through the Fan. Probably got time for one more. Sean, what's a word you always misspell no matter how many times you've looked it up?
Maintenance.
Yeah. That one I'm always like, it's one of those ones that you like, you got to sound out how it was.
Hang on. What? Hang on. Hang on. Let me look it up.
My brain was working.
Yeah, just relax. Now, go.
maintenance.
Good job. It doesn't look as hard as I
maintenance.
No, but like so many people say maintenance.
Yeah.
And so it reads as an extra syllable.
Say yours and let's see who else can spell it.
So I know it, but I have to stop and I have to think about it. And I go, how many Y's are in rhythm? It always feels to me like it always feels to me like it should be RHYTHYM or something.
There's one Y.
And then I know, but I got to think about it and go think the rhythm, the Y is in a weird spot. It's just odd because it doesn't look like there's any vowels in it.
Peyton.
Mine's definitely.
DEFINITELY.
Do you do the defiantly?
Yes, yeah. I always have autocorrect get it to me.
Defiantly. You know, I think sincerely. Is there an E in there?
Yeah, SINCERELY.
Right. Or LEY. It's like, which one is it? Which one do I... My biggest one is not even a spelling thing necessarily, because like I feel like...
Separate for me is like, is it the PEPA? I messed that up.
Separate. Okay. The one, because spell check does so much for you now. The one that really gets me is I still don't know effect or affect. I just use impact.
There's a lot of people in the fan text all submitting restaurant.
RESTAURANT.
They have to look at 903. This is good. Handkerchief.
HANKERCH.
Nope, D. Handkerchief. Handkerchief.
It's a hand?
Yeah, and chief is CHIEF.
Who has ever? You never need to spell that word.
That's why we got rid of the word. I think it's because nobody uses it.
I think that's why we got rid of handkerchiefs.
And we got a few rhythms on there too. So I'm not weird.
No, you're just dumb like the others.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. I'm kidding. We're commercial free in the Expressway. We'll finish up Ask Reddit at 9:40 with the KNC Masterpiece. Texas Rangers get back in the win column. RJ has you covered in some Diamond Calves on the official home of the Rangers. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with DFW Secured.
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1 ball count. Here comes the pitch, and Naylor hits a ground ball hard right to Berger. Down to second for 1. Back to first, 2, and the ball game's over. 3-6-3. Jacob Junis gets the 2 ball, and the Ranger 4-game losing streak has come to an end.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about winning a challenge, baby? All right. Catcher's off the schneid.
It's about time.
You talked about this last week, Bobby. You talked about the end of last week. How the Rangers did not have a single challenge won.
I don't know that Jansen had put one in. I don't think he had.
Yeah, and so they hadn't even tried really challenging, and you get to the point of the season where they were dead last. They were dead last going into yesterday's game in terms of overall challenge percentage. It's a weird quirk. I was like, I don't know. Are they telling the catchers not to challenge because they had the fewest challenges of any team? Through 9 games, they had not had one. We have catchers already in the double digits. 2 of them going into yesterday's game had 11-plus challenges on the season. Seems crazy high. The Twins are challenging at an ungodly rate. Going into last night, they had attempted 32 challenges, for crying out loud. 32, and the Rangers had the fewest at 10. But last night, we get one. We get a challenge victory. Big. Off the schneid as they get the 2-1 victory over Seattle. Another day, the offense doesn't do a whole lot.
Nope. Are you ready to concede or believe that last year they weren't unlucky? I know it's early, but they lost 4 straight. They've now scored 9 runs over their last 5 games, and the absolute stinker against the Reds, obviously. So 9 runs over their last 5 games.
I need to go look.
At what?
How many runs Wyatt Langford is leaving on the table right now? Because Nimmo's getting on at a crazy rate. If Brandon Nimmo has a 440 on base in 2 months, I mean, they need to be much, much higher in the total runs scored, because that means he's getting on and you've got your power guys coming up. That's just the reality of it. And if Wyatt Langford and Seager, because Seager's he's 270 is nothing. It's not bad.
It feels like it's better to me.
It does.
Just because probably everyone else disappeared.
Right, because he's sandwiched, with around Wyatt, and then Pederson's 2 batters later.
Yeah.
You read that, what was it, how many in the last 5 games? 9 runs?
9.
It's 4 runs in the last 34 innings. 36 innings is 4 full games. They're basically a run a game right now, the last 4 days.
I'm sure that you guys gave Sandler a hard time, but I don't know why I gave Bobby the victory. I guess because it's the off season.
I did not. I did not give him a hard time. I let it completely go.
Really?
Didn't even reference it.
Yeah, because Jared had texted last week, Bobby, the Rangers, I don't know what they're going to end up being, but their offense isn't amazing. It has a way better structure and balance to it. Now, this is on March 31st. It's not amazing. It has a way better structure and balance. And I said, chill. I'm the one who wrote back. I said, it's early. Josh Young stinks right now. Berger will cool down, and injuries are still to come. The injuries have not happened yet, but the offense has cooled.
Well, I mean, look, from a balance standpoint, you do have lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, top 5. That's okay. It's if you could break those up at the top of your order and you don't allow for the loogie to come in, that's great.
I think a couple of the guys, I think Young has seen more pitches per at bat than he was last year. I think Joc early is on that too. So, I mean, there's some of that there. Also, I'm just testing a new way of getting my satisfaction, Sean, which is everybody always expects me to rub it in. I'm trying the new one of just, I'm not going to rub it in, and then watching somebody get so furious knowing that I'm thinking it, and then that they're the one admitting it. I kind of like this one.
They're 20th in runs scored. They are 12th in average. Which I'm surprised by.
That is surprising.
What do you think their team average is?
12th in average, you said?
Yeah.
231.
244.
Good guess, Choppy. 237. 237 has you. What a jerk.
12.
Almost top 10.
I know.
Not the American League in the sport.
In the sport.
Yeah, we're like basically the same distance away in the guess.
Who has the shut?
Yeah, Price is Right rules, baby.
Who has the worst? What's the worst batting average in the league? Not who. What?
The number?
Yeah.
202.
This early on, I would imagine it could be pretty bad. We'll say 197.
Good job, Bob.
Woo!
It's not 197.
Damn it.
188. Seattle.
God.
188.
Cal Raleigh, I mean, he had done nothing.
Yeah.
Until yesterday. What do you have, like 15 strikeouts already?
And the leaders, the Dodgers at 299.
Of course, the Dodgers are leading at 299. That's like the way the sport's gone. You know, average is not what they're looking for, but you still would love to have it.
The league leader, the league average, the team leader last year in average was at what number? What do you think it was?
Last year, the league average?
Yeah, the leader.
Oh, the team 259.
265. 265 led the sport.
We looked this up last year at one point.
That's sad, man.
It was
led the sport.
It's like 20 years ago, the Pirates had the worst. They were the worst hitting team in baseball or something. And if you took their average 20 years ago, last year I think it would have been like 11th in Major League Baseball or something. Like it's a top third.
So we talked a little bit about Wyatt yesterday. No walks. Doesn't look like he has any idea what a strike is. He's sitting here, a small sample, but. You know, he's 1 for 4 on challenges. It's just like this guy's got no idea what's going on right now. Second worst percentage. It's a bad sign. And the good news is Ronald Acuna also has a bad percentage. He's a proven hitter. Wyatt isn't hitting. Doesn't seem to know what a strike is. Nice double yesterday that he had, which, I mean, you need him to get going. If he could get going, obviously with Nimmo batting ahead of him, that would change a lot. But if you had Wyatt as a dark horse MVP, it's not the best look. It's not the best start for him at all. And they got to get him going because if they don't, they really have no chance. They really have no chance. But deGrom goes yesterday, 5 innings, and this was the third straight start that the Rangers have only gotten 5 innings out of their starter. You would like to get more. You're going to have your bullpen continuing to go 4 innings every single night. And now we got another really good pitching matchup of Eovaldi and Kirby tonight. 7:05, 6:30 is your first pitch.
Well, hopefully we bring it on our end. Nate costing me my hot gambling streak, and then the 11 ERA to start the year.
Yeah, high ERA to start the year. And then tomorrow you got Gore and Brian Wu, and Wu's fantastic. Wu is one of those guys that he's like, they call him a pitcher's pitcher. Like, you love to watch him pitch. If you love pitching, you're going to want to watch Wu tomorrow to wrap up the 3-game set. But good matchup tonight with Eovaldi and with George Kirby. Now, let's get some good news. The Rangers are tied for 4th in the American League in terms of odds to win the pennant and represent the American League in the World Series.
What?
They are tied.
From who?
This was on ESPN. No. This is on ESPN, so it's from DraftKings.
4th best odds in the American League?
In the American League. So the best odds in the American League are the Yankees. They are 3.5 to 1.
7-2.
Seattle is next at 4.5 to 1.
4-7.
And then Toronto is next at 7 to 1.
4-6. They have the worst run differential. They got a second worst run differential in the sport. Again, 10 games in. They're minus 20.
Yeah. I'm sorry, they're 5th. I still have Detroit out. Detroit's at 9 to 1.
Second worst run differential in the league.
Who does? Toronto?
Yes.
Yeah. So Detroit's at 9 to 1. And then tied for now 5th, Rangers, Astros, Red Sox at 10 to 1. So
wait, Rangers who?
Astros and Boston.
Boston is still there at 2-8.
Yeah, and Boston can't score. And everyone is talking about in Boston the decision that they made to trade Devers and in favor of Bregman, and then Bregman leaves a few months later after a 1-year deal. They signed him a deal, and then he opts out and he becomes a free agent.
Was that about Bregman, though, or wasn't that about they were kind of fed up with Devers?
Well, they were fed up with Devers, but the fans are like, guys, you traded him away. He's a good hitter. This team can't hit. They got Roman Anthony, and all they're going to do is pitch around Roman Anthony. Because who are you going to worry about, Duran? I mean, it's just not the same. But there they are. I mean, like, I was surprised to see that they were just behind the Yankees, Seattle, Detroit, and Toronto, and that's it in the American League. So Vegas is absolutely buying into their first 5-game stretch, and not the last 5-game stretch where you said 4 runs in 9 games, 9 runs in 4 games. Insane.
Better hope that's not a ballpark issue.
Oh, well, it might be
9-5.
9-5. It might be a ballpark issue. We talked about that yesterday, where we don't know. We talked about it with Brett Boone.
You guys, you're gonna make me come in here and I don't want to do this my first day back. You guys are making a lot of excuses
about the ballpark.
Stop.
Hey, this is a talented lineup.
You're making a lot of excuses, and you're making it overcomplicated. That's all I'm going to say for now. I don't want to deal with this. The rest of my daughter, I got to go home and deal with her. I can't be on Twitter and X the rest of the day with a couple psycho Ranger fans. So just stop making so many excuses.
Well, and it's obviously a small sample size.
Especially you.
What would you say has been the biggest difference that you've seen from the road start to the home games then? Is it just that they're hitting differently? You don't think it's been ballpark factor at all? I don't particularly think it is either. I'm just saying I don't know why it clicked all of a sudden when they got back here that they couldn't hit.
I don't know.
Because they played 5 games to start.
They played 5 games.
And we had to play another 5.
Like I do think Evan Carter's fly ball in the Reds game, that's a home run in a lot of other places. Higgy, same thing. They had 33.
The most amazing stat for this is what Sandler tweeted out about Joc, and then he said, I'm going to duck now, and his mentions blew up. Did you guys bring that up to him, or did he bring it up yesterday?
No.
Well, I was hoping you could fill a little bit of time while I looked it up.
Well, I got a stat for you.
I haven't seen it.
They had 33. They had 33 balls in that series against the Reds that they were hitting 95 miles an hour or higher. Yeah. And they only got 11 hits out of them.
Yeah.
That's a little unlucky, but also, like, are you hitting ground balls? Are you hitting fly balls? If you hit fly balls in this ballpark.
Oh, here it is.
Like Cal Raleigh's home run last night probably goes. It looked like it should have gone further than it did.
This was 2 days ago. Joc back in the starting lineup. He has 0 hits, but he has the highest, hardest hit rate and highest exit velocity of any player with 0 hits through 8 games in Major League Baseball since 2015. Obviously needs that exit data to turn into hits, but worth considering. I'll duck for cover.
Hang on.
He got 101 responses to that stat on Joc Pederson. That's reminding me of you all, not really Bobby.
He is Elliott Sandler Parks, man. Out here going like, Jalen Hurts has not thrown an interception during training camp practices yet.
Because how many hitters had gone hitless in their first 8 games in that time frame? Like 2?
Right.
Like, what is it, 2?
Since 2015. I don't know.
Now, depressing news. Watchability. How watchable is this team? They ranked all the 30 teams on how watchable they are. They used star power, young talent. Like, do they steal base? Are they good defensively? Are they, not striking out on offense? Pitchers going deep into games. They were 21st at 18 points.
What a great job by the boys.
It's just they right up there. Seager, Langford, deGrom, Evaldi, give them a solid core of star power. Rating surprisingly well. The addition of Gore and Leiter give them more interesting rotations, but they can't hit. The reality is they can't hit. They get a half a point boost. They actually had to figure out a way to get them a boost for the Nolan Ryan bloody lip jersey giveaway.
What?
They're given it's called the bonus category. So anything they want. So they gave him a half point for signing Andrew McCutchen, right? But they also gave them a 1 point for the Nolan Ryan bloody lip jersey giveaway. Otherwise, if they didn't have those two, they'd be way back, like further down the list. But they're basically saying bottom third in watchability. And when they're playing at this ballpark, they are bottom third in watchability.
Better be good. You better be good, because that's the old rule. If you're gonna be bad, you better be fun.
Yeah. Better hit.
It's boring
right
now. That Red Series is zapped it out of me. I was like, how? Why is this happening? How is this happening?
There's 2 ways to have it.
I was betting on them.
And we've had it both ways. The 2004 to 08 Rangers, which would score 15 runs and lose 16 to 15, or this.
That.
That's maddening in its own right.
It is, but
because it's 4-hour games.
But it's fun.
Yeah.
Who was interested in outer space yesterday? And Bobby has your keys to polygamy if you're thinking about venturing on out. That's next with Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to baseball.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Velo, the bell, coming up at 8:40 on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Bobby, thank you for breakfast. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station, back together again.
Right before we were coming back on the air, I just blurted out, I think I have a stress fracture in my foot. And I have a feeling like, we were going back in the air, so you weren't going to say anything. But I think I've adjusted now and realized that anytime I say anything like that, you're going to ignore it.
Yes.
Because you're just like,
I'm not going to give life to it.
It's the next thing he said he has that he doesn't have.
Yes.
Okay.
Not gonna give life to it. But I
really do this time, I think.
I have a little better understanding of you after this past weekend.
I want to know what that was, because I don't know how any of you had a good understanding with the drinks that were flowing. I didn't have any drinks flowing.
You think that I was drunk?
No, I'm saying Kristen.
Oh no! I didn't get that from Kristen, the education. I got it from the family that came in town.
Family that came in town?
Yeah, the family that came and stayed with me.
Oh, you got an education about me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll tell you in the break.
I'm very much looking forward to this.
Yes. 8:40, below the belt on the home of the Cowboys. You didn't text me anything about my brisket I sent you.
It was good. It was good. I didn't eat it till yesterday because it ended up like sitting in the fridge, but it was good, and so were the Cowboy beans.
Yeah.
I didn't. Were the beans Jake's?
Yeah.
I didn't love like the giant green peppers or whatever they were cutting it, but otherwise like the flavor was good. I just didn't want to. I don't want to chew vegetables in my beans.
Okay.
But it was good. It tastes good.
Yeah.
It was very good.
All right. I tried to pay attention to this because Ollie was home yesterday. RJ, I couldn't do it. We need better coverage of the space program and these events. As the history was made, but Ollie said, I want to see the rocket. I want to see the outside of the rocket, and then I'm tuning into like live YouTube events and broadcasts of it, and it's dead quiet. It's not entertaining enough. I didn't find the right one.
Yeah, I figured.
Are you charging your water?
I asked him that earlier. I've never seen that.
What is that?
This is a hydrogen water bottle. It's Gary Brecka.
Who's that?
He's a biohacker.
Okay.
And
why are you charging your water bottle?
Because I could turn it on and it makes hydrogen water.
Okay.
All right.
And that's supposed to do what?
I have no idea. It's
TikTok's told him it like
100%
makes him younger or something.
It's 100% a scam.
It doesn't keep it like cold or anything.
No, it puts hydrogen ions in there.
Yeah.
So I could be superhuman. It's a scam, Sean. Okay, I probably spent $80 on this thing.
How long have you been doing this?
About a week.
Okay.
Had it for a while.
What's the name of it?
Hydrogen water.
Hydrogen water.
It's an H2 hydrogen water bottle.
All right.
I don't know. If you've heard about it, let me know. I'm probably getting scammed, but whatever.
Okay.
I gotta charge it up. I wanted to get some electricity in my water.
A powerful antioxidant that may reduce inflammation and oxidative stress. Generally considered safe and is used to boost athletic performance, reduce recovery times, and potentially improve metabolic health.
An athlete.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I could put some salt in there too. Sea salt.
With a plug? The plug puts the salt in?
No, I gotta drop.
Oh, you add the salt in.
Yeah, I gotta drop
like the rest of us could do.
Dead sea salt.
Okay. Because Gatorade has salt in it. Is that what they say?
A little bit.
It's got some sodium in it. Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah, but anyway, the astronaut thing. It's like the cool thing is it's gone further. First of all, how we went 50 years without doing anything in the space program is wild to me.
Yeah.
But they went further than any humans ever, breaking the Apollo 13 record. They went around the moon. They went on the dark side of the moon, which dark side of, that might be the 5 scariest words ever, that you're on the dark side of the moon. Because it's like you can't they were without communication for an hour.
Yeah.
Very bottom of the ocean.
That's scary too.
And the achievement here was what? Traveling the farthest distance ever?
Furthest any humans had ever gone into space. So they went, if you track their journey, they take off from Cape Canaveral, they go around the Earth like 3 times, and they kind of slingshot up, and they do a figure 8. They go to the other side of the moon, then around the back, and they're going 20,000 miles an hour. When they're hauling you know what around the back of the moon, they're going at 20,000 miles an hour, and they're able to go and cross the moon in about 45 minutes. But they went completely radio silent, which that's got. Obviously, if you're an astronaut, you're
this sounds like your dream. This is your road trip. Turn off the radio.
Yeah. To me, if you're a
12-hour drive,
if you're an astronaut, you're probably comfortable with, some kind of risk. To me, being like 40 minutes where I have zero communication.
You think it's scarier to be in dead silence than actually be in the vessel that far up in the air?
I know, right?
That's where we are as society.
That's really where we are. It's like, that seems like it's a scary thing, but this is, I don't know, this is kind of cool that they were able to do this.
And their success rate of getting things up in the air, back, and landed over time is not high enough for me to ever do this.
And there are still people who don't believe they're doing this. Right? Like
Holland?
I believe they're doing it. It's just, we've seen, I'm trying to think it was the Space Shuttle Columbia one, when the report came out, like, the federal government, like, investigation into what happened. One of the closing lines was something like, NASA has greatly misled the American public about how safe space travel can be, or something like that.
What is the rate in which they're failing on the return?
I mean, there have been, like...
You talking about, like, the ship breaking? Or
I'm
people...
talking about, yeah, there have only, like, people be like, there's only been a handful of, like, accidents with space shuttles and different things like that. It's like, yeah, but there's also not, like, just millions of them, like, flights. And so, to me, the success rate is, you're not doing it frequently enough for me to feel like you got this down.
It feels like there's, like, a 20% chance you're not coming back. And that's just way too high for me. But, yeah, like, the amount of people who thought that the original moon landing was fake, which, fine, whatever. You want to believe that. But then they're also the same ones that are like, they're not doing this. No, they're doing this. They're there.
Same ones who thought Damar Hamlin was fake.
Right, that he wasn't alive. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He wasn't alive at the sporting event. So astronauts, come on home. Come on home, Sam.
Bobby, why are you guiding us to the world of polygamy?
Well, look, I don't necessarily want to guide you that direction, but everybody is free to make their own decisions. And if you're looking to break out of the boring, mundane life of monogamy, we now have answers from psychologists about how you can maintain the healthiest possible non-monogamous lifestyle. This is from, who researched this? This is over at SciPost, where the Archives of Sexual Behavior had done research on this to find out, based on various couples who had engaged in polygamy, they tried to find out what are the healthy habits that you need to engage in. So this is just for the people that want to engage in polyamory. So, Chop, if you're interested in that, listen up here. These are 9 things you need to make sure you do. Number 1, you need to disclose attraction to others. So they said a big thing is openly telling your partner when you're attracted to somebody. So almost just kind of call it out.
Oh.
Like, hey, by the way, they're attractive. Like, don't make them think you're hiding anything. Number 2, regulating jealousy, not eliminating
I do this sometimes with my wife. I'll be like, that's a good-looking person. But I switch it up. I'm like, that's a good-looking man. That's a good-looking woman.
You alternate so that you can freely say.
So that I'm just having an appreciation for beauty.
Sure.
Doesn't matter who it is.
It's like art. Yeah. Number 2, regulating jealousy. Not eliminating it, managing it. There's going to be some jealousy, but just try to regulate it a little bit. 3, willingness to share childcare responsibilities. Look, if there's going to be 3 of us, 4 of us, this parenting time is getting split up, y'all. Not one person is doing this. So they say, big deal to make sure that you're evenly.
Yeah.
You're being.
We alternate weekends.
You're being parenting socialists. You're just spreading the wealth a little bit and evening things out. Number 4, experiencing compersion. This is often overstated conceptually. It's the ability to feel some level of satisfaction or neutrality when a partner is happy with someone else. So they can be with somebody else. You basically you need to get used to just the zen moment of, I'm happy that they're happy with somebody else, even though it's not me. 5, sharing extra experiences. This can mean including partners in shared experiences in the bedroom, or at least being transparent about them. So just kind of, again, owning up to like, hey, by the way, last night we were trying this. It was really nice. You should give that a shot.
It was really nice.
Yeah.
That's a perfect way to say it.
Yeah. 6,
it was really nice.
Creating a hierarchy of partners. Now this one's interesting to me. They want you to power rank. They want you to 1 through 5, 5 through 1. They want you to power rank your partners here.
And tell the people?
So it says this is about whether one partner has priority over the others. For example, a spouse might have final say in major decisions. Interestingly, data suggests some level of hierarchy can stabilize relationships rather than undermine them. Yeah, you can't have a feeding frenzy, Sean.
That's the dumbest one of all.
No, there's got to be chain of command.
That's where you have to lie about their ranking.
Humans do love hierarchy.
I would have a flow chart. I would just be like, guys, this is like a work flow chart, like the executive list. It's like, hey, she's making the decisions. Then you can make decisions on what we shop for in the store since you're the food maker. 7.
You're the polyamory.
This is yeah. If you want to be involved in a multi-person relationship. 7, thoughtful resource distribution. It says time, money, attention. These are finite. Multi-partner setups. Mismanagement here creates immediate conflict. 8, maintaining sexual health. Regular testing, very important. Transparency about risk. You got to make sure you have all that. And then finally, managing reputation by hiding relationships. This is the biggest thing. It involves selectively keeping relationships private to avoid social or professional consequences. So I say, be you. Call it out to your partner you think is attractive. Don't tell the rest of the world that you're doing this, because some of them will think you're weird, and there's nothing you can say to give it proper context. So if you're going to do this, if you're going to dive into this, these are the things you need to follow.
877-881-1053. Is anyone identifying or practicing Peyton?
No, we got a bunch of 214-817 saying this is the dumbest story ever. I don't want to do this. 972 says, bro,
you want to do it, you can't do it.
I can barely manage keeping my wife happy. Ain't no way I'm trying this. So
I don't think I could.
Well, I know you couldn't.
No, I mean, I'm saying, forget if it's just a full open thing. If
You're
it was just
jealous if she bumps into an old man at Billy Bob's.
Right.
Which, by the way, Billy Bob's, you criminals, you rip-offs. I tried to go over there like 3 p.m. on Saturday, $20 a person, including
the kids,
little kids, and the act didn't start until later on at night. I'm like, I want to take them in there. I want to show them. I want to Billy Bob's it up. $20 a person. Turned around and walked away. 3 p.m.
What's the mechanical bull?
Crooks.
So, no, I'm saying even if it was told, like, I could just, they're not allowed to have relationships. Only I'm allowed to have the big group relationship. I still don't think I would like that.
Why?
It just probably like my upbringing and the way that I see the world. I'd be like, it doesn't feel right. It feels just odd to me and wrong. You're not supposed to split yourself up with other people, I don't feel like.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something written about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but the Mormons.
Whole 66 books written about it.
That's polygamy.
Like these TikTok Utah girls.
Yeah.
A lot of them, like they're all cheating and swinging.
Sister wives, right? Yeah.
No, not sister wives.
Not sister wives?
The TikTok. TikTok moms. Moms at TikTok.
I mean, to me, if you're going to engage in all of this, just don't call it a mass relationship. To me, if you're calling anything a relationship, that's just supposed to be you and somebody else.
All right, so there it is, Bobby Belt with your guide to polygamy here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We'll get back into the national champion Michigan Wolverines at 9 o'clock this morning, and which of the local teams can make that type of noise next year. But Bobby's been asked about one player more than any other over the last couple of weeks, and we haven't talked about that Cowboy possibility yet. Let's do it in Below the Bell with more of a draft preview on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we say...
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
You have been asking about this guy. And we're going to talk about him finally here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. What's the biggest need remaining for the Dallas Cowboys? The thing where they don't have a player to even fill the position right now if they had to play football.
I assume linebacker, but...
I mean, they literally don't have one. they don't. And we consider DeMarvion Overshown as one of them. Much as I like DeMarvion Overshown, he's got to show he can stay healthy. Because right now, the idea is he's not going to be available at some point. Because that's just typically what's been the case with him.
And you and Broadus just want to trade everything away. Go up and get your guy. Go and get your guy.
Right, go get him.
6.
Hey, listen, I'm not really worried about the linebacker, okay? At least got defensive guys. The Lady Vols don't have a single player on their team right now. My girls.
What?
Everyone transferred. Tennessee.
Like right now this morning?
Yesterday. They all transferred. They're all gone. They all went in the portal. We don't have a single player. Not a single.
In what sport?
Lady Vols basketball, baby. Don't have a single player.
That's why he got that read. That sponsor.
That's right. Unrivaled.
Because they're going to play with 3 players, just like that.
They might have to.
All right, so, no, the guy that I think pretty comfortably right now, if they had to play a game, I can find people on their roster right now to they can go out there, they can play the game today. Bullard can play the extra edge spot in the 3-4 look. You've got Gary. I'm assuming Ezeraku healthy. Ezeraku ready to go. You've got the corners now. You've got bodies out there at least. And you've got the different safety groups. So you can go out there and play. You would run out there tomorrow. And I think you're probably starting DeMarvion Overshown. And the other linebacker's probably Justin Barron. Did you know Justin Barron played for this football team?
No.
No, it's not a name you hear. He was an undrafted free agent, didn't do much in training camp, but was good enough to kind of stick around and be on the practice squad. And they ended up signing him to a futures deal after the season ended. And so he's somebody that's all right, that's somebody they like a little bit, but the other linebacker on the roster is Shamar James. A lot of people would default to him being the guy that's starting linebacker. I don't think he would. If they had to play football tomorrow in a pinch, I think they like Barron, and they feel like Barron does more of what Christian Parker's looking for. So because of that, it's become very popular to throw out the name. Because they're man, what a great Texas story. What a great connection.
Oh, this almost started a little debate at my house between you and Texas Tech Brent.
He's a fun, exciting player, and that is one Jacob Rodriguez, the Texas Tech linebacker. And the reason why, I'll be honest about something. You start talking about different players, you start talking to people, and you'll get a sense of okay, maybe the Cowboys wouldn't go this way. Maybe the Cowboys would go this way. Maybe this would happen, this would happen. I don't have a great beat on what they think about Jacob Rodriguez. And so it's more just kind of, now they've taken him to dinner. They went to his pro day. They had a private dinner with him. That's not unusual, though. They'll have private dinners with a lot of guys that they don't end up taking. But they clearly have done an evaluation process with him. And I think there's a lot to really like about him. So let's start with what there is to like. So Texas guy, I mean, just right off the bat, if you just want to talk about a connection, clearly Texas guy who then going to Texas Tech and became such a huge star there for the Red Raiders and was somebody that people were talking about as at one point in the season, hey, this is a legitimate Heisman candidate on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And all of that was really impressive. And if you talk about the play style, it's really fun. It's an easy match to throw a star on his helmet, and it's not the short type of player, but it's very much, to me, I think it would be a similar connection to when they drafted Datwin out of Texas A&M, and everybody just loved him, and there was never anybody who disliked watching Datwin play for the Cowboys. So Jacob Rodriguez brings that element to it. He's a 6'1", 231 linebacker who is a really strong athlete. 4.57 40. He had a 38-inch vertical, 10-1 broad jump. The 3-cone drill was under 7 seconds. All of that is pretty good athleticism for his size and for the position. You feel pretty good about all of that combination when you're going out there. You don't see a lot of 231 linebackers anymore in the NFL. Like, a lot of the guys who they have running out there now are more like 220. Like they look a little more like DeMarvin Overshown. So, well-built guy. That's a big positive right there, that he's a thick, well-built linebacker. He has an ability to read and react in the run game in a way that is really special at times. When he's playing forward and he's attacking the run, it's really, really good. And he has, just foundational instincts that you need for the position. That's all really good. There's no issues here yet. So you got size, you've got athleticism, you've got elite run defender. So what's the problem? Why wouldn't he be talked about in the top 15? Why wouldn't he be talked about like Sonny Styles? So here are the issues for me. I very specifically said the way he plays moving forward. When he is going forward, when he is playing in the attack and, basically trying to slip the line of scrimmage and make a play against the run, he is so good. The problem is that when he has to drop. And I think when he has to drop, and if he has to do, he could probably handle some coverage stuff with some tight ends. But if you're talking about being able to really turn and run and do different things in these coverage zones that Christian Parker's probably going to ask about, do some of the different things in terms of his awareness in coverage, his awareness in passing off route concepts and different things like that, I don't always see that as being strong.
What round pick do you think he is? On the Bobby Belt board.
I would put him in the second. Like high second, early third. The problem is you don't have a second. And there's a lot of people, I think, who would... Zach Wolchuk's done this, who have argued for we should take him at 20. You should go for him at 20.
Oh.
And that's where I'm like, I can't get with you there. And you don't have a second round pick. So if you don't take him at 20, you're probably not getting him. So that's kind of the issue of what you're looking at here. And I know a lot of people would say, who cares? We need somebody to stop the run.
Yeah.
We've got somebody here to coach the secondary. They can cover, in the passing game. I just need a linebacker to stand in a zone or run. The problem is that think of the linebacker who went to Philadelphia and became an automatic stud doing everything. Zach Bond. Bond's a big guy. Bond can play in coverage. Bond made that opening game play where Dak puts that throw on the money to Luke Schoonmaker in two defenders, and the ball gets just swiped out of Schoonmaker's hands. That was Bond making a ridiculous play. It was Bond and Blankenship playing ridiculous in coverage. All of that going together and playing together, I just don't think that Jacob Rodriguez is going to check the boxes for them in coverage. The other issue, even though he's a well-built linebacker, I think this is going to be a group that's really particular. As much as they said just bring us good players, this group might be on defense more particular about what they want in players than the Eberflus scheme was, or the Quinn, or the Zimmer scheme. Everybody's got their own measurables. Everybody's got their own things. I think they're going to be really particular about linebacker measurables, traits, all these different things. And one of the things that I think is important to them, because of the coverage concepts they ask them to play, is I think they do want guys with length. And so if you take a look at some of the linebackers that they've been involved with this offseason, the ones that they showed interest in, Quay Walker has 32 and 5/8 inch arms. Jordan Brooks, almost 33-inch arms. Azeez Al-Shaair, 32.5-inch arms. Even some of the maybe tacit interest in Devin Lloyd. 33-inch arms, okay? That's the whole list right there. They like Sonny Styles a lot in the draft. Sonny Styles is almost 33-inch arms. Jacob Rodriguez checks in at 30 and 7/8.
Wow.
He is significantly shorter than most NFL linebackers. In fact, if you look at his numbers, there's only, I believe, of the guys that tested at the combine, there's one linebacker in the entire class of combine linebackers that has a smaller wingspan than Jacob Rodriguez at 6'1".
Oh.
So now, again, I know a lot of people, I'm going to anger some people.
Let's get Bain and Rodriguez and just making the dinos.
I haven't even looked on here yet to see it. I'm sure there's people screaming at me right now.
Red Raider fans.
I like him. I'm not saying I dislike him. I'm not saying he's going to be a bad player. I think he's going to play well in the NFL. I don't know if it's a hand, meat, glove kind of match here in Dallas.
Well, sounds like hand, meat, mitten.
Yeah, that's what it'd be. This one may be the one guy that has same size hands as you that we could do this game with at training camp. Although I didn't get his hand size, so maybe it'd be he just couldn't reach up to put his hand up there with you. But No, this is actually what I think is ultimately going to kill C.J. Allen, too, who I like. But Allen's got some questions about his injuries. Allen, I think, for some people, has some questions about his ability to play in coverage. And then C.J. Allen is a half an inch longer in the arms than Jacob Rodriguez is. And I think that's the hardest thing for a lot of fans to get over. But I think it's something that they should think back to when Will McClay talked with us at Combine. Said, what do we misunderstand? He goes, you guys misunderstand true fit. Like what somebody needs, that is the biggest thing y'all miss when we're setting stuff up. And so it's hard, I think, for fans to just think he has 2-inch shorter arms, so you're telling me he can't do what I saw him do at Texas Tech?
There's a guy in the hall doing some work. Should I go get his tape measure? See how long our arms are compared to these guys?
Yeah, you just got to measure it correctly. That's how you get some inconsistency sometimes. So you're supposed to start. No, it's supposed to be. It's the joint right here on your shoulder blade, and then it's down to, I think it's the middle finger.
Pepe, you being a drive-by Texas Tech fan, did you fall in love with this linebacker?
I have no idea who you're talking about because I'm a Texas fan.
Oh, my bad. Jacob Ray, then. We should get him.
That's right.
What are the Red Raider Tolos saying on the fan text?
940 says hell no to Jacob at 20. 443, J-Rod is a first-rounder all day. 901, trade some future picks or whatever and get back into the second round.
806, Red Raider alum here, Jacob Rodriguez stand, but he's 100% undersized. 940, one of the few times I agree with Bobby. There we go, 940. We figured it out. But I think that is going to be something that
you get the most questions about him.
He's the one that most consistently people are wondering, like, hey, what about him? What about him?
Really?
Because I just think everybody's looking around and going, like, where are we getting the linebacker? And Styles is probably not going to be there. So what are we going to do?
B-Bell. Every day at this time on your official home of the Cowboys, we're going to be posted up at all your different Pluckers locations. I'll be at Pluckers Mesquite with Roberto on the draft coverage, and you're going to be?
I'm going to be at Alliance.
That's what he keeps telling everybody. He's literally not on the schedule for Alliance. But he's willing this.
What's he on the schedule for?
What are you at?
City View. That's wrong.
It is.
And this is only increasing the beef with him and the Fan After Dark because Fan After Dark is at Alliance.
So they asked, the boss asked which one do you want to be at? I said Alliance. And because there's two Fort Worth Alliance and Fort Worth City View. They just saw Fort Worth.
He's refusing to accept. He goes, this is just a mistake.
Well, it's an hour from my house.
He's like, I told them where I was going to be. This is a mistake.
Oh. Yeah. Does any other show have to get up at 4 a.m.?
So then we'll get it straight in the meeting, I guess, today.
I'm not worried about it.
All right.
So that's why I'm going to be in Alliance.
This will be fun.
It will be.
And then Emmitt Smith. For tomorrow in the commercial-free expressway. Red Zone at 9:20 with a lot more football. But let's figure out whether any of the local teams can join the Michigan Wolverines after the national championship last night. That's next on a Tolo Tuesday, 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Smith on the drive to the rim, missed the layup, rebound loose, scooped up by Gale. He'll throw it to the other end of the floor. Caravan tracks it down with 2 seconds. With one, he throws it to half court. And since 1989, there's been a blank space in the Michigan trophy case. Well, write their name, Michigan, the 2026 men's basketball national champions. They knock off UConn 69-63 to win the school's second men's basketball championship.
That's right, the men's basketball championship.
See,
whoever you are,
that's Kevin Kugler.
Whoever you are, Westwood won.
That I didn't make any sense at the beginning because I was like, why would he say this? And then he says since 1989, and this song Blank Space is on Taylor Swift's 1989 album, and that's where the correlation ends.
So it is a Taylor Swift reference.
Yeah. Because 1989, and that's what
the
Michigan
line is,
won.
I got a blank space, baby, I'll write your name. And so he said since 1989, the blank space in their trophy case now writes their name. It's an awful call.
Because that's what, obviously, the only correlation is the 1989. Other than that,
maybe his daughter is.
What's his name?
Kevin Kugler.
Oh.
Where's Taylor Swift from?
Like the Philadelphia area,
Pennsylvania. Kelsey went to Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's not in Michigan.
What's the Michigan tie-in?
And Kevin Kugler's from Nebraska.
This is the most random reference we've ever played for a championship call.
So random.
Ever.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, every other call you've seen from Jim Nance's UConn, you can to anything that Nance has ever done.
It's like if the Jets won the Super Bowl in '69, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if somebody was doing a Jets call of a Super Bowl win, and they're like, for the first time since 1969, they got their first real fifth string playing at the 5 and dime, and like did the Bryan Adams Summer '69.
It's a good reference. Wow, that's a really good reference.
But it's like, what does that have to do with anything, though?
Nothing.
Like if the Chiefs had won their first since '89. Okay, I get it. You're tying all that in. I would have hated it, but I would have been like, all right, whatever. He's
tying
good.
it in. Taylor Swift, absolutely.
This sounds like a guy who's just
fanboy.
Sucks.
I mean, it's not too harsh.
I say a lot of people suck.
69-63, first time in 37 years that Michigan wins the championship. Low-scoring, sloppy, bad shooting game. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It's a 4-point game at halftime, 33-29. Both teams started 7 of 19 from the field. Dan Hurley said, this is the type of style, this is the only way we can win. This is the only chance we have. Michigan starting 0 for 8 from 3. Their best player, as he told you at halftime, still nowhere near his capacity. And Michigan had a little spurt at the end of the first half, but they were still only up 4. But then UConn comes out, and they start 0 of 8 from deep.
Yeah, if you told me going into the game that Michigan would make 1 3 from their starting 5, Yaxel would have 13 points, and Michigan would have 2 threes total, I'd be like, UConn actually wins this game.
Yeah.
It did not happen that way. UConn couldn't shoot either. They needed to shoot about 40% from 3 to win, and they shot, they were less than 30%. Like, that was the reality of it. Like, they were not going to be able athletically and talent-wise to keep up with Michigan. Michigan has 90 points in them every night. They've got 90 points in them, or that capability. And UConn doesn't. UConn got beat pretty handily by St. John's a couple of times. St. John's is a team, and they're not exactly Michigan. UConn had been up and down. Solo ball went on a real bad shooting stretch for about 8 to 10 games down the stretch of the season, and they made it to the title game, which was a massive feat on its own. They never should have beat Duke. I mean, they were down by 19.
It's the Chiefs. They're the Chiefs. They were awesome a couple years ago, and somehow they got back to another one where you're like, they really shouldn't be here.
Right.
And then it's like, all right, well, good. It kind of righted itself at the very end, and they didn't win.
Yeah, I'm glad Dan Hurley lost. Bobby is too. There was a backbreak. The backbreaking moment in this game was the 5-point swing.
Mm-hmm.
UConn's down 6. They get a steal. They can't convert the layup. Michigan then hits the back-breaking 3, and that was it. It was a 9-point game with 1:49 left.
That's it.
That's it.
There's your game. They had a chance at the end with a missed free throw, and they could have hit a 3 or a 2 and cut it to 1. It was 67-63. Could have cut it to 1 there. And then who knows? Like that could have been one of those setting it up for an all-time great finish.
And the late November tournament kind of gave people their glimpse at Michigan's greatness. They beat 3 good teams by a total of 110 total points. There's a straight beatdown. Bet online in Vegas, when the tournament odds came out last year, they opened at 25-1. So that was tied for 12th overall. So you can get some surprises and you can get some value. And I will tell you who the favorites are for next season if you're done and over with this championship game or putting the bow on Michigan.
Look, the bow on Michigan is like I think you may have seen I don't want to say a blueprint, but
all transfers,
all 5 of them. You had a transfer.
How much did that team cost? I wonder, Bob. Can you find that? How much did this Michigan basketball team cost?
Good question, because that is the other issue. Michigan is one of those schools that really is going to spend high dollar on both sports, on football and basketball.
Yeah,
and there's not a lot of them. There's a handful, but
there's not a lot that's going to spend on both.
Yeah, I mean, UConn, for example, right? UConn's going to spend more on basketball than they are on football.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of UConn.
$10 million.
There's no way.
$10 million, yeah.
You think that's too low?
Yeah, I mean, Lundenborg got 5 reportedly on his own.
Yeah, so I mean, you consider and
then the other 4 only got $5 million?
I mean, if you consider probably one of them is going to be a little lower than the others, then a couple of them get a little more than $1 million.
They have
Maybe.
2 first-round prospects, that's it.
Yeah, and then, Cadeau was at North Carolina. Who knows what he got. Okay, so they got $10 million. I mean, that's...
Which they've got, CBS Sports has a list of the 10 million club to try and see, who else was in this.
Meaning the college basketball teams that cost that much this year?
What other teams had spent $10 million? And so apparently there were at least 8 teams that had $10 million in spending.
Rosters.
And the thought is that it was Arkansas, BYU, Duke, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisville, North Carolina, St. John's, Texas Tech.
No Kansas?
Nope.
Wow. All right, so next year, who's the favorite to win it? Bet online in Vegas.
The Lady Vols.
I'm going to guess Michigan.
Incorrect.
Okay.
I'm going to say Duke.
It is Duke. At 9-1. Why'd you say Duke?
Because in the portal era, when everybody's going to transfer teams, they're going to lean on the blue blood reliability.
Next is Florida at 11-1.
Okay.
Arizona 14-1. Illinois and Kansas, a bunch of 16-1. Illinois, Kansas, Michigan, Michigan State. Arkansas, UConn, and the Armpit 18-1. Bama, North Carolina, Texas Tech 22-1. BYU, St. John's 28-1. Then Kentucky, Purdue, Gonzaga, Iowa State, TCU. That's where you go.
Wow, okay.
TCU is over the Texas Longhorns.
And
Baylor.
That's surprising.
They were
And
in the
A&M.
tournament.
Yeah.
They were above them in the tournament,
They were.
All right. Bracket morning show fallout. Mm-hmm. Peyton loses again. That was my number one. That was my number one desired consequence.
For him to lose?
Yeah, for Pei. And then it would have been Choppy. And then obviously it would have been Bobby.
We've got to have, I think in the future, we have to have tailored payoffs for each person. Because, I don't know that it hurts you that much. You would just not want to be up early.
Why? Because
you've done it. You've done it. You've done it before. Everybody knows it may not be entertaining to anybody else. I'm not going to sweat having to talk for 30 straight minutes.
Right.
I can just talk.
Yeah.
So that's not a problem for me.
I'll find some subject that I'm nerdy about.
Choppy was talking about already trying to break the rules of I'm going to play 2-second clips. I'm going to play 100 of them, and that'll total up to 2 minutes, and I'll do this. So I don't know. I think we got to find something that's equally as painful as Peyton feeling like he's drowning, having to talk for 20 straight minutes.
An hour? 5 to 6, the whole hour? That would suck.
That'd be pretty bad.
That'd be awful.
That would be pretty bad. I would say, yeah, we got to find something that would. I know for you, I think it would be having to run the board. I don't think you'd want to do that.
Who?
You.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how to do it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think you'd want to have to screw with it.
Well, it'd be easy for me. I would just figure out on and off. And then I guess I assume there's one play commercial button and one mic button. And I get the lever on the mic, and then I keep that there, and I hit on and I hit off, and then I hit the commercial button. And that's what I'm assuming all it would be.
Would I have to train you? How long do you think I could train you on this? Like, how long would it take?
You're going to train
30 minutes? You can figure it out?
I'm one of the non-lazy ones up here. Me and RJ can edit our own commercials.
Is this still the same as the old building where the commercials play out of 3 different pots?
Just 2.
Okay, so no, the commercial plays out of 2 different pots.
Oh. I wouldn't be terrified.
No, I know, but it would not be fun. It would not be fun.
No, it would not be fun.
It would not be fun. So that's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't be terrified because you're not hearing it's much worse to talk and butcher.
Right. Yes, it is.
Versus I'm hitting wrong buttons. I'd still have my mic on. People would be graceful. I'd be helping that person really because I'd be commentating my screw ups on the board. Well, come up with something different next year.
I know what would hurt Choppy is Choppy would have to take one of the 4-hour shifts on Saturday, like hosting. That
would hurt me.
I know. If you ruined that for both of y'all, but I mean, especially him because he's one of these you're not ruining my weekend guys. Yeah. And so if you ate into the weekend, that would hurt.
My kids' sports does a lot to ruin my weekend.
The kids. Okay, so Tolo David. Now I followed Choppy's tips. Bobby followed Choppy's tips. We finished 1 and 2. This year was the biggest gap of me smoking y'all as usual.
Yeah, we should be clear. You followed Choppy's tips with some analysis, Ken Palm, and then AI taking all of it and creating algorithm picks for you.
Yeah.
So you didn't follow totally exactly to a T everything because AI still took all the different sources, cobbled together, and went, all right, that's my guiding principle. We're going to do this. But it did. AI beat the humans. That's what we found, and AI smoked the humans. And so that was disappointing.
Beatdown?
Yeah, it was not a good day for humans.
Okay, and then Peyton is last. RJ was 3rd.
Yes, RJ was 3rd. It came down to if Michigan or Arizona won that Final Four game.
So for next year, when y'all are wondering and you're not paying that close of attention to the segment that I have to literally take notes on like I'm back in school, David went and went back into Chat GPT and came out with these results for RJ's tips. A lot of the major historical patterns still prove true. Champion was still a 1 seed. Final Four still leaned heavily towards top seeds. The champions still fit the elite offense and elite defense rule. I know those 3 sound obvious. The champions still came from the short list of teams that fit the Week 6 AP poll trend.
Yep.
That's a rando that I wasn't even going to apply.
Top 12.
You got to be top 12 in the Week 6 AP poll.
Which is mid-December.
Champion, still your top 25 defense, top 40 offensive profile. There were still only a few true Sweet 16 level upsets. No Pacific time zone team won again. Arizona, 97. Gonzaga lost early. And then it just played out. Where they missed, sorry, Bob.
No, you're good. Go
Duke
ahead.
lost before the Final Four to UConn. I had Duke winning, and I still won. Houston lost before the Final Four. Gonzaga did not make the Final Four, despite fitting several of the trend filters. UConn was probably undervalued because of seed bias. They were only a 2 seed, still fit a lot of the championship profile rules. Illinois turned out to be the best outside the 1 seed value play. They reached the Final Four as a 3 seed after beating the armpit. So the major takeaways: the framework was mostly right. Trust top seeds, trust elite offense and defense. You got to have the combination in the balance. Limit upset volume. Use a few targeted double-digit seeds. Prioritize teams with strong AP poll pedigree. But the Big Ten drought, the one major historical rule that failed, the Big Ten drought.
Yeah, 2000, right? The Flintstones, Michigan State.
Sean picked the most games correct in round 1, picked the most games correct in the second round, picked the most games correct in the Sweet 16, picked the most games correct in the Elite 8, and had the only Final Four pick along with you that was correct. So we
both had Michigan?
Thank you, Chop.
So every single round, AI picked correctly. Sean Shea, I don't know, I got to figure out a way to work AI into your name somehow. I can spell it out easier. It's funnier to spell it out than it is to have to pronounce it because I can't really pronounce it. But this also held true again. We talked about it at the beginning of the thing. This is now 22 out of 24 years that if you were top 3 in Ken Palm entering the tournament, you won. You won the tournament.
God,
if you're just one of those 3 teams.
One of the most connected insiders in the NFL has a brand new mock that you are going to absolutely love on the home of the Cowboys. Your football fix, the Red Zone, is next.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan.
the fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The mocks are getting more interesting. Good morning, Metroplex. Entire morning family back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pey running the Odyssey app, Fancam, Twitch, and YouTube, along with Aiden. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, and we'll finish up Ask Reddit at 9:40. So the first mock today in the Expressway was Bruce Feldman, another person talking about the Cowboys moving up to 3 with Arizona. Todd McShay did it. Bruce Feldman mocked them moving up to go and get David Bailey from Texas Tech. Then at 20, they're taking a receiver that we really haven't talked about at all.
No, because we don't talk about any of these receivers except when Mekhi Lemon gets a little sassy at the podium, and that's the only reason we talk about him. But, Denzel Boston from Washington is who's projected there, who's 6'4", 210, like possession-type receiver. Like he reminds me of Mike Williams, kind of, which, fine, good player, but not really a resource you need.
This next one is one that I can't wait for. Peter Schrager, the guy who discovered the breakfast place at the Combine in Indianapolis.
Cafe Patachu.
And after he put him on blast, and hyped him up, blew him up like a Dave Portnoy pizza place, we tried to go. It was an hour away. We had to end up bailing. But Schrager is doing this mock based upon things he found out at the league meetings and stuff he's hearing, not what he's mocking.
All right.
This is based upon what he's hearing. The one thing I know about Schrager that I'm willing to take to the bank is he always has the Rams pick. He's besties with the West Coast guys. He's besties with McVay.
Yeah,
sure.
Wasn't his show in L.A.? Isn't that where?
I don't know. Yeah,
NFL Network show?
He did a bunch of travel and different stuff. But yeah, he had been in New York, I think, initially, and then they went to L.A. I can't remember.
All right, so let's go through Peter Schrager, what he's been hearing, and you are going to be excited at 12.
I would also take note of whatever pick he has for Washington.
Okay.
So
Mendoza 1, David Bailey, Jets 2.
No way, Mendoza 1.
Arvell Reese, Cardinals 3.
That's important. That is a growing sentiment we're getting in the last 24 hours. Bailey at 2 instead of Reese.
Oh, yeah. Why would that happen in the last 24 to 48 hours?
Teams that are just, they've been sandbagging, or now they're sandbagging. It could be either one of those. Or it could just be, as you're getting closer to the draft, people are a little more comfortable saying things like, yeah, we really
You don't
like
think
this
it's
guy.
a big board swap? I would hope not this late.
No. It wouldn't be a swap. The only reason that I think it would be justified having a swap here on this specifically with Reese is because Reese is considered a linebacker edge hybrid. Like what is he going to primarily do? If the Jets maybe after doing some workouts and stuff just go like, he's not quite Bailey and we need a pass rusher, then I'd be okay if they did that.
I always wonder, like, when you see something like this where one guy's been the consensus number 2, and then all of a sudden at the very end you get a late kick, and it's like, all right, was there really a change, or did everybody just talk themselves out of the initial guy?
I mean, we had that happen with Trey Lance and Mac Jones at 3 to San Francisco. And I think what you find out in retrospect is usually there was just one personality in there who was really pushing for it, and so people didn't know which way it was going to go.
Bailey, Jets, Reese, Cardinals. Jeremiah Love, Titans. Giants going with Francis. Miami tackle at 5.
Francis Mano is a good player. I've not seen one person mock an offensive lineman to the Giants, but Schrager, if Schrager thinks that, I wouldn't discount it.
Spencer to the Browns at 6. Sonny Styles, Commanders 7. I believe Washington is going to go defense. Styles shows a lot of the same traits that Fred Warner has displayed in San Francisco, and GM Adam Peters, who came from San Francisco, knows what Warner has meant for the 49ers all these years. I like this fit. Styles, Commanders. Reuben Baines, Saints. Chiefs, Jordan Tyson. What?
That's interesting, Jordan Tyson being there. He's a really good player.
That's high up.
That's first receiver off the board, and he's got a big injury history.
Tyson pops more than any other receiver in this draft class. He just needs to stay healthy. 10, Delane, LSU to Cincinnati.
If you said we're going to be happy, then there's only one person left now.
Carnell Tate to Miami at 11.
Ah, the old Steelers safety.
And at Carnell Lake.
Oh.
Proud of you for knowing that, though, as being as young as you are.
Auburn running back.
Caleb Downs, Dallas Cowboys 12. Boom!
Let's do it.
Buckeyes defense. And Schrager's tight with Patricia, because I saw Matt Patricia go on his podcast a couple weeks ago. Matt Patricia told me on the Schrager Hour that Downs will be the smartest player on whichever team drafts him and should be a face of the franchise. The Cowboys need that on defense, even if safety is not valued the same as pass rusher or corner. Downs could team up with Jalen Thompson and Malik Hooker on the back end and help curtail the big plays that hurt Dallas last season. If he's on the board, he would be a steal at 12.
You're doing somersaults and drinking if that's who they pick at 12.
This is one of those moves where it's like, remember it used to be like this with the Steelers. The Steelers never traded out, and they always had somebody fall to them. Oh, it's always like, this is such a Steelers move. This player fell to them. This would be that kind of
I'm a little worried about the Ohio tie, though, of Downs with the Bengals. I've read that yesterday, I think from Bruce Feldman. Someone's like, I don't see Cincinnati letting this Ohio kid get away.
Yeah.
Well, you should value corner more than safety.
You should.
Depending on how close they are to each other on your board.
And
the good news is the Bengals are awful on defense, too, and so they could take anything.
Yeah.
I just, how much does that matter that you played in the state?
I know.
Who cares?
Right.
There's some nitwit out there that cares.
Well, when we draft Rodriguez in the third, you'll find out.
Well, I think, if you're just talking about obviously that's more a marketing question, but if you're just talking about, there is something to be said, I think, a lot of times of proximity and the relationships you have and feeling like you know somebody better.
Cavs took LeBron just because he was from Ohio.
Right. That's exactly why they took him.
They would have taken Darko otherwise.
Rams. Pay attention. Peter Schrager, Mekhi Lemon, USC wide receiver. A lot of wide receiver talk with the Rams from AJ.
They have one that's 1 million years old, and then one that is
in rehab. Ravens with Sadiq, the Oregon tight end, at 14. Jermod McCoy to the Buccaneers at 15. Omar Cooper, Jets, 16.
He's been shooting up in a lot of these mocks. He was not a mid-round. He was not a mid-first round pick when this whole thing started.
The Penn State guard to the Lions at 17. How do you say it?
It's Vega Ioane.
Okay. McNeil Warren. Man, everyone has locked the Vikings into a safety. Period. To replace Harrison Smith, 37 years old. McNeil Warren, Vikings, 18. Monroe Freeling to the Panthers at 19. And at 20, the Dallas Cowboys, according to the Peter Schrager, ESPN Insider, go defense again with, have you looked at it?
I just saw it.
Akeem Mesidor, Miami Edge. One of the older players in this class, having just turned 25, but he also might be the prospect most ready to make an immediate impact. He was an absolute menace for Miami, and he'd immediately become one of Dallas's top pass rushers off the edge. 12.5 sacks, 17.5 tackles for loss in 2025, and me and RJ Choppy are not happy. But it fits the window.
It's not.
It fits the window.
It's not a common take. It's not. There are several though who think Mesidor's better than Bain.
Really?
Several, I think there are NFL teams, not just people within them. I think there are NFL teams that will have Mesidor higher than Bain.
Yeah, my whole thing with him is it's not, and again, it's nothing to do with the player himself.
Right. I want to ask you this question based upon what you're about to say. I know what you're about to, the window. What do you think Will McClay, if we get Will McClay on again and we say, what is a reasonable expectation? How many years are you expecting your first round pick to play? Because you and I are going to sit here probably and say 10 to 15.
I'm going to say second contract. Yeah.
Second?
Yeah.
Okay, well, second contract.
Play through the second contract. So, yeah, I'm wanting 10 years out of him. Now, it may work out to be 9.
Right.
8.
Yeah.
But I'm signing him to a second deal. A guy who's 25, drafted in the first round, I'm less likely to give a 30-year-old a second contract as opposed to a 26-year-old.
Pick 5 got a second contract as a 25-year-old rookie. That was Terrence Newman. Terrence Newman played till he was 41.
Well, yeah, you can
that's
throw
a
out.
unicorn.
Yeah, you can throw out unicorns. But if Will said, I want 7 prime years, He might give a different answer than us. Now, he's going to say, well, obviously you want 15. But no, what when you're in there...
It's a reasonable expectation.
What's a reasonable expectation for their prime? If he says 7 years, that would put Mesidor at 32. Okay, 32, 33.
Yeah, but like my thing is like, am I going to sign? So my hope is when you draft somebody the first round and you're going to extend them, right? You're going to give him a second contract, a first-round pick, a second contract. I'm assuming I'm only giving that first-round pick a second contract because he lived up to it, and now a first-round pick getting a second contract is near the top of the market.
Well,
maybe not like maybe not Myles Garrett, but like
I was just thinking about Jalen and Gregory, but, but second round.
You're near the top of the market then, and it's like, am I going to give a 30-year-old 4 years and $200 million?
No, but what if I tell you like he's an immediate impact contributor for you, so you get one immediate impact contributor, and then the other first-round pick does get you a guy who's supposed to be here for 12 years. Like, does it lessen the impact at all, knowing that, like, the first you had 2 of them, you already got one, and so this is more about immediate impact?
No, I view both the same if I need 12 years.
His biggest thing to me is less about being 25, it's more about being hurt. Like to me, if he's healthy, like, a lot of pass rushers do sustain to be, like, 34 years old.
What are his injury problems?
He's had a ton with, like, feet and knees, and, like, it's been all over.
TJ Parker, Clemson edge to Pittsburgh at 21. Blake Miller, Clemson tackle to the Chargers at 22. Denzel Boston to the Eagles at 23. Any other of these jumping out to you, Bobby?
Not those first ones.
Colton Hood, Chiefs 29. Thieneman to Miami at 30.
That would make me sad if the Chiefs ended up just getting another cornerback that I think is pretty good and they aren't punished at all.
Well, there it is, Peter Schrager. By the way, some noise out of New York. Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade. The longtime menace in the middle said he's not participating in the offseason workout program that opens today. They've been through 2 off seasons, according to Schefter, attempting to negotiate a contract reflecting his value. Over the last 3 years, there's been very, very little progress. So Dexter Lawrence wants out, or of course, his new deal.
Well, it sounds like that culture that Harbaugh's building. He's already chasing off a superstar. I mean, I'm thrilled. Get him out of here because he is a game wrecker. He's terrifying.
He had a bad year, though, didn't he?
Yeah, his number.
Yeah, it wasn't great last year, but I mean, like he is.
Who called him out? Carl Banks there in New York. Remember, that was a big
Carl
fight.
Banks,
He's 28. He went from like 9 sacks to 1, something like that.
Half a sack.
Half a sack.
Yeah, and
lowest number of tackles too.
They did have their like weird turnover though. They like fired their coach and their defensive coordinator in the middle of the year. Nobody liked Shane Bowen. It didn't seem like I mean, if he does what he does, like
a baller's a baller,
and he's been a baller. Like I mean, we're talking about he's a historic. Like if you if you break down the numbers, he has done things at such a historic level for his position that we have never seen anybody at that position do, and I don't think people realize it all the time with him.
Yeah, I agree. They don't realize it with him. I would just have to really examine why last year happened. And it's not the sign of anything else.
I'm going to ask my Broncos guy with the Giants to do with him.
You should do that.
I need to know how many Tolos get that from the Combine in Indy. Text it in, please. I bet a lot do. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece on Sean and RJ next. But did you take...
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on a Tolo Tuesday with Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors. Good morning, fellas. What is coming up?
Right out of the gate, we'll hit some Rangers, but also a Cowboys mock draft that will drive Corey and Alec insane.
You're going to hate it.
Can you tell me the outlet?
Sounds like it's going to be Rodriguez at 12, if that's the case. And I don't even trust him. I don't know if I trust him in coverage. But I trust him more than C.J. Allen in coverage. That being said.
What round grade do you think Rodriguez is?
I'd put him in 3. I said 4 because that's what I would love him to be. I'd love to draft him in the 4th, but it would be mid 3. But I think the dude is talented. I think he's got a lot of talent.
The mustache
got a lot of
is
height
great.
going right. And
it is a good mustache.
And the wife being a chopper pilot, like that's awesome too. Is it a Black Hawk that she's
Black Hawk down?
What do you?
Or hopefully for her
I can't
up.
remember an Apache, one of those two. One of the badass choppers.
Have you ever been on a helicopter?
What are you, Pete Hegseth over here?
Oh my goodness!
I've never been in a helicopter. I want to ride in a helicopter.
I would advise
Hawaii,
against that.
I'm terrified of helicopters.
Oh, well, what?
I think I'd rather go on a spaceship.
I've heard too
Have
many.
you been in a helicopter?
They're so incredibly unstable.
Yeah,
they're dangerous.
I'm terrified of it.
You could. If Jerry offered me on the Air Force One, I'd politely decline.
You're a liar.
That might be the
Politely
safest.
decline.
That might be the
Lie.
safest chopper
Absolutely
on the
decline.
planet.
What if it would guarantee a Tennessee basketball and football national title?
Listen, I would.
It wouldn't have to guarantee. If Jerry Jones asked him, he'd go.
If you told me that
Would you take a
Tennessee
picture and post
football and basketball would win the title and I would have to lose my job, I might consider that. Zero chance I'm going on a helicopter.
Wow.
And I've had pilots tell me this. Do not get on one.
They do say that, I just Googled it, that a NASA space shuttle is significantly more likely to have a catastrophic life-threatening issue than a helicopter ride.
Yeah, but you're in space.
Yeah, I'm still getting on. I'm still
nobody
getting
can
on.
hear you
Risk reward,
scream?
baby. Risk reward.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, we'll lead off with let's lead off with Kevin Hagelin here. Hagee, in all of human history, what's the biggest example of betrayal?
I mean, obviously, I'm going to say Judas.
Yeah, it's tough to beat Judas.
Judas is up there. I think that's the religious answer is Judas. The secular answer would be Tu Brute.
Tu Brute.
Oh,
yeah,
where
Mark
do you put
Anthony.
Benedict Arnold in there?
Oh, Benedict. Oh, yeah.
So the ones that jump to mind for me instantly would be Judas and Brutus.
Okay, so
it's the Udis names.
Udis, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got one.
Oh,
What?
okay.
Summerhouse, Amanda, and Sierra. It's happening right now. If you know, you know. Don't act like you don't.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I would tell you if I
Are you
knew.
not caught up on Summerhouse?
I don't know what
So
that
this
is.
guy West, real quick. Sometimes he goes on NFL Network. I think he was at Complex Sports. All right, what are you snickering
You
at?
said Summerhouse. I thought you were about to get into a fish story from training camp or something.
Check out my shorts.
Yeah. This guy.
Hot tub gentleman.
You know, it's too complex.
What is this? Bravo show? Okay.
Yeah. RJ asked me about it. He was really interested last week, and he's like, "Can I jump in now and watch?" And you can't. You can't. It's taken over.
Let me.
That's the betrayal.
Let me narrow it then. What's the greatest sports betrayal?
Oh no, I have a good one though.
Okay, well, answer your first one then.
Kendra Lakari from the documentary Unknown Number, the high school catfish. The mom
that
who was texting
messed
her daughter.
Oh yeah,
Just terrible, awful things.
That's amazing.
You can't do that to your kids.
Clay Thompson. What we did to old Clay, poor Clay.
Bringing him in and then being like, "Sorry, buddy."
Yeah, you're not gonna win.
That was pretty bad. I feel
Luka.
like it's softened a little. People used to, I think, just default to LeBron going to Miami because of the optics of all of it. Just the he turned on the city and
whatever.
We have a better roster.
Don't give him Zadrunas Ilgauskas.
A lot of people the 49ers talk about it like it was Dion. Like they'll say that he came here, we
Wouldn't we
brought
say
him in,
Ken Norton
we
then?
treat him like family, and then he immediately turned around and went to the team.
It's got to be a college coach or something like Saban.
Lincoln Riley, I hated the way he just left OU the way he did.
Dang, yeah. What is there's
Petrino?
Petrino's
Bobby
Petrino's
Petrino's
bad. Bobby Petrino left a handwritten note in the locker room.
It's Rick Pitino.
Paterno.
So yeah.
Shoot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Hey,
guys.
On what?
Next question.
Just turning a blind eye.
Yeah.
Betrayal.
All right, next question here. Ask Reddit. Corey Majors, let's go to you. Why not? Let's go with what's a saying that instantly says you're over 30?
That's dope.
Smooth move.
My kid is always like, did you just say dope?
Oh, they don't say it?
Yeah.
No, they don't say that.
They don't say it.
It is odd
Fire?
how there's a lot of things.
What about fire?
Oh, like something is that's fire.
It's odd that nothing passes to the next generation.
No,
it's
right.
all
They don't want it.
rejected. So we didn't take anything from our parents. Like when I was kids my age, we're not taking anything from them. And like my daughters laugh at me today. They're like, "Y'all said the bomb. Y'all said tight. What is that?"
Yeah, tight.
You know, Lucas said something to me Sunday. That wasn't even to me. It was just in the conversation. It was put the fries in the bag.
Put the fries in the bag.
Which basically means stop talking.
Oh, no.
Focus.
That is not what I would have guessed.
Okay, so
I'll say that hurts. There it is.
I'll
That
say
hurts.
That's sore.
These kids today.
Yeah, that's good. I
These
thought
kids
you
today.
said like
That's gonna
a
leave
common
a mark.
social phrase. I was like, what is
These
that?
kids
These
today.
kids today.
It's the we needed this when it's raining.
Oh, yeah, we needed this.
Man, we needed this.
Do you ever still do the I've fallen and I can't get up? That feels like that would take you pretty good.
No, but that dominated.
Yeah, it did.
Did I do that? Corey giggly.
All right,
Peyton, do you know what any of those are from? I've fallen and I can't get up.
That's Life Alert, right?
Yeah! All right!
Oh!
My grandma had one of those.
Okay.
Is she alive?
She had one of those.
it didn't work. So
my
okay.
She could have died of other reasons.
All right, next question here. What is something that's 100% legal, but if you do it, you're a piece of S?
Sleeping with your neighbor's wife.
Ooh, that's going to be tough to beat.
Taking Brunoff's parking spot.
Yeah.
What?
Learned my lesson.
Did you know that Dan Bruno apparently had a parking spot here?
And I'm assuming
Peyton
from that
parked there.
context,
It's unofficial.
Peyton
It's parked there.
took it?
Peyton
It's
parked there,
unofficial.
and then there was
I
a
beat him to it.
confrontation. There was a confrontation.
What happened?
Well, it was during the ice storms here. He's trying to get here early. I'm trying to get here earlier than him. So all the parking spots are open. So I just took the first one that I could get to on my aisle, and apparently that was his. I got out of the car. He parked next to me and said, "Hey, you took my spot." I said, "I'm sorry, Dan." And so we had to walk all the way up here together and talk about it.
Having a full grocery basket at the self-checkout lane.
Yeah, that's legal,
that's
but
terrible,
I do hate you.
Some places have started to try to
About
change
15
that.
items is about the max.
I feel
and-
like it's got to be the small little hand thing.
If you have a big basket and you're like, man, look at all these fruits that I got to scan in here.
What about not getting up like on the last seat public transportation of the train? The old elderly person gets on, and you're like, grab the bar up there.
Yeah,
No, not putting your cart back in the thing.
Yes.
That
Yes.
is the
I have
That's
such
not the worst.
I have such a visceral
You're not going to
reaction.
get him for that old lady?
Yeah, I do.
You just look at your phone.
Help
and
the
just-
suitcase. I put the suitcase up on the airplane.
I have such a visceral reaction if I'm in line somewhere and somebody cuts me. Like if they.
When's the last time that's actually happened?
Oh, my
Knowingly
gosh.
that they saw you, they just weren't like airport.
Boarding
gate,
process.
boarding. That doesn't
that's the
count if
worst.
it's a group.
No, yeah, I don't
That's
mean that.
true.
I'm talking more
Like
about like
7-Eleven?
you're in line going into like you're going through the security check to get into a stadium or do a concert or whatever else, and somebody just like steps out in front or whatever. You're waiting for something to open, some door to open somewhere, and then
What's the vocal
You do the
reaction?
Colby. You do the cold.
What's the go-to?
Hey, Copernicus!
I like that.
The line's back there.
You got to do that.
What if
do you
the
have
line
to
is
confront?
confusing?
Is what I'm saying.
We got to
No,
yell
no.
something.
No, I'm talking about not a confusing line. Somebody
overdo
just
the
You got to be like, hey,
Why don't you navigate yourself to the back of the line?
I always feel like too that person knows they're doing wrong, or
Yeah,
the friend knows
have
they're doing
to.
wrong. So they'll always be on the phone and be like, "You can't see us.
Yeah.
We're right here. Just come. Yeah, just come stand."
yeah.
And then they're like trying to prep. See, do I get killed before they even walk over here? And if nobody says anything, it's a pass, and you get to just walk up here. I hate it. Is it something just like fairness?
What do
like
you-
something about fairness
What about
just eats
people
away at me.
that are in
That's-
front of you, and then one of their friends shows up? Are you okay with that?
No.
Interesting.
No.
Oh, so you're not a hold a place.
Hell no. That's why Kristen and I have such a fundamental difference on holding that spot at Billy Bob's.
Bobby, let me ask you
She
a
wants me to hold
question.
it. I'm like, no.
Would you have accepted, this was years ago, We were in the longest rental car line that ever existed.
Way to go, Choppy.
I was in line for more than 2 hours, and the G-Bag flight, which...
They had flags there.
The flight, which left about 2 hours after us, they showed up when I was right towards the front of the line.
That's pretty bad.
And I pretended like I was having a conversation with Broadus so I could cut him through to the front of the line.
Look at you.
Would you have accepted that if that was you?
If I'm in the group, I accept it. If I'm behind you, I don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, if I'm behind you, I'm going like, I did not just stand in this line so this dude could walk up here.
No. I'm saying you're Broadus. Would you accept skipping 2 hours of line?
I would not.
Oh,
no.
okay.
I feel too weird.
Chump.
Now, Errol landing there would probably take it.
Dodgers Errol.
All right. Got time for one more here, probably. Corey Majors.
What up?
What do you miss most about being a teenager?
I know. No mortgage.
You can still buy bananas, Chops.
I wasn't going to say bananas. Something in that same category, though.
Plantain.
I was going to say liftoff and a simple crosswind.
Oh.
I mean, just the right wind.
You missed that?
Yeah.
Just walk in some loose shorts and the right wind gets you. Whoa,
thanks to
hey,
men's tea.
what happened there?
On Friday, y'all should have seen Alec and Aiden's faces in the hallway as Chop was explaining to them the benefits of a banana in a microwave.
For about 8 to 10 seconds. Not too much longer, though.
Yeah, and he was just saying, he said it's the
For you or for her?
For me. Oh, God, for her. Boy, you're dirty. For me.
I don't
you're
y'all been referencing. You're dancing around.
You're taking the contents out of the banana.
Right.
It's just the banana peel.
Softens it a little.
And, 8 to 10 seconds in a microwave. And
Choppy says he's done this.
Seriously,
It's like
and then banana peel or the banana?
Banana peel. So you,
Yeah.
It's like warm apple pie.
yeah.
Oh, no.
That was Aiden and
I
Alex
thought you were
reaction.
taking the banana
the whole banana.
for you.
Oh, no.
But this is a
What the
wrapping.
Look at them. Look at them out there.
it's
They're
an
disturbed
alternative.
still.
It's an alternative to a tube.
It's like getting nutty with a squirrel,
Oh, what?
Very nutty.
I feel like having a teenager, though, and you know this, Corey, they're so they're so carefree. They don't have a care in the world.
You tell me he's got a bunch of banana peels in his room, his trash can?
No, but I think he's.
What's he carefree about that?
Everything. Like,
like you
Dad,
said, plantain.
the schoolwork's due tomorrow. I'll get to it. The test. I have a test. You know what? If I don't pass, I'll do a retake.
This is what you miss about being a
This is what I miss
teenager.
about being a teenager.
Okay.
The unlimited amount of women that you have at your disposal when you're that age and you're in school, and every day you meet 30 new women.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, like an adult, if you're a single adult, you meet maybe 30 women in 5 years.
My answer
Let alone
is
they meet them a day in school.
my answer is ultimately just not having any responsibility.
I was going to say,
Like any responsibility that
It's so much
actually
time.
matters.
Yeah.
All the time in the world to do whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
We're back tomorrow with Emmett Smith. And
Hey, tell him about the banana thing. I want to see his thoughts about
Charles
that.
Haley ever have bananas around?
I don't know if you have banana. Never mind.
Emmett Smith tomorrow. KNC next. Hit it.
When sports news breaks, these guys break in immediately. You're getting your sports fix and sharing. Broadcasting Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Want to hear from you on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. Take it away, Corey Majors.
Oh, no. My headphones are busted.
Oh, no.
These are good headphones. They're busted up. What happened? I can't hear anything.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
Alec, how do I fix this?
It's a great question.
I hear a word he's saying, Kevin.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
It's going to be a tough show if I can't hear stuff. So,
well,
I'm going to figure out a new headphones.
We have lots of people who work here who don't actually have headphones, so there's plenty laying around.
All right. Well, we'll see about that.
So, should I take it to mean that you're not doing well?
Not now.
Okay. Alec, it's up to you to save the day.
Oh, no. That's a lot of responsibility. I'm doing a lot better than Majors, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can hear. So that's a blessing in and of itself. I'm excited about that, but I'm intrigued to see how this goes. Hopefully these
back. Everything's good now, guys. I found some headphones.
There we go.
We're going to be okay. Everything's going to work out for everybody now. All right, back to where were we?
We were at how are you doing, which I didn't think would be terribly problematic, and yet here we are.
Yeah. You didn't plan for this, did you?
No, I did not plan for stop down at how are we doing.
Well, things are going good, Kevin. Now that I have my headphones, we came in early this morning, knocked out some stuff with Rhino Shield. Fantastic people over at Rhino Shield. Go check them out. Mm-hmm. And I had a coffee. Yesterday, Alec, I didn't have a coffee, and I told Kevin, I was like, I'm very sleepy. It was in our meeting. I was like, I don't know. I guess I need to drink coffee. So I've had coffee now. And the Rangers won yesterday.
Hell yeah!
And UConn lost yesterday.
Hell yeah!
So how could anybody be upset right now?
Never been so happy to lose money.
Alec, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I just want Kevin.
He already answered that.
Yeah, I just want Kevin to read what he said in our group chat about UConn.
Oh, yeah.
I said,
a bag of what?
Ha ha, UConn lost. For radio purposes, that is
not what he said.
What we're gonna hey, for radio purposes, that's what we're going to stick with. Go ahead and give me cut number one, please. I'll let you text in and guess what I put in the group chat as soon as that game was over. Go ahead and give me cut number one, because indeed, the Texas Rangers were victorious.
3-2 on the way. And that ball is hit hard, deep out into left. Rosarmena going back. It's over his head. Off the track and off the wall. Seager scores. Berger's at second with an RBI double. And the Rangers lead 2-1.
It was awesome. That is an awesome feeling. I know it's a low-scoring game.
Right.
And I know people are now trying to figure out this low-scoring ballpark that we have here. Again, I go to that's why you have the pitching that you have, so that it can do those things, so that you can win low-scoring games in this ballpark or become a doubles-hitting team. And this team just needs to get a little bit better at being doubles hitters, and then we'll see how things go from there. But I liked what I saw from the guys last night, especially late. Kevin, that Judas play late where the Berger got the grounder and then flipped it over to him, and he almost dropped it but had it, and I was like, guys, we don't need to go look at the camera on this one. It turned out to be an out. I like that dude. I'll let that dude be my closer right now.
Okay. I mean, look, it does kind of feel like the group is anybody but Martin or Garcia for a whole lot of people. All right, we will talk more about the Rangers as the show progresses. We actually wanted to start off after that with a whole different topic, mock drafts. And the mock drafts saying, kind of giving you an idea of where the Cowboys are going to go. And then I specifically want to bring up a mock draft that just came out that I kind of think that you guys will hate. But
why do you think we're going to hate it?
Because
you know what we want.
I think a player that you might necessarily not want to take at 20 is their pick at 12.
and that is a bad start.
I think I already know where that's going, and I don't want to do this anymore, Kevin.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll go with some other things first. All right.
Stay-at-home dad instead.
There is a positive development, and when I saw it one place, you're like, yeah, well, that's not going to happen. But Chad Reuter and Lance Zierlein both have Sonny Styles still available at pick number 12. And both of those are writers for NFL.com. I'm not saying that automatically means that they have more insight than anybody else, but that was intriguing to me. So I want to start with this really basic question because I'm assuming you would be pumped. How would you feel if Sonny Styles actually was available at pick 12 and the Cowboys got to take him?
I would jump as high and far as Sonny Styles can.
Wow.
Whatever it takes to get to the board quickly and say, thank you, you idiots who let him fall to us. That would be wild because when it comes to athleticism, off the charts. Read and react, off the charts. I'm not saying he's a surefire thing because we never know what people do off the field, and it doesn't, translate. But he looks the part, plays the part. Everything we've seen so far out of him is phenomenal. So yes, Kevin, there's no way I would pass up on that, or be like, hey, let's get cute here and try and see if we can get more picks. No way.
What would be your reaction if they passed?
So I'm going to be at Pluckers and Allen.
Yeah.
So I'm probably I probably have a velvet hammer from Petticola's in my hand. I'll sling that at the nearest trash can. Okay. Not because that's where it belongs, but that's just where the anger is.
Gotcha.
And then I'll flip over a table and I'll take the 105.3 The Fan sign and throw it onto 75. And then drive off and tell everybody, I'm sorry, I can't be here anymore tonight.
Wow.
Man. Yeah.
Okay, so here's a couple of these mock drafts, and then I'll get to the one that I think you'll hate. The ESPN staff draft, they have Ruben Bain at 12 and Zion Young at pick number 20. So you're going double edges for the Cowboys. How would we feel about that?
Alec? Double-edged sword.
I mean, it's addressing a very big need on the team, so I can't be too mad at that concept. But I love the idea of Ruben Bain on this team anyway, any shape, any form. At that point, if he's available, if you're wiped out and he's still somehow available at 12, I really don't care what you do at 20 at that point because I think he's one of the best players in the draft. Zion Young, I think 20 is a little bit rich. Just a little bit, but I think getting Bain at 12 makes up for that little bit of an overpay for him at 20. So I like it. I think it addresses a need, and I think it elevates the floor of your defense. Sign me up.
Lance Zierlein, Sonny Styles, and Colton Hood is then the pick at 20. I'm assuming, given how ecstatic you guys would be about Sonny Styles, that would work.
Yes.
Okay.
I still feel like Hood's probably going to go a little lower than that. If not, if that's what you get, though, I'm happy with it because you secured two spots that I think are big needs. But Hood's a really good player that you'll be very happy with.
Well, I think you will like the other.
What if we got Sonny Styles at 20? How would you feel about that?
That feels like some sort of alarming medical issue would have had to come up to create that.
Okay.
So you like Reuters even better then because he has Sonny Styles at 12 and then a projected trade with the Chiefs down to 29, which is where you pick up Colton Hood.
Oh, I like that. And so what am I getting in addition from the Chiefs? Do you have the
my guess would be their second.
Okay, so you're getting a second. Now, if you really want Jacob Rodriguez, you can do that there. Right. If you feel like there's some other linebackers, because I still feel like linebacker, I would like to stock up a little more. There's some specific things about body type that I'd really love, but I think that I think that linebacker I'd be okay with it. You can add some more defensive linemen on this front, though. There's a lot of different ways you can go there. Hell, if you have a second, you could go with an offensive player.
Yeah,
too.
I guess it would probably be closer to their third because I forgot how much Kansas City suck this year.
Oh, yeah.
And they're
yeah.
like,
Okay.
I was thinking of the Kansas City of old, and I was like, yeah, you'll get like pick 60
It's
or
higher.
whatever. But yeah, no, it's pick 40. Hey, if they give you that pick, hell yeah, I'll do that. But I guess that probably feels
Dude,
a little bit more unlikely.
Think about that for a second. You got Sonny Styles. You pick up your cornerback, Colton Hood. You're pretty stocked at corner. You have a lot of cornerbacks. And body type wise, I'm going to be honest, some of these cornerbacks that they've signed are a little smaller water spiders. I don't know if you want to call them that, like thinner dudes. Maybe Hood isn't the body type they want there. I don't know. But if you got, let's say you got Styles, that, and then you got with the second at 40, because you were able to get that, I would swing for Jacob Rodriguez right there. And I'm not putting the whole thing on it. Bobby this morning threw this name out, Kevin. It was Dat Win. And just
great.
Yes, except
not in the first round.
No. Parcells didn't know if him and Dexter Coakley could play in that defense. Because they were undersized to be in a 3-4. And that's a little bit of a concern when you're making this type of adjustment. But put a playmaker on my team and I'm happy.
Matt Miller from ESPN has the Cowboys taking Jermod McCoy at 12 and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 20. So you focus entirely on the secondary with that one.
I think we've made it pretty clear how we feel about Jermod McCoy. The workout looked good. Everything looks good. McNeil-Warren at 20 would be awesome.
Yeah.
I think he could go lower, but he's a really good player. So I'm still missing linebackers on this team. You're going to have to draft those at some point, but to get those in the first couple rounds, I'd be okay with. I feel like that's not a first case scenario, though.
Now, I'm going to let you guys pick. I have a mock draft I think you're really, really going to like, and one I think you're going to hate. Which one would you like to hear first?
Alec?
You've talked about it enough. I kind of want to hear the one that I hate.
Let's go to Pete Prisco.
That wouldn't have been my choice.
Who, well, you shouldn't have given him the selection.
That's right.
Who at pick number 12 has the Cowboys taking R. Mason Thomas. And at pick number 20 has the Cowboys taking Avion Terrell. Now, I'm just going to read you this one part about R. Mason Thomas because he preemptively knew your complaint, Corey. I am sticking with this pick, even though he's the 41st ranked prospect. With the top two corners off the board, it just works. Thomas is an ideal fit in their scheme. He will go higher than the draft cult think. Teams love him.
No.
Oh.
I can absolutely see how you could fall in love with him. Over some other players that I think might be there, I can't. But I totally see what he's saying. Teams love him because he's really good at what he does. I am just looking for a little more versatility from like ability to do other things. And while he does some things well, and the pass rush is one of them he does really well, there are other factors that I need. I feel like I already have a guy that's a good pass rusher in Ezraku. Now, that's kind of what I'm feeling there. I need a bigger body on my left defensive end side, and I need some big bodies in middle and off-ball linebackers. And I just don't know that R. Mason Thomas fits there for me. Avion Terrell, I'd be happy with. At 20. Again, this isn't my first case scenario, and I just wouldn't want to do that with R. Mason. I feel like he's going to be. Dude, I see mock drafts that have him going in the second round.
Hey, that's why Prisco said, I know what the draft people think. All right, Alec, you played the no drop from Jerry Jones, so I will use my fantabulous mental powers to say you're not in favor of this.
Your fantabulous mental powers would be correct in this instance. I'm not a fan of that, but I do like the Avion Terrell pick at 20. I think it's good value, and I think he's going to be a really good player in this league. The R. Mason Thomas at 12, when you're seeing a lot of conversation about day 2 about him, I don't care if it's one of those we love our guys situations. You don't reach that far because That's pick number 12. 12th overall in this draft. There is bound to be other pass rushers available on the board that I think are just straight up better right here, right now. Like Akeem Mesidor would make more sense at 12 than R. Mason Thomas would, which I don't even want to take Mesidor at 12 either. But that would make a lot more sense. So I just think there's going to be plenty of players still available that make a ton more sense.
Well, then, have I got the mock draft for you? So we got through the one you hated. Let's go to Peter Schrager from ESPN at pick number 12. He has the Dallas Cowboys taking Caleb Downs. And at pick 20, he has the Cowboys taking Akeem Mesidor. Whoops. How would you feel about a Downs Mesidor, no trade needed first round for the Cowboys?
Would the Mavericks also get Hakeem Olajuwon?
I mean, that would be awesome.
That would be one of my top 5 draft scenarios right there. You get Downs, who can do a variety of things for you, play the slot, be a linebacker body, be a safety. He's the brain of your operation. And then you get a Mesidor, who is the brute of the operation and just goes. That's a top 5 scenario for me.
Alec?
It's beautiful. It is beautiful. And just knowing what Peter Schrager knows, especially around this time of the year, it makes me a little more excited just because I feel like it's more realistic. But, I mean, Caleb Downs is the dream. Some way, somehow, I've even pitched moving up for him. That's how much I like him. And I've said time and again, I think he's one of my top 3 players in this class. And then Mesidor isn't going to get the love that he deserves just because he's older. That and then the injury history.
He will be 25 by the time the draft takes place.
Which I understand, and I heard Choppy talking about it this morning, that, he wants to see his first-round picks get a second contract and play out through the entire second contract. I get it. But if he's that advanced, if he's that good at what he does, I'm okay with taking him because the window is, like we talked about yesterday, Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb's contracts. I'm not thinking about 10 years from now with Akeem Mesidor. I'm thinking about the next 5.
Interesting takes right there, gentlemen. Thought I would throw out all of that information. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, nobody cares about your bracket, but today we do. So let's talk about the final and how you finish your bracket competition. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Length of the floor, layup doesn't go. Ball knocked around, flung down the floor. Caravan trying to track it down, and he will. And it's over. Hail to the champions. Hail to Michigan. For the first time in 37 years, the Wolverines win the national title.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, I know normally we do this for fantasy football, but it feels appropriate. Nobody cares about your bracket, but today we do. So let's talk about the final and how you finish. Well, hopefully so. And here's the dynamic of that. I think nobody ever cares about your fantasy football team, but I think people do care about your brackets before the tournament starts. The second the tournament starts, they're like, I don't care. I had Fresno State winning that, and you're like, I don't care.
Oh, so like the idea of who are you picking?
Yes.
Rather than who. But
then once the game's actually started, you're like, nope, don't care.
I think you have a really good point there. And everybody's like, whatever, shut up. Somebody busted my bracket. You know, they're like, I can't believe that Austin Pay, I don't know, IUPUI or whatever, they screwed everything up again. You're right. Nobody cares right after the tournament starts. And Kevin, quite honestly, I don't know if anybody cared about the last night's game.
I could see that.
Here's why.
I cared.
Nobody in my group had those two in the final. Not a single one.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, only one person had UConn in it. So
I mean, I get it.
It was a weird one, dude, the way it fell.
They were in the finals the same year that their coach yelled at their fans and backtracked and was like, you know what? Well, our team hasn't given you much to cheer for. And so you're like, oh, okay. But it was Michigan that took it down, and I actually want to hear way more about this bracket from the 817. This person says they won their family bracket even though they picked Michigan to lose in the second round and Duke to win it all. Wow.
Michigan in the second round, Duke to win it all.
I need to hear more about how that played out.
Yeah, absolutely.
From the 940, I needed Arizona to beat Michigan to win $7,560 in my bracket. Thankfully, me and the guy who had Michigan agreed to split the money for the winner.
Nice.
Oh,
That's
okay.
really cool of you two.
Absolutely. Would you have done that?
Nope.
Answered that so fast. Okay. All right. So
everybody enters the system understanding the rules, right?
Sure. I get it. And when money's involved, it's kind of tough.
That's not real money. That's your play money.
Oh.
And so now it's my play money.
Okay.
Kevin, what about this person's fantasy team?
Hold on, pause.
What?
Does that mean, let's say you were in this exact scenario. Mm-hmm. You won $7,500.
Yep.
Do you tell Adrian, or do you just tell her, hey, I'm going to spend this on what I want?
Oh, I love, so here's the difference between me and you.
Oh, man. I just asked a question.
I don't have any hobbies.
Okay.
So I don't spend things really on myself that much. What I want to do is something with her. So because that will usually lead to more hand holding and stuff like that. You know, the things that we like is, and so I'm like, hey, let's go out to a nice dinner. A $7,500 dinner.
Oh my goodness!
Or we're going out to a $400 dinner.
Yeah,
and then I won, dude. I just won $1,400. So now I have $1,000 to play with. Wink. Then I can put the rest away in savings, and she won't know.
Okay.
And try to spend it.
Okay.
Or
interesting.
I'm going to have to use it on that Italy trip.
Oh, yeah, that actually, I could see that. From the 817, I got 127 points and was in the 96.16 percentile, whatever that means. Oh, that's good. From the 972, that's really good. I picked the final two correct and the winner, and I still finished 9,000th place on Yahoo. That's the thing. Like, you could have a banger first round, and you go like 26-6, and you're like, hell yeah, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And then you're like, you're in 15,000th place, and you're like, what the crap? From the 972, my wife won in her work pool. There was more than 90 entries, had Michigan, and went from second to first over someone who had UConn. That part is really fun when there's actually something on the line in that final game.
From the 940, we agreed before the game, and he needed to have that money badly right now.
All right. So what happened?
That was a nice thing.
It was a nice thing. That is a hot shot minor league prospect, right? So you were like, hey.
This is the Justin Verlander ice cream story.
Exactly. And you're like, look, I'm going to take the guarantee, even though I very well could win it all, just to protect myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what you've seen with a lot of baseball contracts. As for the game itself, did you care? I was hate watching.
I wasn't hate watching. I was leaning more towards Michigan because Lindeborg was a story, Kevin, while you were out, that we brought up his story about deciding to take less money to be with the coach. Now, is he the most humble human for doing? No. He wanted to play for a championship. Right. He knew where that team was heading, and that was his decision there. But there was something about watching him play and gut through the injury that he was dealing with, especially like he was out there the entire time.
You could tell he was slow.
He was battling. Dude, there were moments where you could watch him skip jump, and he would go to the basket. But he said, you know what? I'm not going to be able to beat anybody off the 3-point line and blow past them. So what am I going to have to do? I'm going to have to find ways around the basket to get the points and also get some rebounds. So yes, I was watching Rangers on the big TV and watching that game on the laptop. And then as soon as the Rangers game was over, Kevin, I had about 10 minutes left of this game. And so I got to see the majority of the best part of the game in that action.
So I thought Michigan was the better team going in, but I just thought all of these trends would push it to UConn. Going into the game, UConn was 6-0 all-time in the finals. Michigan was 1-6. There had been no Big Ten champion in men's basketball since 2000. That was Michigan State. Do you know they had lost 8 title games in a row?
Really?
And so I was like, this is going to be another...
Chris Webber?
That was before 2000.
Oh, okay. All right.
But, yeah, this was a thing where I was like, somehow UConn is going to figure it out. And, man, when they got that steal and were going for the open court layup that he had to go grab, and I was like, that's going to cut it to 4. And I was going to be like, are you effing kidding me? But then he missed the layup, went down to the other side. Great ball movement from Michigan. Bam, hit the 3. That brought it back up to 9. So that 5-point swing, I was like, okay, Michigan's going to win it. But when that steal got made, I was like, you got to be kidding me.
That was as close as it felt, right?
Yeah.
Like that moment right there was the moment where I was like, oh crap, could UConn play the seconds game on this clock and bring it all the way down and then stun everybody here? It never felt like it was out of Michigan's control throughout the rest of the night. Other than that short moment right there that you're talking about, they felt like they were in control the whole time. Those 2 missed free throws I was a little concerned about. I was like, oh, no, that's not good. But other than that, they dominated physically on everything on the court, just being a more athletic and I can't say more skilled team, but just being a more athletic team out there, they dominated them.
From the 817, and I kind of think this is a good future template. I went statistics. I picked 0 upsets until the finals with Michigan over Duke to win, and I won $160. I won all 3 of the leagues that he was in. I mean, if you look at these last 2 years, and obviously I know people will say it's NIL driven, this has become less of an upset tournament than ever, which is kind of a bummer. This is the first time in the history of the NCAA tournament since they expanded it that no 13, 14, or 15 seed has won in back-to-back years. So that's kind of a bummer because those things are really fun to see. But you might want to go chalk going forward with your brackets. That might be the way to go because these last two tournaments have been really chalky.
Yeah, and I do kind of miss those Cinderella stories.
For sure.
Like, that's always fun, but it does help the common fan, right?
Yeah.
To be able to be like, no, I feel pretty confident that this team that's ranked number one is going to be in the Final Four.
Yeah, and you might have just loved like Florida Gulf Coast for a while, and then you're like, all right, let's get serious. It's the Elite Eight. Like
I want a team that has depth.
Yeah, I don't know if people totally feel that way or not.
Wow,
but,
you saying that they aren't UCF isn't the part of the Elite Eight?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. But then again,
only the elites, huh?
Well, I mean, look, Duke is favored to win next year's national championship, and what I think in my mind is, what new and exciting way will they find to blow a massive lead in a clutch game? So I don't know if I would bet on that.
You think the elites, Duke, Michigan, they're eating steak and crab and lobster and pizza rolls for UCF, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if I would think. I could see people's complaints about Duke. I don't know if I would say University of Michigan people are
rolling out pizza rolls.
The most rich people in the world, but
wow,
it's a tough school to get into. So, history for the Big Ten, and this is still weird to think about. For Michigan, they won the men's national championship. Indiana won the football national championship, and UCLA, which yes is in the Big Ten, which is still weird, won the women's basketball national championship. They're only the second conference ever to do that. In 2007, the SEC accomplished that when Florida won both the football and men's basketball championships, while Tennessee won the women's basketball championship. So some rare conference dominance right there from Big Ten.
Making his and her history.
Yes. Are we
going to talk NCAAW?
I think it's weird that it says herstory because I never thought of history as being gendered, but maybe that's one of the complaints. Mm-hmm. Of course you didn't in your phallocentric society.
Mm-hmm. We're focused on NCAA-M today.
Okay. We will kick off our gynocracy another day. And then from the 720... They said they're a Michigan State fan here, and everything sucks, and they hate sports. I mean, that's the way you feel when your arch rival wins, right? And Michigan State was not in position. They lost in the Sweet 16, I believe, to UConn, right? And so they were not in position to win. When your rival wins and there's nothing that you can do is just sit there and watch it happen, it sucks.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. I'm sorry about that for you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Is this the most dominant run of pitching in the modern era of baseball? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Hey, struck him out. The Padres win. Again, Miller strikes out the side to end the ball game.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Corey, Alec, I have a question. May I please have...
I'm concerned.
90 seconds to 2 minutes to talk about something that is not related to baseball nuggets whatsoever or sports at all.
No sports.
It has nothing to do with anything except I just came across it and I think it's funny. It's not a joke.
Okay, we'll allow it.
All right. So I was looking at like what the new on-demand movies were that came out today, and then on Amazon I saw it says The Last Hail Mary, and I was like, that's not right. That is not what that movie is called. And then I saw it has 1.2 stars out of 5. 92% of the reviews are 1 star. Not going to read you the reviews, just the titles. This is not Project Hail Mary. Don't fall for it. This is not the movie that you think it is. I suggest passing on it. Disappointed, not to be confused with Project Hail Mary. 0 stars, not a typo. Prime Video is very dishonest. And I will read one blurb of somebody who said, I got charged $8 for this junk.
Oh.
Be careful of being deceived. I would argue those people are dumbasses.
Because
you don't know the name of the movie you want to watch?
Well, okay, so
you didn't look at the picture? That's not Ryan
Tim
Gosling.
Collins walks in and he goes, you should watch Hail Mary. All right? And that's all I heard because I was staring at the wall or my phone. And then I go, Hail Mary. Because last night I told Adrian, I was like, hey, we need to watch that space movie. And she goes, what's it called? And I was like, The Last Throw. I don't know. I can't remember. It was something. And she goes, Project Hail Mary? And I was like, that's it. That's the one. So, yeah, I can see how it happens. But yes, Kevin, you should only blame yourself for not reading up more on it.
Agreed. The movie that's been out in the theaters for 2.5 weeks and was #1 the first 2 weeks until the Super Mario movie came on, or just watch 3 seconds of the little preview screen that comes up. None of the people or things that you know of are in it. Look at the names. Juliette Cecile. I'm sure she's awesome at acting. I have no idea who the hell that is. Or Brennan Aminet. I don't know who that is. That is your own fault. And you thought it cost $8?
$8.
Come on.
That's a steal of a deal. I get it.
It did not sound like these people thought it was a good deal. Right now, thank you for your time. Brought to you.
I'm proud of you, bub.
Thank you very much. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. All right. So I really want to talk about Mason Miller, but there's a few other things to get to first. Max Scherzer, shockingly, he got hurt. He exited the Blue Jays loss with forearm tendinitis.
But he's been playing piano to help strengthen his forearms.
Well, then hopefully this is nothing. You can play a song and be ready to go.
His daughter wrote the city of Toronto.
I know. That part is lovely, but unfortunately, he has gotten hurt. Juan Soto also headed to the injured list with a calf strain. And then we get to, I'm going to give you a choice. Once again, you guys did great with your last choice. Do you want to talk about fights or oranges?
Oh, dude.
I promise these are both baseball related.
I love oranges.
Okay. Cosign, Alec?
Oranges rule, man.
All right. Let's talk about...
Did we choose correctly?
You'll decide.
Okay.
Trevor Plouffe was talking about Matt Olson. This is an actual quote, I swear. Trevor Plouffe said Matt Olson has now played in 792 games in a row. To me, he's like a navel orange. There might be some other fruits, like a Corey Seager, who might hit better overall, but I'm taking Matt Olson over Corey Seager because he's available to play. Plouffe then described Olson as juicy. I'm sorry, so juicy.
Okay, so he just described that man as so juicy.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Have you ever seen Matt Olson?
Yes. Is Corey Seager like a pomegranate? I don't know.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Difficult to find sometimes.
But great.
Kind of, seedy. Not Corey Seager's not seedy, but, kind of difficult. How easy is it to eat a pomegranate? It's not, Kevin.
Yeah.
And so he was talking about the availability factor.
He was. Now let's go to fighting. That was a good story.
Do you eat the orange peel?
No. What?
Alec, do you eat the orange peel?
No.
Absolutely not.
877-881-1053. What percentage of people do you think eat the whole fruit?
Well, Choppy's taking it home to bang it or whatever he was talking about earlier. That's what he said numerous times on air.
He said it in a different way.
Okay. Well, yeah. Wilson Contreras, he has had enough. He's been hit by a pitch 131 times in his major league career, including 24 times by the Brewers.
Dang!
That's 10 more times than he's been hit by any other team.
It'd be funny if he only played the Brewers like 7 times in his career.
Yes. And he got hit by a pitch last night from Brandon Woodruff. Brandon Woodruff alone has hit him 6 times. And he has now said, they always say, I'm not trying to hit you. That gets old. So the next time they hit me again, I'm going to take one of them out. That's a message. That is actually what he said.
I like it.
What does Major League Baseball do about this? Because you probably can't have players actively threatening other players. But at the same time, if they keep beating him, I understand his complaint.
And then just take one assassin, You just be like one.
I think he meant go fight him, not hopefully kill him.
Oh, you said take him out. I thought Jason Bourne was being hired.
No, I don't believe that.
How much do you think it costs to hire a Jason Bourne?
I don't know.
Major League Baseball players probably have enough, though, right?
I guess that is true. I hope that does not happen.
I also, Kevin, I'm with you, dude. I'm just asking questions, trying to figure things out.
Just wanted to make sure. All right. Is Mason Miller in the midst of the most dominant run of pitching in modern MLB history?
I'm going to say yes.
All right. Mason Miller has not given up a run since August 5th. He gave up 2 runs that day. Since then, he has not given up a run. That includes the postseason. That includes the World Baseball Classic. And his regular season stats in that run are insane. He has 26 outings with 28.1 innings pitched. In those 28.1 innings pitched, he's given up 4 hits.
Dang.
And he has 61 strikeouts. His strikeout to walk ratio is 15.25 to 1, and his strikeouts per 9 is 19.4. His whip in that stretch is 0.49.
Wow, man. He's exceptional. And what really stinks is he's been stuck with the A's and the Padres.
Right.
The A's, who are destined to never be good, and the Padres, who are destined to always fall apart.
Right.
They're good most of the season, and then they go, oh, crap, we're the Padres. So we might never see this dude in high-leverage situations in the biggest games, Kevin, and that's what we want. How badly would you love to see him, let's say the Rangers and Dodgers are in the World Series, and he steps out there for the Dodgers?
No! They have enough!
You wouldn't want to see it, though? Big moment, him against Corey Seager.
I would, because we're in the World Series again.
Him and Joc, a mano-y-mano.
Well, you know what, Joc, he did better again yesterday.
He's still the team they're in the World Series. He did something right.
That's a good point. You know what? Actually, I didn't know I would have this opportunity. Transitioning over to the Dodgers. If I told you they had a season ticket holder named Errol Siegel, how old would you think that person is?
He was a Taekwondo instructor in the 80s.
That is Steven Seagal.
Okay.
I think is what you're going for. They do spell their last names the same. Errol Siegel is 81 years old.
I'm right. I'm pretty close. That was about the age I was going to hit.
And he has been a season ticket holder for more than 50 years. And he has had enough because he was just informed that he will no longer get printed tickets and is only allowed digital tickets. And he goes, they can't print them. They don't want to just print them for me. 50 years, 5 generations, 50 years, and they just threw me under the bus. Again, a real quote.
Does he have all of them for 50 years?
I don't know, but don't you think he probably's got a lot of them?
I can't decide. Does he have them, or is he just complaining about it because he's 80-something years old?
Could be true. Old people love to complain.
They love it. So what I'm feeling he's done,
but
he's giving up his season tickets and hiring a hitman.
No. Why do all of your stories end with a hitman?
From the 817 depends on the target. From the other 817, $75 million. That's too much.
Okay. And then also, but don't you think a lot of people miss printed tickets? Now, maybe some of them are old. Maybe a lot of them are old.
Yes. I found one of the printed tickets I had from years ago that I was like, I'm going to save this sucker. And I threw it away yesterday. Because it's worthless. It's like that one is worthless.
What about its non-tangible
like the
value?
Diablos. Yeah, it was the first game I ever took my sons to.
And you threw it away?
You think they cared?
Damn. And you don't care?
Not anymore.
Oh my goodness.
They don't care.
Oh my goodness.
This is a cycle, Kevin.
Okay.
Reciprocation.
All right.
Love.
What?
We still have the memories. They had nachos. They know that. They remember exactly what they ate.
I think of things too, like dramatically.
Exactly.
When you'll be like, I don't even remember that game, and then Avery comes in. And he's like, Dad, look at this, and then he shows you that ticket, and you.
It's been 80.
Yeah, you slowly grab it with both hands, and you're like, I remember this Tuesday evening. And then you tell this incredible story, all because you still have that ticket stub.
I hope that...
well, it can't, because you threw it in the garbage.
I hope that I have the memory for it. Then,
okay.
You know?
By the way...
I don't think it's going to help now that it's in the trash.
Actually,
you know what? It's in recycling.
Which, to Corey, just means trash. By the way, the Rays made their return to Tropicana Field for the first time since 2024 when the hurricane ripped its roof off. And they were victorious in front of a crowd of 25,000 people. So good job for the Rays and their fans. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, probably our oddest segment of the day. Would you be disappointed if Cooper Flagg had the career of Allen Iverson? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I also forgot to mention on the Dodgers front, they hit 5 home runs last night and beat the Blue Jays 14-2. That was the biggest margin of victory in a World Series rematch opener since 1997.
Nice.
But right now, we're going to talk about Cooper Flagg. Talked a lot about Cooper Flagg yesterday, but one of the things that I thought was an interesting comp was after he scored 45 against the Lakers on Sunday, Cooper Flagg joined Allen Iverson as the only rookies since 1968 with back-to-back 40-point outings. Now, you can look at this strictly from a perspective of champions. You can look at it from perspective of quality of play, however you want. But go ahead and give me cut number 7. Would you be disappointed if Cooper Flagg had the career of Allen Iverson?
Iverson, wow, what a fake on Daniels as he broke his ankles and got all the way to the cup for 2 of his 40.
And I want to add, in addition to the championships, because I realize that is a void. Allen Iverson will tell you that himself. But for example, The Athletic put out the NBA's top 75 a few years back, and they had Allen Iverson at 40. Back in 2020, ESPN did the same thing, and they had Allen Iverson at 29. So factor in the lack of championships for sure. But I also want to consider that kind of like spot.
Where's Dirk?
Dirk is usually about 21, 22, something like that. Yeah.
Luka's going to end up being ahead of Dirk.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And here's the reason. I will just say this, and then people can get super angry. You're probably right, because people like Karl Malone frequently end up ahead of Dirk. But if you have no titles and no MVPs, I just don't know where you would fit on that list. Even if you're
Luka still has plenty of time for both. Yeah, right.
Of course. I guess I don't think it's as automatic as other people. I think it's probable for sure. I just don't know if I think that's automatic.
Okay, and this is just, I'm trying to gather some information so we can have this discussion a little bit better too, because Cooper Flagg, I think, is going to have an MVP for sure.
Dirk was 21 and 19 on those lists.
Okay. And we kind of talk about that conversation of that puts him in that basketball game, the top 24.
For sure, which is always really cool.
And I'd love to see Cooper Flagg. At this point, rookie, I'm already like, man, how cool would it be for him to be on that? But, Kevin, I'm thinking of the kid. Think about what he might be 8 years from now.
Right.
And we'll be like, wow, look at this veteran. So I think at the moment, you said 24-ish, 28-ish. I think that would be good.
Okay.
But I have even higher expectations for him to surpass Dirk.
Okay. Which is a level higher than Iverson.
Because quite honestly, Luka had, in my mind, as a Mavs player, he had already launched himself into that stratosphere because I was projecting the next phases. You made it to the Western Conference Final. You made it to the NBA Championship. You were the Mr. Everything for your team.
Yep.
So I'd already been even Dirk gave us the Luka's already passed me.
And if he would have won that title, I would have been like, you're right.
Yes.
Absolutely locked, guaranteed.
And so I kind of expected Luka to be there. And now that we have Cooper Flagg, #1 overall pick, potential rookie of the year, he just completely changes the odds every day. He defies odds.
That's weird. Yeah.
And then knowing what my own projection of him is that he will surpass Dirk. So I feel like he needs to be. You say Allen Iverson. I don't think that would be good enough for me. Now, what Allen Iverson did was special. He was a global icon.
Yes.
He wasn't just, he's good up in Philly. No, he was a global icon. People around the world knew who he was. And in addition to that, on the court, you were just offensively, how do you stop this guy?
Unbelievable.
So,
especially given his height.
Yeah.
Double unbelievable.
But I see Flagg on being able to play both sides of the ball so well too, and in the future here. I have higher expectations for him, Kevin. So no, I think that would be a disappointment.
And so from the 4-4-3, I just think this is just out of touch.
But it would be fun.
Okay.
Because Iverson was an absolute blast to watch as a non Philly fan.
Man, that could be an interesting question. I know we did the team disappointment bracket a couple of weeks ago, but just the most fun player to watch. Without factoring in, did they
Steph's
win?
Been a blast.
Steph is really high up on that list. From the 4-4-3, with or without a title, Cooper Flagg wishes he had a third of Allen Iverson's career. I just think that is really off base. Based on the way he started, you can't help but let your mind wander about where he's going to go. But on the flip side, you have a lot to try to achieve with Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson, he was first team All-NBA 3 times, second team All-NBA 3 times. So think about that right there. 6 times in his career, he was top 10 in the league. He was viewed as a top 10 player, with 3 of those being top 5. He led the league in scoring 4 times. He led the league in steals 3 times. It feels like he almost single-handedly willed a team to the finals, and that's another reason I bring up this comparison, because Luka was able to get to the finals, and I know the Mavericks won in 2011, but the Mavericks don't have the greatest track record of building organizations around the guy. You had Dirk. Was
a long time to get Dirk there.
Exactly. And I know they made it to the finals in 2006 and they didn't win, but look at those years in between. It's not like it was Western Conference Finals, NBA Finals. There was a big empty spot when Dirk was considered at worst a top 7 player in the NBA, but frequently better than that.
That whole time they were looking for a Tyson Chandler.
Yeah.
Go think about that. They needed a Tyson Chandler body type, somebody that had that kind of quick twitch, but also could be physical. They were looking for that to pair with it, and having the right understanding of the game to know we have this in Flag, or we have this in Luka. What do we put around it? And everybody went, shooters. Well, what happens whenever you need to be tough?
Yeah.
What happens whenever you need to battle?
And it felt like we got there so much quicker with constructing the roster around Luka, which just makes it all the more perplexing that once they had built that roster, they were like, all right, we're done.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and trade Luka. And I was like, but you,
I know.
You did it. You made the team. All right, and so let's go to LeBron. So LeBron, I believe it was yesterday, was talking about Cooper Flag. He said, I love what he's doing. I love what he's bringing to this franchise. Like I said, it looks like he loves the game. He's putting in the work, and I know Kidd early on got a little scrutinized because they started him at point guard at times. I thought that was unfair. It's great to put the ball into somebody's hands so they can just go through those rough patches. When you go through the rough patches, it allows you to see growth at a rate faster than other players. And I thought that was an interesting concept. I know Jason Kidd would agree with that, but that's why I thought Allen Iverson was a great comp, because he was unquestionably a great player, an unbelievable offensive player, but never won a title because he never got the group around him. And that's why I wanted to make the comparison to Cooper Flag.
Why did they, I don't have the history in my mind of what Philadelphia went through at the time. I do know that Allen Iverson barely averaged 14 points a game in 09-010.
Stop it!
But
he should not have still been playing at that point.
Okay, fine. It'd been 8 years since he'd been on an all-star team or something like that. That being said,
wasn't he an all-star that year?
Don't worry about it. On name alone, Kevin.
I mean, I get it.
Why were they bad at building that team around Iverson? Was it because, did they ever blame him for it?
Yes. And so that part is tricky. I don't think it's as simple as it's one way or another. But that was the argument. But then again, people tried to make the same argument with Luka, and that what felt like it was trending in the right direction was he was so ball dominant. They had a difficult time in stretches being able to build the team around him.
You can't put another star with that, right?
Not a ball dominant star. I think that's the issue. You could put another star on that team, but they can't be a ball dominant star. But
Could
then
you play
again,
with Shaq?
Oh, sure. I think so.
The volume that both of them needed?
I think, but one of the reasons I think it fell apart with Shaq and Kobe, too, was they had success so early together. If you would have moved Shaq over to Iverson after he had won the MVP and lost in the finals, then I think he would have been then I think he would have been and by the way, that Lakers team is who beat Iverson in the finals. I think he would have been hell yeah. How much do you need the ball?
Yeah.
And they would have figured it out. That was the issues. Well, I mean, there's a lot of issues and personalities, but they started being successful so fast that you're well, I'll be successful ever. Whereas Iverson had been hey, 2001, incredible season. Wins the MVP, gets his team to the NBA final, almost shows that usage rate is overrated and it doesn't really matter.
But it does.
You can still win.
It's fascinating.
And then they lost and you're well, it does.
And then you look at the Spurs of that era, and their stars were all quiet stars, humble stars that shared, and usage rate was no factor in it at all because all three of them. So that's interesting. So usage rate's still a dominant feature in this.
And that's the thing. I thought Luka was going to break that too. Is because he has an ungodly high usage rate, and they still made it to the NBA Finals, and that's why I was man, this is going to be a fascinating case to watch. But then it didn't end up being the case, obviously. Somebody brought up Allen Iverson's assists, and that's something that I don't think Cooper Flag is ever going to match because of what he's best at, and so the trade out for that is going to be rebounds.
Cooper Flag's more of an off-ball guy anyway.
Sure, exactly,
and he does well that way. He needs a ball dominant point guard, maybe a Kyrie, like you said yesterday.
I think it would be an amazing fit. He'll have significantly more rebounds, but I think a good chunk less assists. And I don't think it's reasonable for him to be scoring 30 points per season like Iverson did numerous times. So you got to think, hey, can Cooper be a 24-point-a-game guy and then pick up the difference defensively? Like, would that help kind of bridge the gap for if you're doing the comp with a player like Allen Iverson? It's just yesterday when we were going through all of this, all of the comparisons were nobody has done what Cooper Flagg did since Allen Iverson, Luka, Michael Jordan, and Wilt Chamberlain. And like, what a bananas group of people to be compared with when maybe Allen Iverson will end up being the worst player in that group. That's a crazy group that you're a part of. And so I started to wonder like what people's expectation levels were.
Yeah, as far as individual player, if he was able to be in that category, that would be wildly successful. It would be very entertaining throughout the career. I've already projected too much on him already. And
sure.
Kevin, it's your fault, honestly.
Oh.
Yeah. You told me that not to worry about his offensive game this early in his career. You were like, let's wait on the offensive side, but he's going to be he does what you said and does what we said.
Yeah.
He makes the right plays. He makes good decisions. He understands the game. He sees the game. He understands his role in the game on the court. Whenever it's 5 people out there, what is my role for 5? And then all of a sudden he was like, oh, yeah, by the way, I can score 95 points in 2 games.
Right.
And that was where you told me not to. Now that he's done it, he's changed my mind on what he's capable of, and my projection is even more and faster for him. But you're right. The Mavericks have to figure out how to put a group around him that can actually go run out there and do all the things.
I thought he was going to be awesome. He's better than I thought he was going to be because offensively, he's shown more quicker than I anticipated, and defensively, he's been everything I feel like that was advertised. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the tortoise and the baseball reporter next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed.
Rick Attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we'll be giving away 4 packs of tickets to go see FC Dallas on Saturday. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus the story that we all know from our childhoods, the tortoise and the baseball reporter. We'll get to that.
I've never heard that version.
Here in just a little bit.
Baseball reporter got cocky.
Yeah, you're about to find out, Majors. It's a great story. This is why baseball rules.
I love baseball.
I do too, man. Today is a wonderful day for the male population, if we're being honest. We look at the National Day calendar. Gentlemen, today is National Beer Day. It is National Beer Day. So, beer, like the drink, Stone Cold Steve Austin style. Give me another beer.
Feels like that should be March the 16th.
The animals that hibernate?
Yeah.
That's a bear.
That's a bear, Corey. A beer.
Bear and beard.
Beer. Like
Yes.
IPAs and Pilsners.
Like your Velvet Hammer.
Velvet Hammer, baby.
What's a Pilsner?
It's just the way that it's made.
Yeah.
They're all differently made with different yeasts.
That's Pillsbury.
Different. Like remember when we were at Martin House and you went back into the area where they brewed all the beers?
Oh yeah.
All those different vats are all used differently. So yeah, just different ways they're done.
So I had to critique the question of the day so Kevin can be included, since he does not drink. And the question of the day is always inclusive. The question of the day today is, when you sit down to eat, what is the go-to beverage order for you? 877-881-1053. And I've already gotten a ton of responses on the social medias, on Twitter, at Alec on the radio. I tweet out the question of the day before the show. Most notably, I do want to point out Peyton Russell. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Yeah, I heard some things about him recently.
Big shower guy.
Yeah. And there's a lot of other interesting things about him.
Like what?
Like his answer.
The way he says truck it.
Hey, we successfully bullied him into actually enunciating truck wreck. I've noticed that. He actually sounds it out now and slows down a little bit, and it sounds great.
Bullying works.
Bullying works in 2026 sometimes. Sometimes. I'm putting that out there, a qualifier.
What a weird statement.
But when it comes to Peyton Russell, it always works. He replied to my tweet, and he said, when I sit down to eat, it's definitely a milkshake. When I stand up to eat, it's a vodka Red Bull. And I have questions.
See, I was envisioning that at his house, too. Like, he sits down, they're going to have pulled pork, and he's like, where's my milkshake?
I don't know why that's so funny to me.
I don't know.
I said strawberry this time.
I drink your milkshake.
What?
So that was from There Will Be Blood. My wife has become obsessed with the Arnold Palmer, so much so that we hosted Easter, on Sunday. And I was sad that it didn't go the way she thought, because she bought a gallon of lemonade and a gallon of tea. And I really thought she was going to be making these Arnold Palmers all day. I think somebody had 1 cup of tea and nobody opened the lemonade.
Oh, no.
So,
did the lemonade have sugar in it?
I don't know.
People are counting their sugar calories now.
Oh.
That's right.
Just now?
No added sugars.
Okay. Got it.
Just like the coffee I had this morning.
Oh, okay.
Slate?
Yes. Yeah.
This is usually I am searching the beer contents. I usually will try and find something seasonal, like depending on the heat outside. Velvet Hammer goes good with everything for me because it's just a good beer to start the evening. But usually, if an IPA is called for, if I need that kind of vibe, or a hazy, or a Hefeweizen, or a
That's
red.
German.
Yeah, there's
What?
lots of different options.
Did you call me?
But I'll probably usually just go to the Velvet Hammer if it's available to me, which it is at Pluckers in Allen, where I'll be there for the Path to the Draft, Kevin.
Did the Velvet Hammer used to work here?
Nope, that was a different hammer. But then, most often it's water. I'll just say water, please.
Yeah.
Water with lemon.
And I always wonder if that crushes the server's soul straight away because they're like, oh, okay, thanks, big spender.
7 waters.
Yes. I felt so wrong the last time I went to a Pluckers with a friend a couple weeks ago. I went to the Allen location, and I ordered a water to start, and I was like, just to start, didn't get anything else after that. And I was like, I felt kind of evil.
Yeah.
Felt just a little bit wrong.
It was every Friday night after football games and on the border in Garland. Whenever those kids would come in and go, 12 waters, and can you just bring some chips and salsa out? And I'd be like, yeah, do you want queso? No, just the salsa.
We're big spenders over here, man. We're balling on a budget.
Yeah.
I like it. And you mentioned Pluckers. I will be at the Arlington location with Lucius Alexander.
I'll be in the Dallas location with nobody.
And I'll be in Allen. I already said that. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you did. But hey, so nice you got to say it twice. I like it. I'm going back to the Twitter because I got a lot of great interaction there. JC on Twitter says Modelo is the go-to
Modelo's
drink order.
Fantastic option. Very good option.
I got a power ranking from Tolo Michael. 1, water. 2, Coca-Cola. 3, ice cold Coors Light.
Do you think most people who would say Coca-Cola or Pepsi, like high in their power rankings, despise the other one? Like they're crestfallen if you find out, oh, we only serve Pepsi products, and you're like, damn it, or vice versa.
Most of the time, yes.
Okay.
People have such brand loyalty when it comes to the sodas. I've noticed, like, if you put a Dr. Pepper in front of my dad, he will like give you a death stare. Like, what are you doing? He just can't stand it. But he's a Coca-Cola kind of guy. But Dr. Pepper, he's like, nope. Pepsi, nope. He refuses. I don't really care. I'll take whatever's available. But I don't drink soda very much in general anymore.
Yeah.
If I do, it's Coke Zero. Coke Zero might be the most fantastic invention in human history.
It's very good.
Because I think the flavor is awesome, and I don't feel as guilty afterwards.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper Zero matches up very well. Coke Zero has done a fantastic job. The only reason I switched over to Coke Zero was because my wife was ordering both, and I was like, I'll just drink what you're having.
Oh, okay.
And so now we have more Coke
All right.
Zeros, but Dr. Pepper Zero's done a phenomenal job. Somebody said Breckenridge Brewer Vanilla Porter is delicious. Not an IPA. No, it's a porter. Those, Kevin, are going to be more malty, chocolatey, rich,
like a milkshake,
vanilla type stuff. It's like a precursor to a stout beer, if you will.
Oh, are those the dark ones?
Yes, stout beer's dark and a little thicker. This has a little lighter flavor to it.
Okay,
more vanilla-y.
The question of the day again for National Beer Day, big day for us, is what is your go-to beverage order when you sit down to eat? From the 347, an ice cold pink lemonade. From the 817, double shot of vodka. Sounds like Bobby Belt texting in.
Yeah.
Does the pink lemonade taste particularly different than the regular lemonade?
Is it supposed to be raspberry? Because you order a strawberry lemonade.
Yes.
You don't order a pink lemonade and say it's strawberry lemonade. Let me go look this up.
I'm on it. I honestly don't know.
The Pluckers lemonade, which is the pink lemonade with Tito's vodka infused in it. Amazing. That's my go-to drink.
Oh,
You'll see me
okay.
have a couple of those on draft night for sure. From the 214, this is aggressive moonshine.
Oh, goodness.
If that's what you're having at the dinner table,
hell yeah.
I'm 50-50. Either I want to party with you or I want to stay as far away from you as possible. Not too sure.
You're drinking some moonshine. You're going to get some great food off the grill. Mm-hmm. You also are going to get something questionable.
Yes.
This is my thoughts on my history with moonshine.
I have one run-in with moonshine, and it was my 21st birthday. That pretty much tells you everything that you need to know. But one of my old college buddies, I mean, it's basically lighter fluid.
This guy made him a mule, Kevin.
Oh.
Different guy?
Tough times.
It's a different guy.
Okay.
Producer salary.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of hard to come across. But no, my buddy Ron from college, he had just gone out of state somewhere where he got some authentic handmade moonshine, like some real stuff, not the stuff that you get at the liquor store, which is fine and it's potent and it's strong. But he got some authentic stuff that was made in somebody's backyard kind of thing. And he thought that was a good 21st birthday gift. And everybody started taking shots of it. Yeah, I don't remember much of that night.
You won't, yeah.
That's
okay.
That's all
DJ
you
brought
need to know.
some up to the studio one time.
That just feels scary.
It was really good. Yeah, no, I understand that, Kevin.
If you don't remember it, man, that'd freak me out.
It's the risk you take.
Yeah, there's a few of those nights. You can thank Bobby for one of them. From the 214, the Sonic Slushie, lemonade with blue raspberry and nerds. That's an interesting combination that I kind of want to try because blue raspberry is my go-to for candy, for slushes, like ices, anything like that. I love blue raspberry.
Okay.
So good.
All right.
It's basically the drink variation of fruit snacks for me in the snack world.
Oh, man, I forgot to go buy fruit snacks.
Yeah, that's a big L on your part. But let's see. From the 214, I don't drink, so, you could still be included. Any kind of beverage. It doesn't have to be alcoholic. We're all inclusive here.
Alec, if I'm going to veer away from water, usually be at a breakfast-type place to get some chocolate milk. That would usually be my go-to.
I always forget how good chocolate milk is until that one random time in every 3 years or so that I decide to have it. That and apple juice.
Oh, okay.
There's very specific situations that I'm reminded how amazing apple juice is.
Yeah.
And I just picked some up the other day because I was like, you know what? I'm an adult. I have free will. Why not? Got a whole thing of apple
and
juice.
You get that
a whole
big
gallon.
old jug for $3.99.
Exactly.
You're like, that's not so bad.
Stopped by HEB and I saw it on the shelf and I was like, you're going home with me. That looks amazing. And one thing I noticed, airplanes are doing it right. The carbonated cans of apple juice.
Okay.
Why does it taste so much better?
I don't know, but I discovered that in Germany they had the bottles kind of like the Mexican Coke bottles.
Yeah.
And it was carbonated apple juice, and I was like,
oh
"What?"
my gosh!
And then that was like,
Ted Lasso it?
For
You
sure,
spit it all over other people.
No, opposite.
Oh.
I tasted it, and I was like, "What is this?" And that became my go-to drink in Germany.
I need a case of 400,000 of those. That sounds amazing. Appreciate the interaction there for the question of the day on National Beer Day. Now, everybody's favorite childhood tale, the tortoise and the baseball reporter. So if you guys rewind the clock back to last baseball season, you will remember a story about Pat Murphy, the Brewers manager, who went viral because he kept pancakes in his pockets during games and would just pull one out of his pocket and eat it during a game because he needed to have a snack. And he went viral for that in the dugout interview with Trisha Whitaker. And so he thought it would be funny this season to prank her with other stuff in his pocket. This time,
dear, that sounds like the start of a problematic story.
It does, but this time he decided he was going to take it a step further and not use something edible. So Trisha Whitaker was surprised the other day when he reached into his pocket and he pulled out a live turtle. So this is from Trisha Whitaker. She said, quote, Pat decided literally yesterday on his way to the game that this was going to happen. He and some of the players were mulling over what animal he should pull out of his pocket. It was always going to be an animal this time. A couple people suggested a gerbil or a hamster, but for whatever reason, he decided on a turtle. So he paid the Kansas City clubby $500 to go find a turtle and bring it to the stadium.
Which is an odd request. Can you go buy a turtle?
Exactly. So the game ended up getting canceled, and the players were with it in the clubhouse, feeding it all sorts of vegetables and whatnot. The turtle is living the high life. Make no mistake about it. But there's an interesting twist here. Two, actually.
The closer had him on a leash.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
You got to make sure the turtle doesn't get away.
Come on, it's a turtle, bro.
Maybe that guy's really slow.
That's where you're wrong, Corey. There's a couple of twists here. One, TSA does not allow its passengers to fly with reptiles, so the turtle will have to stay with the team for now. But don't get it twisted. That turtle is now the pet of Trisha Whitaker, but also don't get it twisted. His name is Bobby, but he is not a turtle. After further investigation, the turtle is actually a sulcata tortoise, also known as the African spurred tortoise. That is a very different species, and it is actually a highly endangered species of tortoise native to Africa. It is the third largest in the world, and at its peak can grow to be 24 to 30 inches in shell length, and they can weigh between 70 and 110 pounds as adults. Males can get up to 200 pounds or greater, and they can live between 70 and 80 years. So this might be a much bigger commitment than the turtle that they thought they got from the clubby.
Wow.
You keep that one around at the petting zoo so the kids can ride around on it. You put like a saddle on it.
Oh, we had a kangaroo at our church on Sunday.
And Fuel City had a zebra one time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which teams do NFL executives think don't know what they're doing? Next, right here on The Fan.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Kyle Pitts, in fact, signed his franchise tender, and he will be attending off-season workouts. They still have the opportunity, much like the George Pickens scenario, to negotiate a multi-year deal through July 15th.
This is his first year to have still less than 1,000 yards, but over 670 yards receiving.
Okay.
That's his... He had 900-something yards this year.
Yeah.
He had not had over 700 yards receiving since his rookie season.
Wow. Yeah, I think he's been a colossal disappointment. I know, obviously, he had the most amazing breakout game freaking ever. All right, now I want you to picture a scenario in which you have all of the money. Let's say you have $100 million.
That's not all of it.
Okay, you have a lot of the money.
I have 20 billion rubles.
I don't know that conversion rate.
Oh, I thought it was.
So
I have that huge rock up in space that they have in For All Mankind. Yeah, that has all. It's worth everything.
Okay.
All right, that's how much I have.
Yeah, then that is $255 million, by the way, for the rubles.
All right, I'm taking more now.
All right.
You said imagine.
The odds that Fernando Mendoza will be the first pick overall are minus 20,000, which means you'd have to bet $20,000 to win $100. Let's take it a step further. Would you bet $2 million to win $10,000?
I have all the money.
You have all the money.
I am not suggesting this to other people. Yes.
I don't think obviously you wouldn't find a book to take this, but that meant if you bet $2 billion, you could win $10 million. At that point, I feel
you can't force them to take your $2 billion.
I'm sure casinos have a cap. I don't know what that cap is offhand, but
I want to find a place that says no cap.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's great. Well, you know what? Actually, if you want, it would be for $10 million. I know the casinos have that. I was going to say, what casinos just got $2 billion? But you know what? Maybe they do. All right. Myles Garrett, who definitely loves the Cleveland Browns and is definitely not getting traded, so they say. He is not expected to attend the start of the team's voluntary offseason program, per Ian Rappaport. And Rappaport said it's not a big issue, and there's no reason to doubt his future with the club, even though he's not showing up to these workouts, and they renegotiated his contract. Or redid.
Last year, he got his contract done, right?
Yeah.
He was like, trade me. And they were like, here's more money. He's like, deal. And now he's like, never mind, not showing up. Why?
What do voluntary mean?
That's not
okay. Well, because remember they wanted him to be maybe more of a leader, so this is
so now he's like
probably not the best
way to be more of a leader is to be less of a leader.
Yeah. All right, so let's go.
So Jerry definitely doesn't want him.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the same
based
thing.
on all his comments about Micah, that would lead me to believe that same.
I want you to show up even though we don't have this contract done yet.
Yeah. Well, let's go to the Cowboys. So The Athletic put out a survey with confidential answers from NFC executives about various teams in the NFL. I wanted to highlight 3 of them. For the Cowboys, do you think this is fair? One executive said, they're one of those spin your wheels type teams that never really gets any better.
Yes.
Ooh.
Right?
I mean, I get it.
Even when they do get better, they'll slide some way.
Yeah.
They just kind of find. It seems like they want to quick patch up things.
100%
instead of truly go through with the process that it takes. And then they're like, well, while we're quick patching, we also want to do it on the cheap.
Yeah.
And that isn't the effective way to do it.
Now, for the Falcons, there's nothing about what they have done that I can say that makes sense. Damn.
Except for whenever they said, look, if we put any signage on the roof, it'll mess up and it'll mess up the thing.
That was pretty genius.
Now they get to keep the Mercedes-Benz logo up there during the soccer
How
stuff.
they got away with that, and the World Cup was like, no, that makes sense. And then for the Steelers, what is the plan? What is the vision? That feels fair to me right now, because maybe you were waiting around for Aaron Rodgers. Great. He's not that good at football anymore, so how's that going to work out?
Yeah. Wow, Kevin. Did you see this on Mendoza?
No.
According to Schefter, Mendoza has informed the NFL that he is not planning
to go to the draft. Okay, who cares?
He wants to share the draft experience with his family in Miami. I care.
You're
the number 1 overall pick. Be there.
Which Miami?
Probably the one Oklahoma.
Okay.
Miami.
All right. So it bothers you he's not going to be there?
Yeah. You're the number 1 overall pick.
Oh.
You should be wearing the shield for the NFL. All these things. You need to be there for this. Take your family with you.
Does it stop at pick 1 and then you have more leeway, or is there a cutoff point?
Well, I don't love the Aaron Rodgers situation's tough. To see
sit in the green
room.
room.
The Will Levis thing is tough. So I would say number 1 overall needs to be there, especially when you know you're the dude.
Okay. Yeah, because you don't want to hear that, well, if I'm blessed enough to be number 1. We're like, dude, we all know you're going to be pick number 1.
And if you just want to be there just to be drafted for that second,
yeah,
and then tell the Raiders, now put me on a PJ home. I want to go see my family right now.
Okay.
But you need to be there.
I get you. Now, let's talk about another.
I'm out on this kid, Kevin. I don't even know if he should be number one overall now.
Because it's not really cocky, right, to say, I want to stay at home with my family. No. That doesn't really scream like this guy's got an ego.
No, it screams that he is as humble as we think he is.
Well, bygone it. I don't think I said that right. So let's go to Cam Ward. Cam Ward, another former overall number one pick. Robert Saleh said he has the right work ethic, and I just don't see him failing. Can you see a scenario in which Cam Ward, who once said when he figures it all out, the league is effed. Can you see a scenario in which Cam Ward fails?
Yeah. I mean, we saw it this year.
Future scenario.
I think, yes. There are plenty of those futures. I'm interested to see, man, Robert Saleh just goes to bad places with bad quarterbacks.
Do you think that's because those are the only places that will take him?
He's like, this is my only shot. Yeah. I have to do this.
Yes.
But I think that Cam Ward has a good future. I think they're going to be a stout defense. They're going to be effective in getting the ball back to him. It's whether or not that offense can turn it around. I think he can win more games.
Okay.
But I just don't. Nothing's told me so far in the NFL that he's just going to be a lights-out quarterback and that his team's that good either.
Now, Liam Cohen talking about Trevor Lawrence, let's stick with quarterbacks, said there's so much room to continue to improve. I think we got a closer version of what a lot of people thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be this last year. Do you see another level up for him? Kind of the person I was thinking about, it might sound weird, is Jack Leiter. Like, we saw him level up, and now we're all hopeful he, really levels up this year. Feels like Trevor Lawrence leveled up. Do you think we can see another level up from him?
I do. I just hope he's more calm, more of a calm presence in the pocket. You know, one of the things, I think one of the knocks Broadus had on him before he came out as the number one overall pick was in that game, in one of the championship game, his feet got a little...
Happy feet.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of been something I've noticed is whenever he's tall in the pocket, he's very good, and like most quarterbacks are. But he does typically get oh gosh, what's happening right now? And then it's a panic play for him. So, but I think that if he can find comfort in this offense, because how many different coaches and offensive coordinators has he had since he started?
Right.
It'd be nice for him to have that option again.
Including, as Mike would say, Fingers Magoo. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Rangers' victory, and can Texas find a way to consistently manufacture runs? Next, right here on the...
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to be talking some baseball here, which is a great time to remind you that we'll be at Globe Life Field tomorrow for the Rangers-Mariners game. Yeah. Set your schedule or reset your schedule perhaps accordingly. Mr. Majors will be doing the show from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. live from Globe Life Field. Now, there's a variety of things to get to right here. Let's go ahead and do cut number 2, and let's hear the final call for that Rangers win.
A 1-ball count. Here comes the pitch, and Naylor hits a ground ball hard right to Berger, down to second for 1, back to first, 2, and the ball game's over. 3-6-3. Jacob Junis gets the 2-ball, and the Ranger 4-game losing streak has come to an end.
That was a great play. You saw Naylor mess that play up earlier in the game where he stepped on first and threw down to second and sent the ball off into the outfield, and Josh Young got to third on that. That was a great job by Berger, especially since earlier in the moment in that same inning, he had that ball that he collected and then was like, oh crap, I got to get this ball to Junis really quickly. And then Kevin, in that moment, you got the runner coming down the line. Berger's coming in across and has to vacate the area, and Junis has to make up his mind which direction he's going because his body's carrying him one way, and the ball rubs up against his stomach, and he's collecting it and stepping on the bag all at the same time. Really good defensive ninth inning there to get out of that and go home.
Did you get nervous at all in the 8th when it was Robert Garcia time?
Yes. Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, because you go back a few games. Friday night, Chris Martin tag with a loss, 2 runs in the top of the 9th. On Sunday, Garcia retired just 1 batter in the top of the 8th, allowed the decisive run to score. And I know that Skip Schumacher was like, look, it's a conversation that we'll have with the staff. It's been 6-7 games in. We still have a long way to go, but we need to get these guys where we want them to be. And that's why I thought last night was interesting in a potential nerve-wracking situation for that save, that you got Junis out there and gave him an opportunity. Because we talked about yesterday, fine, then who? Because a lot of people, just not Martin and not Garcia, fine, then who? Brought up Wynn, brought up Junis, brought up Alexander as another potential. And you did use all of them yesterday with deGrom going 5. He talked about maybe he'd gone up for the 6, but little knee issue there.
We can talk to Skip tomorrow, too, whenever we're out there.
Yes.
A little more about that. At 10:20 is when he'll be joining us. But you did have Garcia up against the 8, 9, and 1. And so, that's you got out of there before Cal Raleigh got up, so that's nice.
He had his first home run.
But while it being the 8th inning, that still feels like with Garcia, it's high leverage. Who do you have his home run against, Kevin?
deGrom.
Interesting.
deGrom will give up a solo home run on you.
He will definitely give up a solo home run on you. But yeah, you had Young, Rivas, and Donovan there, so that wasn't the most stressful inning if you were able to get out of it clean before you got to Raleigh and Rodriguez and Naylor. So that was a nice thing. But again, like you said, with Junis being able to come in and do that thing to end things. Now, I wanted a little more Cole Winn yesterday. Cole Winn goes
just
in,
a cleanup,
3 pitches, and he's done. I was like, nice work, dude. But I think there's part of all of us that are kind of like, is it Cole Winn opportunity time? And Skip's most likely in this moment going, I'm going with some veterans in these opportunities.
Side note, did you love Junis? He threw 4 pitches.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I really did.
That's pretty awesome.
There's something I think that if he keeps pitching well in these moments, the Rangers fan is going to really they're going to love him, kind of like they did with Napoli. Not that he's that kind of vibe, but he does kind of give off a little bit of that with the hair and the bandana and everything. There's just something about him that's kind of fun.
Now, yesterday's inning definitely helped, but efficiency has been the name of the game for Junis so far. 6 innings pitched, only 62 pitches in those 6 innings, and he has walked nobody, given up just 1 hit against 4 strikeouts. So I think that is super encouraging going forward. I do believe Cole Winn will get more opportunities, but like you said, that could be a great thing to ask Skip tomorrow. But I've already seen multiple texts kind of like this. The Rangers are starting to look a lot like last year's Rangers from the 2-1-4. And I'm assuming that means you can win games, but you'll frequently find yourself mired in a low-scoring game. And we didn't get an opportunity to really dive into this yesterday, but there's been a lot of discussion about, well, if it's going to be a pitcher's park, then you got to find ways to manufacture runs. And for as much as we loved Bruce Bochy, maybe playing small ball, whether it was just his decision or the construction of the roster, did not really seem to be in the cards. So even Joc Pederson says, look, I think we hit some balls hard in this ballpark that would be hits elsewhere, but this is our field. We got to figure out a way to manufacture runs. To back that up with stats, Globe Life Field has the third lowest park factor league-wide, at least it did last season, which essentially means it's the third best pitcher's park.
Mm-hmm.
And so this, I thought, was an interesting way to take a look at it with some of the statistics that have taken over the game. The Rangers hit 33 balls into play that carried an average exit velocity of 95 miles per hour or greater in that first home series. Only 1/3 of them were hits.
Okay.
And, like, you got to think, you know, and I know it depends, like if you're just hitting fly ball after fly ball, but that's part of it. Higashioka, 407-foot, fly out. Evan Carter, 405-foot, fly out. That could have scored 3 runs and changed one of those games into a win. Same with Higashioka. So, look, deep fly balls, you don't want to be, like we used to talk about that sometimes with Ian Kinsler. He was the best in the league at hitting a really deep fly ball for an out.
Long out.
Yeah, and you don't want this team to, like, be the team that's known for that.
All right, so, Kevin, is there an opportunity? How long do you think it would take if you had a dude that had a little switch, and every time a ball was hit up into the air by the Rangers, he hit that little switch, and it propelled a little breeze up in the rafters?
I think it would help if the roof opened so much quicker, and then maybe you could manipulate it that way.
Just a little bit.
Even though I guess that is against MLB rules.
I don't know the science. Like, go look at the other stadium, Kevin. It's now Choctaw. You can see it from the Comerica backyard,
which I feel like was thought of pretty well with the Jetstream as a hitter's park.
And there were some things about the way the wind came in there, and also it was more open in a lot of different areas. So you had that. With this, I don't know exactly what it is that doesn't allow wind to travel or help the baseball at all. But that being said, you invested in pitching for this purpose.
Right.
I don't think Chris Young was like, we're a pitcher's ballpark. We have to have better pitching. But I think this year might have been one of those moments when he went, Mackenzie Gore's available. Yeah, we need better pitching. We need to continue doing that, and younger pitching at the same time.
Yeah.
But as a hitting group, you might have to change your style just a little bit.
Yeah.
That might have to be the approach.
Because if you don't, what are you going to see? You're going to see Sunday's game. So for that whole series, they scored 4 runs. But on Sunday, that is season-high 15 strikeouts.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to feel like you've seen an endless parade of 3-1 losses, 2-0 losses, 2-1 losses, and that's what you want to stay away from. But to your point about manufacturing runs, I think this is a huge thing for the Rangers, who are now sitting at 5-5.
Joc Pederson.
I don't know if that is.
He attempted it. He attempted it yesterday, and it went straight up in the air. And I went, "Good God!"
I was going to say, big picture. I don't think that is who I would want trying to lay down the bunts.
He just did it out of nowhere. He's like, "I'm doing this, guys."
Hey, he had a fake double yesterday. So you saw.
Let's talk about it.
That was a single, but the left fielder,
Rosarina,
he was
dove
like,
in on it.
Maybe I can get it, and it ended up bouncing underneath him. And you saw Joc; he was like, maybe I can get a triple out of it. And I thought there was a possibility for a minute, but at least he did get another hit, and I think that's encouraging.
2 things: I did pay attention to some of his exit velo, not on that one in particular, because I think the exit velo was like 4 on that one. But there was a lot of 97. I saw a foul ball that he hit was 107.
Yeah,
and a lot of people
hitting the ball hard.
claim that if that's the case, it's going to come around at some point. Just keep hitting the ball hard and square it up. It's going to go and play at some point. I do think a couple things. he slid into back into second base head first and tried to give the lasso immediately, and I didn't see very many people on the team do it back at him, but that's a different thing for a different time. Maybe they were all still trying to figure out the whole third base situation, but that is a confidence builder. You had the home run. You're on base. Like, those things do build confidence. That's my hope. Otherwise, again, as we discussed yesterday, after a month, I'd move on. But I hope that he's gaining a little confidence just by – it's like shooters get to the free throw line. Be on base just gives you that – there's something about the confidence of getting back on base. It feels natural.
Now, he had a walk yesterday, and one thing that I think could be encouraging if you're going to be talking about manufacturing runs is Brandon Nimmo has reached base in all 10 games so far in his Rangers career. So that's going to be encouraging. I know sometimes situationally it will matter when do you get on base, but I still think that is encouraging for a team that is probably going to be trying to manufacture a lot of runs.
Are you liking the Nimmo effect then?
And that's why I wanted to tell Chris Young when we sat down with him on Friday. I know it's early and things can change, but he has already been a significant upgrade higher than I thought he was going to be. Now, I have a question. You already know how I feel about this. My answer to this is most definitely yes. Are you keeping a closer eye than usual, maybe a slightly nervous eye, on Eovaldi's start this evening? He has gotten off to a bad start.
I'm watching it like I would any Eovaldi start. I'm not that concerned.
Okay.
I will be concerned after if it's 3 straight games.
Okay.
But I'm not watching it going, I'm expecting the worst tonight. I feel like he's, again, I looked at his velocity. His velocity, Kevin, is what? Good.
Yeah.
What's wild is he's throwing 94, 95, and that's an average velocity for pitchers now. Where back in the day, if you were throwing 94, 95, you were cooking, and now it's just an average velocity. Again, go look at some of his hot spots on Baseball Savant. He's still kind of all over the place, and I think that once he kind of keys that in, it's going to be a little bit better. Maybe being here is going to help him out just a little bit in this one. That'll be nice to see, and he knows the opponent pretty well, too. So we'll see. Oh, that's always tough, though. It is, yeah. But, yeah, this is – I'm not too concerned about it tonight.
Well, another bit of good news. The last 2 years, the Rangers finished the season against the Mariners 3-10.
Okay.
So off to
a better start. Yeah. We're undefeated against them so far.
That's a good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We've got the FC Dallas ticket giveaway, plus Masterpiece Theater. What was the last TV show you saw that you absolutely hated? And we will kick it off with NFL Draft Overreaction or Reality. All of it next right here on The Fan.
recovered by the Cougars. David Bailey chopped it free.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got an FC Dallas ticket giveaway in this segment. Plus, a special edition of Masterpiece Theater. What is the last TV show you watched that you hated?
You know what? I like seriously have been putting some thought into this.
Okay.
You know what I'm doing right now to like confirm? I'm going back into all of my apps and seeing what says continue watching that's been sitting there for a while.
That's another personality quirk of mine. I cannot have that. It has to disappear.
How do you delete that?
It depends on app by app,
So that
which
means
is
you have to
super
watch it?
annoying. No, for a while, Peacock made it that way. They're like, oh, if you just go to the end, you can get rid of it. And I was like, well, why don't you? Never mind. NFL draft overreaction or reality? The Dallas Cowboys have to absolutely ace this draft. This is the draft you got rid of Micah for.
So was the next year's draft.
Yeah, but you already
You
traded
had
that
two
away.
first-round picks in both.
You already traded that away.
You gotta nail this one. You gotta get this one right. You can't miss. Can't be like these are guys we like. You gotta get the players that we like. They fit. They're gonna be stars. You gotta nail the top two for sure. And then you have to take smart risks in the rest of the draft. And I don't think that means like just holding on to your pieces and saying we're moving from there. You're going to have to move some around. You got to figure out how to move up and down and navigate that board pretty well. But again, find pieces that fit your team from there. So yeah, I think that's a reality. I think they need to. Now, that does bring up the conversation we had a little yesterday that Choppy brought up, and that was you're not building for just this 1 year. You're building for 1 year in the future.
Yeah.
But it might be 3 years from now. I don't think you can fix the whole thing with one draft. But you need to get this right in order to be able to get to that 3-year window maximized.
Well, let me ask you a bonus question then that I had not thought of until that answer.
Rick Bonus.
But yeah, look, if you used to coach for the Stars, you're getting a job. So, bonus question, the Cowboys need to get another top 100 pick out of this.
I'm not going to say that's a reality. I'd love to.
But not.
No.
Gotcha.
But I think that you can do well enough to get two good pieces out of this draft. Somebody in the top 10 is going to screw up, dude.
I will get to that.
It happens all the time.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to screw up. You need to make sure that 12's a player that you can depend on for the next 5 years.
Okay. Alec?
I know some people say 10 with first-round draft picks, but look, man.
I'll focus on 5 for now. I'll figure out the rest after that. So, Alec, the double-up question to you then. The Dallas Cowboys have to absolutely ace this draft. And then bonus, they need to get another top 100 pick.
To the first question, that is a reality easily. Because, like you said, you traded away arguably your best player to do this.
I don't even think it's that arguable.
Yeah. And you did that for a reason. At least if you're Jerry Jones, you're telling us it's because you want to go add more talented players to this team instead of having a top-heavy roster, which other teams in the league have fallen victim to recently. You look at the Cincinnati Bengals, for example. He's trying to avoid that, so you have to nail this draft, especially because you did get some picks that you did not expect to have. Like even after the Micah trade, we didn't think we were going to have that third-round pick back.
Right.
And then you trade Osa, which is probably best for business. So you've made these moves that are best for business. Now you need to act upon it. And that's where I say at this point, because I'm not super protective of draft picks. I never have been. But now that you have those 2 first-round picks and you have a third to play with, if you see a guy, if you identify a guy that you love, you go get your guy because you won't have these assets again in the near future. So that's why I say you have to nail it. As for the other question, it's kind of like Corey said. I would love it. I don't think you need to.
Okay.
I would absolutely love it. If you find a way to do that, I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm going to love that because I do think that positional value is going to come into play in day 2 with some other teams, and it's going to make some defenders available to you if you were to pick up another top 100 pick that you probably thought weren't going to be there.
Now, this one might be a little tricky.
You're trying to trick me.
Okay. Hopefully this one will not be tricky.
Better.
Overreaction or reality? There are only 12 real deal, universally agreed upon first round grades in this draft. Fernando Mendoza, Jeremiah Love, Makai Lemon, Carnell Tate, Kenyon Sadiq, Francis Muagoa, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Jermod McCoy, Mansour Delane, and Caleb Downs. So overreaction or reality, there are only those 12 universally agreed on first.
You said McCoy?
McCoy.
I think you might be right. I think that might be a reality.
Woo! Alec? Maybe, possibly, could be. And if not, who do you add on the list?
Oh, it's tough.
Because I would have thought Tyson for a while, but feels like he's slipped.
Yeah, and I even just saw, it was one of the big inside. I think it was Schrager was on McAfee just a few minutes ago, and he was like, one GM said that he's not in their top 25. Another one texted me and said, how did you have him making it all the way to 9? So
wow.
He is polarizing.
Man.
I'm going to go reality. There's maybe one other player I could listen to in that conversation.
Which is?
Spencer Fano, the interior offensive lineman out of Utah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's definitely, so 13.
Okay.
I would listen on that, but I'm not going to fight you on it kind of thing. I'm like, sure, why not? Other than that, yeah, this is one of those draft classes where there's a lot of what ifs. And that's what's going to lead them to not get first-round grades. They're going to go in the first round, but I don't have that many. I'd say that's probably a reality.
Kevin, you did forget Jacob Rodriguez, though?
You told me third.
Not based on what I said, though.
You're part of the universe.
Oh, good point.
Now, Corey, this speaks to the other thing you brought up a minute ago. Bonus, there will be a surprise top 10 pick. You don't have to tell me who it'll be unless you want to, but overreaction or reality, there will be a surprise top 10 pick that will hopefully push one of those people down the board closer to the Cowboys.
There always is. There's always a Clellan Farrell out there.
God, remember that?
What? Everybody in
shocking.
the room. Every single person in the room was just like, the Raiders screwed us out of Holy Mac.
Yeah.
You know, or whatever drink they had on special.
Yeah.
Man, God, I love those specials. They're so good. But
that's why I was mad that one year at Pluckers when we got pick 1 wrong. And he was like, nah, man, I got a feeling they're going to take Stroud. I was like, okay, but they're not.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I said, they're not going to. And he goes, you just watch. And then everyone booed him, rightfully so, afterwards. Sorry, Corey, back to you.
What was your question?
There will be a surprise pick in the top 10.
There always is.
Okay, do you want to wildly speculate? Not required.
I mean, like Ty Simpson would be the
Oh, that would be awesome.
The one that I want to throw in there and be like, there it is, y'all.
Okay.
Or Keldrick Falk. I could see, again, nobody really knows what to think of Keldrick Falk.
Right.
So that could be one of those wild cards that I'm like, I don't know. Nobody expected it, but we also did.
Alec, the bonus, there will be a surprise pick in the top 10.
Reality, because the New York Jets are selecting inside of the top 10, so I think that's always a safe bet when they are doing that. But Corey actually took mine. I was going to put a name down, and it was going to be Keldrick Falk. I think that he is even more polarizing than Jordan Tyson is at this point, because even Daniel Jeremiah was like, I got him at 32, so he's technically a first-round pick, but he could go in the top 10, but he could go in the last couple picks of the first round, or he could be early day 2. Nobody really knows, but I don't know. That feels like a Kansas City pick to me for some reason. I think Kansas City could pull the trigger at 9.
Would you consider either of these surprising top 10, Kenyon Sadiq or Monroe Freeling, the tackle out of Georgia?
I would not consider Sadiq a surprise at all. Like, because of...
That would be great to see him go top 10, though.
He's almost, aside from the fact that the dude sometimes has some drops that you're like, huh? He's everything else. And so I can see somebody saying that's the best offensive weapon we can find out there. Kind of like they did with Pitts. I just wouldn't compare him completely to Pitts in the same way.
All right. NFL draft overreaction or reality? DK Metcalf is going to get traded at the draft. Hear me out. Last year, the Steelers made a splash. They traded for DK Metcalf. Also, moving on from George Pickens, of course. In the meantime, DK Metcalf doesn't have guaranteed money left on his deal, and he's a 2-time Pro Bowler, and obviously he thinks he's awesome. Overreaction or reality, DK Metcalf is going to get dealt at the draft. I know this is a tougher one.
I think it's an overreaction. I think he's, he was good enough last year, and Aaron Rodgers is weird. In respect that they don't know exactly what they're doing at the quarterback spot. Does Mike McCarthy really want to not have a wide receiver like that he thinks he can rely on or build on and work with? Depending on who obviously that quarterback is too. So
yeah,
I think it's overreaction, but I love the spiciness of it and adding that element to it all.
Alec, is that where you're going to fall on this as well? DK Metcalf going to get traded at the draft. Hey, they can't all be easy decisions. We got to make some wild predictions sometimes.
I know, and I tried to take a fun swing on some of these. I think this will be it. I'll say reality because I could totally see the Steelers at 21 if they stay there, if they don't move back, whatever. I could see them looking at a guy like Omar Cooper.
Yeah.
And saying, I really like that player.
All right.
And he's a lot cheaper than DK Metcalf and maybe a little bit less of a headache, too. So how about we killed two birds with one stone? We get the rookie contract, the 5th-year option, and we get whatever we can get for DK. Sure, why not?
Now, this one is cheating the rules just a little bit.
I also wanted to go back into the conversation with Pittsburgh real quick, Kevin.
Sure.
I said Mike McCarthy. Does he really want that? He's not going to care.
Yeah.
He's I show up and coach the guys kind of coach.
He's a turnkey coach. Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, this is not really about the draft, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys made a huge mistake by not offering Troy Aikman the same role he now has with the Dolphins, whatever that is. I go to the quote. Troy Aikman.
Good quote here.
I think the Dolphins were wise in understanding my relationships around the league and knowing that I have information that they don't have or can't get. And I think they were smart in taking advantage of that, whether it was through me or through somebody else. The Cowboys never elected to do that, at least with me.
Yeah, he gets to talk to people about their organization.
By the way, so supposedly the NFL
hates this.
Looked into that, and they're like, whatever.
He gets to hear there's going to be a coach, an assistant coach, a trainer that bitches about somebody.
Sure.
And he gets to hear those things. He gets to hear what guys are good and bad at. He knows this information. That's why he's able to take that stuff, because those production meetings, they give you a lot. They glean a lot of information. So he has that, and he's probably noted a lot of it too. Yes, the Cowboys should absolutely use that, but the Cowboys are and that's another way that sometimes I think their own ego gets in their way, and then they're like, we have a whole staff of people that we pay to do all these things, to know this information.
Do you think that name?
And then they got to go get Christian Parker because they didn't do a good enough job of hiring the right defensive coordinator the first time. The name Troy Aikman, Kevin, I think can be personal.
Sure.
And that relationship, that's the thing that concerns me the most there, is they don't want to give Troy Aikman any power in that conversation. Because why? Troy Aikman would be the face. And Troy Aikman can't be the face of this franchise.
That is so
There's one face and one face alone.
Yeah.
Like that's, but, and also, I know that Choppy says this a lot. Jerry's been doing it for 30 years. He's an expert at this point. Troy is very good at what he does, and probably feels like he's an expert at this point. Who's gonna bend on those conversations? I think Jerry's done a good job at saying, I trust certain people to give me information, and I'll make a decision from there. But I always think that having that one person, that it's all on the line for them, and they have to make these decisions, and they have to go do these things, or they're done. I've always thought that's important, because it puts a little bit more into the skin in the game on that. But I think that there would be a lot of problems with this team specifically. Any other team, they should do that.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Cowboys made a huge mistake by not offering Troy Aikman the same role he has with the Dolphins.
Reality, just because you can never have too much information. And I don't think some people realize how much information these national broadcasters get. Like Corey was saying, all it takes is one person slipping up about something. You see them on the field before the game. They're in production meetings all week long. Like, I guarantee you, ironically enough, he was on the call for the game. Cowboys and Raiders, something happened where CD and George Pickens got punished for that first series. I guarantee you Joe and Troy knew exactly what happened before anybody else did. I guarantee you that. They knew during the game. They just didn't say anything. So stuff like that, I think you can never have too much information. And plus, whenever you don't do something that seems obvious like that, it's going to start up conversation just like this of why don't they listen to other people? Why don't they get outside opinions? But I will say that Troy, maybe he needs to speak up a little more to his GM there in Miami, because Devon Achane is not present for offseason workouts.
Oh, and remember, they were like, that's a big part of our offseason is getting him getting that deal done.
So he is a no-show today.
All right, NFL draft overreaction or reality. There will be 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round. No more, no less.
Reality.
Boom.
Check it off the list.
I think so, too. Alec?
Reality. I don't think it's going to be high for Ty Simpson. I think somebody's going to get back into the back end of the first round in the late 20s or even in the 30s.
Okay, if I set the over-under pick at 25.5, you think he's going to go later than that? Ooh, 26.5.
Later. I could see like 28 through 32.
Okay. Corey, I say Ty Simpson, pick 26.5. You say later or earlier?
Earlier.
Ooh. Okay.
I think the Jets want him.
Yeah, I mean, look, that ties into what we were discussing earlier. Now, I hope this counts as not cheating, because maybe they'll do something with him in the draft. The 49ers all of a sudden have changed their opinion of Brandon Ayuk. Remember, Kyle Shanahan was like, I'll be excited to see if he gets to play for some other team. And now they're like, well, hold on. He's a quality player, and maybe we could use him and stuff like that, which makes it sound like it's trade season, right? So overreaction or reality, Brandon Ayuk can be good at NFL football again.
He can.
Can he?
If he's motivated and healthy.
Oh. Which one of those concerns you more?
Motivated.
Okay.
Because I think if you're motivated, you can make yourself healthy for a period of time. I'm concerned about the mental headspace. Because, Kevin, I think you were out whenever we did the story, but the dude like videoed himself driving 107 miles an hour. And he was just like talking about it. Those are things that kind of concern me a lot, is where are you that you think that's okay? And so those kind of things are the ones that concern me. But I think the dude can physically do it. They do want to trade him, huh?
That's what it sounds
they want
like.
2 firsts?
No, but all of a sudden when they were like, whoa, I don't know, he's a good player, and I'm like, all right, I see what you're doing.
The Eagles with A.J. Brown, although, is it A.J. Brown that's the problem after we've heard this hit piece on Jalen Hurts?
Did you actually read that?
What? The whole piece?
I didn't read it.
I read huge chunks of it.
Okay.
That were like, this dude makes decisions on his own, and he doesn't, when he was with Kellen Moore, he did really well.
Yeah.
Kellen Moore's offense was kind of what he liked, but he doesn't love everybody else's offense, and he makes his own decisions. So,
man, this is amazing, the lack of time you get after a championship.
And so, that's crazy too, Kevin, because he got to 2 championship games doing this.
Yeah.
And the teammates are still like, I don't know, don't love him. Weird.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Brandon Ayuk can be good at NFL football again.
Reality, he can. He just doesn't want to, so he won't.
Oh!
I think it's become obvious, and it sucks, because I thought he was one of the unsung heroes of the NFL for, a blink of an eye. He was so fun to watch. He was so consistent, and whenever you watch the 49ers, it was kind of like the Isle of Misfit Toys outside of George Kittle and some of the studs on defense. It was like, these guys just play so tough, so consistent. They've got the last pick in the draft playing quarterback, and Brandon Ayuk is the star of the show. Now he just doesn't seem to care. I know the obvious connection is he's like best friends with Jaden Daniels, so maybe a move to Washington, maybe playing with one of his best friends. He's like, you know what? It's worth playing and it's worth focusing again. Maybe he can speak some peace into him, kind of like how Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean were just destined to play together in free agency kind of thing. Maybe that helps him. I don't know if it does. I don't think it does at this point. I just don't think he really cares to play.
Now, quick football note. The Bears, I believe it was the Bears who announced, or maybe the family of Steve McMichael announced, there we go, because I was trying to say announced and diagnosed for some reason, that Steve McMichael was diagnosed with CTE. So obviously he died because of the ALS, but he had CTE as well. It was his wife who came out and released that statement. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's have a little fun and dive in to Masterpiece Theater.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
So our question today, what was the last TV show you saw?
Daredevil.
That you absolutely hated? Oh, fascinating. 877-881-1053. Now, Corey, is that Daredevil or Daredevil Born Again?
The first time it happened.
Okay. Really?
I just couldn't get into it.
Okay. You didn't like that gal from True Blood?
I like her.
Yeah. Just not...
That wasn't the thing that was driving me towards Daredevil.
Okay. What were you hoping for?
Something better than Ben Affleck's version.
Okay. Oh, you didn't think it was even better than Affleck? Man.
I thought it was fine.
Okay.
But that's the thing, too. I didn't make it through it. I only made it through a few episodes, and if somebody's going to be like, slow burn, okay. Take some time, okay.
But at some point, light the match or whatever.
Yeah, for real. Now, that being said, I do have another one that I just recently started watching that I went to look at my list, Kevin.
Okay.
I went to look at the internets to figure out what I have watched of late. There's a movie called Down Cemetery Road that I just absolutely don't ever want to try and watch again.
Okay.
But Adrian and I started watching, Brockmire was like 2 seasons of awesome. I did start watching Something Very Bad Is Going to Happen.
Yes. I thought you liked it.
No.
Oh.
No. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it.
Okay.
The lead, super gorgeous. I just saw her in The Night Manager. Gorgeous. The story has me like, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat the whole time in the first episode. I don't know if I want to watch a second episode, though. That's because it freaked me out so much.
Okay.
It's horror. I get it. It's horror.
But you didn't hate it in terms of quality, right?
Like the way that it looks?
Just in terms of like, this is a good show.
I don't love it.
Okay. Hey, all right.
I'm afraid to watch any more of it, Kevin.
I
had weird dreams that night.
Oh, yeah. I could see how that would make you
want to
stop
murdered
watching
a
it.
pie.
I had it. What?
Yeah, that's what that pie was trying to kill somebody.
Oh, I thought you said you murdered it.
I had to murder it.
Oh.
In my dream.
After the pie went on some sort of killing.
It was trying to kill other people.
No.
And it was made, it looked like an apple pie, but it was bleeding.
Oh. Okay.
See, dude?
I
what
get it.
That show did to me?
That is kind of freaky.
So Born Again's awesome. The Daredevil Born Again?
If you didn't like the original show, you won't like the newer one.
Okay.
Or the sequel series, whatever you want to call it. For the 469, Starfleet Academy brings dishonor to the Star Trek franchise. I think they just canceled that too, so maybe that makes you feel better? I don't know.
Richie Fermenez says, same Corey, it's crazy. You have to keep watching.
Okay.
I want to. I'm terrified of it.
All right.
Not Daredevil, though, right? You're talking about something very bad's going to happen.
I assumed I I like Daredevil, but I hear what you're saying. From the 682 Virgin River, that's probably not about
virgins.
What? Yeah, actually. I mean, he cut right to the chase. That is pretty much.
Oh, you know what? I've seen this chick in a lot of the Hallmark movies around Christmas time. They're always bad.
From the 903 Marshalls, that was a weird thing because they're like, hey, what if we take the character that nobody cares about from Yellowstone and give him his own show? It was like the Disney shows they made for a while. They're like, let's take the least popular superheroes from Marvel and make a show because you wouldn't pay money.
You're not going to see the movie, but we're going to add an element. They're going to be in a movie later.
Yeah.
And we want you to be like, oh, I remember watching that show.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah, I could see that. So that's a good one.
The 817, did you guys cover the Angel Reese to Atlanta trade?
Did I already answer that person?
We did it yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, that was okay. Yes, we did. Yesterday. From the 469, Ted. They said it's
TV show?
Yeah, it's terrible and too woke. Man, I didn't get that sense from that show at all. That's what they said.
I think it was really funny.
I did too.
I think it's like very funny in a lot of ways. And Shea Wiggum, our very own Shea Wiggum,
his
daughter's on the show.
Yeah,
she's fantastic.
Yeah, that was one of the things I liked about the show. Is I thought with her and with the dad, they were like, hey, what if you both had extreme opinions? Like, would you be able to find any middle ground? Yeah. For the 817, I get this one. I like the show, but I could see how somebody would hate it. Umbrella Academy.
What?
The ending of that is so stupid, but also that show will try your patience, man.
I don't remember how it ended.
Exactly.
But I really enjoyed the show.
Because they'd have back-to-back episodes. You're like, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Then there'll be 4 episodes. You're like, I don't even understand what is the point of this so far. So what is the last TV show you watched that you hated? Yeah, that's a different person asking about Angel Reese. I already responded to somebody else. That happened yesterday.
Somebody said, here, hold on, Kevin, from the 817, just curious. Did y'all cover the Angel Reese trade yet?
Son of a biscuit. Alec? Oh, real quick. Couldn't get into Better Call Saul. The first 2 seasons of that show are not good. People had to pretend like they were good because they were like, oh, look at the lighting on this 16-hour-long episode. Breathtaking.
But never finished it.
Yeah.
I didn't get past the first season.
Because it wasn't interesting. And then they were like, fine, we'll bring in all the Breaking Bad people because we know that's really what you want to see. And then the show became more watchable.
Do you have to finish those first 2 seasons?
No.
To be able to
his
pick up on the next one?
Had a mental breakdown and thinks he's allergic to electronics or something.
That's all I ever got out of it.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that happens for the first 2 seasons. All right, Alec, what is the last TV show you watched that you absolutely hated?
So one came to mind because it's just objectively terrible, and then another one came to mind because they ruined it because it went on too long. But it was really, really good in its prime. The one that's just objectively terrible was She-Hulk. I sat through that.
I didn't see that.
And I hated every single second of it.
Is it just boring or?
It's nonsensical. It is boring. Like, some of the episodes were just straight up, like, empty, it felt like. And the character was very, very forced. But the one that, like, hear me out on this. The first, probably 4 seasons were probably some of the best TV I've ever seen. But after a certain point, I just couldn't watch anymore because it felt like they were running out of ideas. They were straying away from some of the comics and whatnot. The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
The Walking Dead lost me pretty much after Negan got introduced.
Yeah, and they even stretched that part out. I was like, just freaking kill Glenn already.
Exactly. We all knew it. We all knew what was about to happen, and they didn't just go with it.
It came out like 15 years ago. I'm sorry.
Man.
Glenn died?
Yeah, he got hit with the barbed wire baseball bat.
Mm-hmm.
Or to have nails in it?
It was barbed wire, I think.
Barbed wire, yeah. Sorry?
I am shocked.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to.
No, it was the episode where Rick woke up from a dream or something and everything was fine. I was like, I'm done with this show.
Yeah, and I kept watching all the way to the bitter end because they hooked me by going, this is the last season. And then I didn't know that the last season would be broken up into 3 different parts across a year and a half. And I was like, F you, Walking Dead.
Tell them.
From the 214, I watched this show. I like this show. I understand every single person who says they watched it and hated it. The Curse with Nathan Fielder. I think Nathan Fielder is really funny. That show is so freaking weird. It's him and Emma Stone, and it's like a single season, 8 episodes. The ending is bananas.
I haven't made it through that movie you suggest, Begonia.
Oh, you don't like it?
I haven't made it through. We started it,
right.
and I just kind of like...
I have a different movie for you.
All right.
Go to Hulu. It's Pizza, the movie. So much fun.
I saw the trailer and I was like, I don't know if I can.
You should. It's like, hey,
it looks so weird.
What if we updated Harold and Kumar go
That's
to White
exactly
Castle?
what I thought.
It's got a lot of similarities.
Should I be in a certain state of mind to watch it?
I don't think it would hurt.
Would it help?
I don't know. I can't. I wish I could give you an
yeah.
answer on that. I thought it was hilarious. Look, make it 25 minutes into the movie, and if you haven't laughed out loud, turn it off, move on with your life.
Mm-hmm.
All right. For me, the show was The Burbs. So
the Peacock one? I'm glad you're saying this because I wanted to watch it, and you and I both were like, I'm interested in this.
Yes, because I like the movie. It is so slow. And
Have you watched Ponies yet?
No, I know I need to.
Watch Ponies.
But like, you know how sometimes there are TV shows made from movies or things like that you're like, ooh, I'm glad we got more time to dive into all of this. This is not one of those things. They're like, we're going to need to stretch this way out. I got into episode 3 and I was really excited and I really like Keke Palmer. But by midway through episode 3, I was like, I'm out. I don't care about like most of these people, and I thought it was so boring.
The Harry Potter movies are about to be turned into a TV show, right?
That's true.
And it's basically going to be the movies just in a longer form.
I've always been confused by the need to do that for something that was already good.
Yeah.
Like if it's
Let it
something
be where it
crappy,
was.
like you guys hated the Dark Tower movie. So like if they did a series and they're like, we need to really dive into things, I get that. It feels like the Harry Potter movies are pretty universally loved.
Yes.
But
yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me to do that. The Dark Tower series, you have to, I don't know how they would be able to do it. It would take magnificent producing that I don't think that Hollywood is capable of.
And I need all of y'all to stop texting about the Angel Reese trade, and if we're going to cover it at all.
Do we need to go check it out?
We talked about it yesterday! See, and this person right here, they get it, but they also are pissing me off. The last TV show I watched and hated was the coverage of the Angel Reese trade. That is not a TV show!
The simple fact is...
But that is very funny.
That you guys are doing a great job, and I'm proud of you for that. Somebody said the new season of Invincible is out. Yes. Yes, it is. And it is awesome.
This is a great one, House of the Dragon. Because the way season 2 ended, everyone was like, well, if you don't like it, don't watch it. And I was like, okay, I won't. And so at the suggestion of one of the main actresses, whenever season 3 comes out, I'm going to pass.
I watched the first season. Did I see the second season? I'll see. We'll see. I'll go watch it, and then I'll tell you what.
Let me ask you this. Did the season you watch end with something interesting or not?
I can't remember.
Well, then that could have been the second season. Because it's
been a while since I watched it, too.
The end of the second season feels like you're halfway through the season, and you're like, coming up next, nothing.
Oh, no. I hate that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got the famous Alec Medford. But right now, the spotlight descends on, Corey Majors and the C Block.
And we start things off in the C Block today with the level of concern. And as you know, now we've established the highest level of concern is 1 metric ton. The lowest level of concern is 0.
Oh, that makes sense.
So we go through the level of concern, and we begin today's episode of the level of concern with the shocking Angel Reese trade that happened yesterday
of a bitch.
that we still don't know enough about.
Okay, what do you want to know?
From the 469, this question is the best one. Will this Angel Reese trade be remembered like the Luka trade? Kevin, we go to you for more.
I don't believe so. It was for a 2027 and a 2028 first-round pick, and then also a second-round pick swap option. The thing that's so weird is we get all the time, like day of, oh, did you hear about this? And you're like, right on. I get it. You're trying to be helpful, or maybe you have questions or whatever. We had 2 different people in the span of like 4 minutes ask if we talked about that, and that was yesterday. And I just thought that was really odd. So, yeah, we talked about it. And
your level of concern.
Chicago didn't like that she openly was like, the hell are we doing? We got to get some better players up in here.
Don't you want your players to be honest about their team?
I do.
Yeah.
But apparently Chicago is too sensitive. Also, she was like, yeah, I don't think our management's doing a good job with this and that, and their delicate sensibilities couldn't handle it. So they were like, you're out.
Kevin, your level of concern with Nathan Eovaldi, you asked me earlier. You did not give your response. Hold on. He is 0-2 and starting his third start with the second highest ERA of all starters starting today. Yeah, I know that's kind of a shocker there for you. Shane Smith, because he has 11.24 ERA. Shane Smith of the White Sox has a 19.29. He is also 0-2. Kevin, if you have an above 10 ERA, should you be 0-2 right now?
Yes.
Your level of concern for Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah.
In weight.
1,200 pounds.
Oh, wow. That's close to a ton.
I am very concerned. I thought after the first start, you'd be like, it's whatever. But Nathan Eovaldi usually gets off to really hot starts. So the fact that he's gotten off to a bad start and he's just been unbelievable for so long, I keep getting nervous that the other shoe's about to drop. And so, I'm pretty concerned.
Your level of concern there is about age, right?
Yeah.
That
definitely.
It's worn out on him?
Yes, definitely.
I guess if I saw his velocity change that much, I'd be a lot more concerned.
I get that.
Whatever, again, I'm going to go back to maybe Mike Maddox's game plan was a smart thing for him, and he just doesn't have somebody like that to bounce ideas off of. Maybe that's what it is, and he just needs to refine that a little bit. Hopefully that's the thing. So my level of concern, 300 pounds.
Pretty low.
Yeah, it's low right now. If tonight goes wrong, we trade him for Paul Skeens straight up.
There is no way in hell the Pirates would do that.
Why not?
Because probably
he was in the candidacy for Cy Young last year.
Yeah, but Paul Skeens won the Cy Young, and he's like a decade younger than. Actually, he's probably more than a decade younger than Eovaldi.
Skeens ever won a World Series?
He is not.
What about a World Baseball Classic?
He won Libby Dunn's heart. What is that worth?
You trying to say that Eovaldi couldn't win hearts?
I mean, I guess he could. He won mine. So
he's an awesome wife, is what I'm going to say. Kevin, your level of concern for people's wallets, not because of the economy.
Oh, I was going to say pretty high. Politics.
The other day, my son he said something about 401ks or something, and I did it for the first time ever. I said, "Well, I'm not selling today."
Exactly.
And that's the Warren Buffett approach. Is I'm not selling today, Kevin.
Also, I'll just say, I'm sorry, real quick, indulge me. Regardless of who the president is in charge, I don't think you can complain about a dip in 401ks if they've been rocketing up for some time.
But they're back to where they were.
That is not true.
Yeah, mine is.
From when?
When it started.
When your 401k started?
When this presidency started.
I would like to see those numbers.
I'm not showing you that.
Oh, well, okay.
You just have to believe me.
Okay.
Or else.
Oh.
This is an off-air conversation, Kevin.
I stopped talking.
At $7.39 per hot dog.
Oh.
It would cost about $72 to get yourself 9 hot dogs.
Okay.
For the 999 challenge out at Globe Life Field.
Oh, not tomorrow, though.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. The beers, standard 16-ounce beers, it would eventually cost you, because it's $11.71 a beer, $105.39. So 9 of those. So essentially, it would cost you $177.39 to do the 999 challenge at Globe Life Field if you were going to put it all together in that way. Now, Kevin, I take you to Dollar Dog Day.
Oh, yes.
Where it is not, it's $1. It's no tax, right? Is it just dollars? Like I can walk in with 4 quotas and be like, bam, give me my hot dog. How's it, how Dollar Dog Day work out?
Prices at the ballpark are built in with tax.
What?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
I believe, like, Whataburger used to do that. I used to love that. It was like, this sandwich is $4. This sandwich is $6. This one's $7.50. And now they're like, it's $4.39. You're like, come on.
Is that even a word?
No, it's a number.
So Dollar Dog Day, you're paying $9. Now you just got to buy all the beers.
Okay.
Are you concerned about people going to the stadium trying to spend $200 to do the $9.99 challenge?
It feels like it feels like the punishment is not just having to do it; it's having to spend all the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do that on Dollar Dog Night, right? Day.
Dollar Dog Day, maybe. That's a lot of beers.
Yeah, and they're not giving you discount beers.
And I definitely need a driver.
Yes.
You need a driver if you're going to consume 9 beers in the game. Just be smart, is what I'm saying.
Is that not? I'm really asking this question. Is that not dangerous?
What? To have that many beers?
Yeah.
Can be for some people.
Okay.
Some people, 9 beers is a Tuesday, you know.
Okay.
Everybody's built a little different, but you're putting your liver through it.
Okay.
Whole bottle of bourbon, you're really putting your liver through it.
Okay.
World Cup fans, your level of concern for their wallets, Kevin.
Oh, hi. As somebody who wants to be an in-person World Cup fan, it is very high.
The Massachusetts Board of Transportation, MBTA is what I'm going to call them, Kevin.
Okay.
Confirms $80 return ticket Boston to Gillette Stadium during the World Cup. The first reported price was that it would be $75. They have now quadrupled the usual price of a ticket from Boston to Gillette Stadium and back.
It's because they have that dispute, right?
They usually charge $20.
Yeah.
And they're like $80 now. Here we go.
Surge pricing. And also, Gillette in that general area, they had the dispute about the $8 million unpaid for security. Maybe they're like, fine, this is what I'll do.
How far of a walk is that?
Ooh.
Is it worth it?
I don't know.
Just to be like, screw, I'm not paying $80 to ride transit there.
Man, everyone, if you go to games, has that equation, whatever it is in their head, right? Like distance walked versus money spent or money saved.
I love parking close. You know that about me.
Yes.
That being said, if they're not going to let me park close, I don't want to pay $80 to do it. Anyway,
that's crazy.
Yeah. $80 to park, I'm okay with. If I'm close.
And you're in your car.
I'm in my car. I'm close.
Whereas I get the convenience of the train, but what I always think is I can get in my car and my next stop is home. You know, whereas not my next stop's the train station, then walk to your car and then home.
For real. Kevin, have you ever heard of the software company Streaming Tech?
I feel like
I'm sorry, Plex.
Oh. I feel like I probably should have, but no.
Have you heard of Plex, Alec?
Yes, I have.
Plex held a Survivor-themed corporate retreat for 120 full remote staff in Honduras for $500,000 in 2017.
Oh.
So this is a while back. Here are some notes from this.
Oh, no.
The hotel GM resigned 3 weeks before they got there and left a note that said, "I wish you the best with your retreat." That sounds like a threat.
Oh.
The hotel head chief quit 3 days later. The road to the resort was unpaved, and towers with machine gun toting guards were en route. The food is crap and warned not to eat salad. The Plex CEO wants veggies, and he eats the salad and gets E. coli on the first day. A Navy SEAL brought to run the team through drills, and it's disaster because he'd never seen such an unfit group, as they say. The replacement chef had never cooked for 100-plus people, and all the chicken and beef came out raw.
Oh, my God.
The resort was fumigated every day to get rid of sand flies. And they took
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's a sand fly?
Yeah.
Sand fly, dude. Just think about it. Looks like the sand.
Does it come up out of the sand?
It's made of sand, I'm assuming,
that
Kevin.
Can't be true.
It's in the sand. They're flies that are just in the sand. Sand fleas, I'm sorry. Fleas.
Okay. So you can see my question was understandable.
Yeah, Kevin, I feel like I responded in a very curt way, and I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no problem.
Took 100-plus employees to the remote island. About 20 people stranded overnight because an 8-person propeller plane couldn't fly everyone back before dark. And a lot of people from the trip still at the company Plex. CEO Keith Valori said, you get really close bonds on these trips.
No.
It's like the life-sustaining force of the company now.
Did anybody, die? This feels like the plot of Send Help a little bit.
They all made it, but it cost $500,000 for them to do that. Kevin,
oh my goodness,
after all of that, should they have said, you know what? We're never doing a company retreat again.
Or it's in the cafeteria. Or whatever, your retreat is on the premises of where you work. This sounds problematic.
And the 3-2-1, no one's dying. And if that's the case, maybe you roll that sucker out again.
Yeah.
And that's the level of concern, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I am concerned for those people. I hope they were okay.
Bob McKay comes in here and goes, guys, we're going on a retreat into Honduras.
Out.
You're going to say you have something else you're doing that week?
Yeah, I'm not doing it unless the prize money is $500,000. Then we'll figure it out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 972. I have a company retreat in 2 weeks. Not really sure I wanted to hear that. Coming up next,
I'm sure you'll be fine.
The Sabres are in, so now which teams have the longest playoff droughts and which one will break theirs next? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Michigan starting to take control a little bit. 45-37, Cadeau, three, top of the key, got it! Oh, the three! Cadeau looks to the bench and stalks up the floor. The first made three of the game for Michigan. And a timeout. UConn, 48-37. The Wolverines with their largest lead in search of their second national championship.
And their first one in, I believe, 37 years, they were able to get the job done, handing UConn their first ever loss in a national championship game. UConn now 6-1 in the first title for the Big Ten in men's basketball since 2000 with Michigan State. So we're going to talk about breaking title droughts across all of the major professional sports.
Okay.
But real quick, wanted to throw out one other update of a story that unfortunately not fun whatsoever. The Dallas Stars did in fact ban a fan from the American Airlines Center following an investigation into him and a group of fans allegedly performing a Nazi salute. The Stars announced that yesterday, but the team said they couldn't identify and ban the other people in the video, which is a little surprising because usually when you see videos like this, that they circulate quickly and a lot of people are like, that's this guy, and then that will like help you potentially track down that lead. But the Stars said they were not able to identify who the other people were, so just the ticket buyer who they identified in that video has been banned from the AAC.
I like in most of the stories I saw on that, Kevin, by the way, they had lots of quotes, and the Stars also quoted a lot of their own details on their ticket stubs,
right?
Which you don't have a physical copy of. But Robert Tiffin brought that up the other day. He was like, "There's in the fine print. There's a lot of information that talks about code of conduct, and how to act whenever you're in our arena, please."
And even if they weren't, I feel like hopefully you could use some common sense and be like, you shouldn't do that, especially not anywhere really.
That being said, let me ask you this. Do you yell Stars in other arenas?
I do, and it's always weird to me that nobody else does.
We do it at Surprise Stadium.
I know.
Whenever we're covering it, and we're just like, Stars!
The one that caught me is not thinking that other teams do the same thing.
With the Knights?
Yes. The first time I heard that threw me off.
Wild's not in the national anthem.
Yeah, just the Knights. All right. So we talked about
the Rockets.
That's true. We talked about the Buffalo Sabres yesterday. They made the playoffs for the first time it was coming up on 15 years, which now means there's not another team that's super duper close to the Jets for the worst run of no playoff seasons currently in the four major American sports. So I was going to run down some of them and see if you think any of these teams are primed to break the streak. Let's start with, of course, the NFL. The Jets, they're going to be coming up on season 16 in which they have not made the playoffs. So 15 seasons so far. Do you see an end in sight soon for the Jets when it comes to the playoffs?
Soon is an interesting question.
Yeah. I couldn't say next year. That feels like a lot.
I think they're going to give up on Aaron Glenn before he gets the foundation of what he wants in there.
Okay.
That's what the Jets do. The Jets give up on the coach before, and hell, dude, they had a pretty decent coach who needed a quarterback the whole time he was there. And then they brought a quarterback in that was a miserable person and like completely demeaned him in front of everybody. And then look what happened there. So I just think the Jets are a truly dysfunctional organization. I look at that division, and they're not going to win the division. I think the Patriots and Bills are going to be at the top two of that division for quite some time. And even when it comes to the Dolphins, I still don't understand why they're in the division. The Dolphins, they might even recover faster than the Jets. So, no.
Okay.
Add 5 years to this thing.
Oh, man. All right. Then your other options. The Falcons, they're up to 8 years.
What did that anonymous person say about
said,
the Falcons?
I don't understand any of the moves they've made.
They franchise tagged Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Who has had 1,000-yard receiving year in his career one time and finally had 900 yards this year. They have a lot of pieces in place that I like.
Okay.
That division is winnable. And then the Carolina Panthers were like, we're going to be good. You know, like that's the weird thing is that division with the Buccaneers was the only real threat in it. And then out of nowhere, Carolina was like, everybody around us sucks.
We might be okay.
It might be, you know what, Kevin? I can see within the next 5 years them making the playoffs once.
All right, but now you have to make a choice because the 3 and 4 on the list are the Colts and the Saints. So the Jets, Falcons, Colts, and Saints, which will be the next team from that group to make the playoffs.
Jets, Falcons, Colts, Saints. I will go with the Saints, Kevin. I think the Saints are on their way. Dude, they didn't even have a real quarterback. And Kellen Moore was able to make some real quarterback play out of him.
Ooh, Alec, would you co-sign Jets, Falcons, Colts, and Saints? One of them will eventually probably make the NFL playoffs. Who will it be?
Oh, that's a pile of misery. It's between the Falcons and the Saints for me. I feel like they're in somewhat similar positions. I want to say Falcons, but I'm remembering that Tua's going to be their quarterback for the near future. Give me the Saints because they kind of sort of have a quarterback, I think.
Okay.
I think they do. They're at least confident in their guy. So I'll give them that. And hey, if they draft well this year, they're at least going to be somewhat entertaining. So, yeah, give me the Saints. Sure.
Now, for the NHL, a lot of this could be in flux.
United front from me in the Medfordplex.
I like it. How does that go again?
Me in the Medfordplex.
But what goes along with it? Mm-hmm. All right. So the Chicago Blackhawks haven't made the playoffs in 6 years, and they still suck, and they're not making it this year. But the 3 teams on that list, equal or worse than them, are the Sharks, 6 years, Ducks, 7 years, Red Wings, 9 years. All 3 of those teams could potentially make the playoffs this year. The Ducks have the best opportunity. Hell, they could still win the crappy Pacific Division. Detroit, they've got a shot. That's going to be tough. And San Jose is still in the mix. So the top 3 on the list all could potentially make the playoffs this season, though that would probably be
Red Wings
tough.
aren't going to.
You don't think so?
Nope.
Okay. I mean, they have the toughest path ahead.
Yeah, plus they have a -9 point differential.
Oh, goal differential?
Yeah,
I hear you.
Goal differential. That's not the Leafs with a -33.
God, they suck. Do you want to go with baseball or basketball next?
Let's go baseball, Kevin.
All right, baseball. Who do you think has the longest playoff list streak currently in Major League Baseball?
Are they in the AL West?
They are.
I'm going to go with, because you've recently brought this up, I'm going to go with the Angels.
The Angels is correct.
You said that they hadn't won 2 games since 1993.
It wasn't that long, but it was a long time. 2 games to start the season. They hadn't started 2-0 since 3 years before they drafted Mike Trout.
I thought it was 2 games total. Like that was.
No, that feels like you would recognize that.
Yeah.
But okay.
You'd probably have to close that franchise down if that was the case.
That I would agree with that. All right. Man, Alec, there is a bunch of pressure on you now because right out the gate, he got number 1. Who has the next longest playoff list streak in Major League Baseball?
Oh, man.
And it's a team that still sucks.
Huh. That's tough. The Pirates?
Well, Alec, normally I would say that was a stupid answer. You should have said, obviously, the Rockies.
Oh, yeah.
But the Rockies are 3rd. And the Pittsburgh Pirates are 2nd on the list.
Let's go!
At
Poor Paul
10
Skeens.
straight seasons. So it goes like this.
Hunter Griffin doesn't have a clue what he's in for, does he?
He's had a tough start, too. The Angels haven't been in the playoffs in 11 years. Pirates 10, Rockies 7, Nationals 6. One of those teams has to eventually make the playoffs. Who will it be?
I'm going to say it's the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I think.
For no reason other than Paul Skeens and our hope for
fair.
him.
That's fair.
Plus, Mike Trout got hit in the hand recently, so he's probably going to be out for 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, he said he's okay, but I'm also
We know how this
concerned about
works,
that.
dude. We've
Yeah.
seen it before. So I'm going to say the Angels, it's going to be... you know what? They might be cursed having Mike Trout. The Mike Trout curse. Why are you pointing around the room right now?
That's what Danhausen does when he curses people.
Hey, that's right. Dude, Danhausen's actually been really good.
I agree.
Yeah, no, I have thoughts on him.
After a horrendous introduction.
That I learned from Spittle yesterday.
All right.
Including his name.
Oh.
I didn't know who Danhausen was.
I don't actually know what his real name is whatsoever. All right, now, here's a couple of things I need you to know.
Who's going to fix the Rockies, though?
The Colorado Rockies have won 2 games in a row. They're 4-6.
Angels haven't done that since 93.
That is still not right.
I feel like I was getting closer.
If the Rockies can win 3 more games in a row, they will be above 500 for the first time in more than 3 years.
That's impressive.
And I know you're thinking, well, you're not counting like 1-0. Yes, I am. Because the last time they were above 500, they were 2-1. And that was more than 3 years ago. But now my next question for you. What do you think is the longest? I don't need the team, just the number of years. What do you think is the longest run in the history of baseball without making the playoffs? Like most consecutive non-playoff seasons.
13.
Okay. So it's more than that because remember
25.
when the Rangers got here, they did not make it for 24 years?
25 years.
It's 29 years. The Montreal Expos / Nationals held the record for missing out on the playoffs 29 straight years. Ouch.
Why do you always have to do that? You know how much I love the Expos hats.
Did you ever watch that Netflix documentary?
Was it about
the Expos?
Vlad?
I mean, he's
and
in
Pedro.
It.
How many great players they had.
Pedro is actually one of the talking heads in that.
No, I need to.
All right.
What channel is it on?
It's on Netflix. Netflix.com.
/
Expos. I don't actually, that actually might not work. But in case you don't know what that's in reference to, we had Nancy's mom on from Stranger Things, and in the press release they said direct people to go to netflix.com/Stranger Things, and I was like, okay.
You know, the next time we had a guest on from Netflix, they didn't include that.
Yeah.
Because you ragged on them so hard.
Yeah, because it was stupid. Oh, it's a cultural phenomenon entering its last season. That's like all anybody's talking about. Here's the URL to go check it out.
Didn't it say www?
Yes, it did. It said HTTP. It was the whole thing. All right, basketball. Which basketball team do you think currently is in the midst of the longest playoff-less streak? Ooh, I'll give you a hint. They're about to end it.
Oh, in like everything?
Kind of.
Oh,
What?
okay.
Why? Why so much death today?
The Bobcats?
I'm going to need... I'm sorry, I cannot accept that answer.
Were they the Bobcats at one point?
They were. They are now the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh! Yeah, so yeah, Charlotte Hornets and Bobcats.
You can see how I would not accept that answer.
I think you should have, though, because at one time during this streak, they were still the Bobcats.
Ooh, are you sure of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, the Charlotte Hornets have not made the playoffs in the last 9 seasons. They will be in the play-in. They still have a chance to make the real playoffs, so... does that count if they don't end up making the real playoffs? They just make the play-in, but then they get bounced. That doesn't count, right?
At this point, the play-in game counts as part of the playoffs.
So you would say that broke the streak?
Oh, I guess it's called a play-in game, not a playoff. So I guess I'm wrong about that. No, I don't think it'll break the streak.
Okay. Who do you think is second on that list? They will absolutely, definitively break the streak. They are in the playoffs.
By the way, the Bobcats in 2013-14,
See?
Kevin, was the last
That's
time
why
they
I
were
asked
called
if
that.
you were sure.
Who's the what streak?
Who has definitively ended their streak? They were second. Hadn't been in the playoffs in 6 years. That run is over. They've made it. And they might win the whole damn thing.
Oh, not the Nuggets then.
The Nuggets have won 9 games in a row.
Good for them. Without Mike Malone, though.
Okay, well, Mike Malone wasn't their coach before he got hired by North Carolina. Ooh, no, the Bulls, they just cleaned house and they got rid of a bunch of them.
That's not good for them.
And do you think the Bulls can win it all this year?
I don't know.
Come on,
the Spurs.
It's the Spurs. The San Antonio Spurs had made it in 6 years. Obviously, they will. Next on the list, Trailblazers and Wizards. The Wizards still suck. The Trailblazers could make it via the tournament.
Are the Spurs that good?
Yes.
That's a good team, not just a good player?
Yes. Because I think Stephon Castle has really embraced his role. De'Aaron Fox has kind of been a revelation for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, even Dylan Harper's coming along.
You're rooting for the Spurs?
No. Man, I do have a lot of Wemby cards, though. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll need to figure that out. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up.
From This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on your Chevy registrations, 2023 through 2025.
Benson to the air on first down. In trouble and sacked. Our Mason Thomas takes him down for a loss of 5 on the play.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Haggy, how are you?
Man.
Did you guys cover Angel Reese in the trade there that happened?
I think we should probably dive in on that a little bit.
I don't know if you guys talked about. I thought are we hitting that in the cross?
We did.
Brian's
that happened
pumped.
yesterday.
I was excited about the trade. I think Atlanta's a better team now.
And do you think Chicago was glad to move on?
Hey, I'm all about the LSU players.
Okay.
That's why I brought it up.
Go Tigers.
Did Chicago get enough, though, in return?
I mean, somebody brought up they got more first-round picks than we did for Luka.
Comparative players, you know?
Gotta let that go, man.
I didn't say that. I don't feel that way.
We've planted our flag.
I was going to say, my hot sports opinion is we got the better player. So
I'm not doing good, by the way, Kevin.
No? Why not?
You screwed me over pretty bad.
What did I do?
So I went ahead. I had my buddies texting me, guys, what do you think's going to happen tonight? Michigan, UConn. And I said, with authority, it's already written. UConn's going to win.
Yeah.
So all my buddies threw down on the UConn money line. And then what happened? At about 10:30, I'm getting flooded with FUs and middle fingers. And I just said, you know what? I had a guy I thought I could trust. I thought he was going to be right. Next time, I'm not going to listen to him.
You know what? Yesterday, he told me the odds and everything, and he was like, it's just so lopsided, I had to put some down on UConn. And I said, but you also have a weird approach in that if UConn wins, you win money. If they lose, you also win, and that's $100 that you spent that you got to add to the voodoo of them losing.
At which
that's
point,
where you got to know Kevin well enough to know what his rooting interests are.
I did add to Corey. I go, so perhaps spite or hate is not the best betting strategy. So I'm sorry about that, Zach. I was very glad they lost.
I know you were,
but yeah,
it's okay. It's all right. It was an ugly game.
Now I wanted to ask you guys about our Mason Thomas, but more importantly, I want to ask you about, do you approve of what Corey did the other day at the door? We talked in one of these crosstalks about, do you not open the door for somebody at the part where you need a badge? And so we were leaving, and Corey, I will let you tell the story because I thought the way you did it was very funny.
We got to the door, and the guy walked through the first set of glass doors, got to it, and kind of looked at me like you're about to open the door, and I just stopped and I pointed to the thing. And I was like, you got to scan yours. And he goes, oh, very nicely, went to grab his badge, and I was like, no, I was just joking.
So you think he was going to grab his badge?
Yeah, but he could have been grabbing something else. We don't know what.
Fake
but I've been trying to see. I want to see how, and I've done this a couple other times, and everybody always is like, you know what? He's right. Nobody's ever mad at me. They're always like, he's actually right for the security of our building.
Yeah. There is a little bit of a guilt feeling when you're trying to get in there, and you don't blame the other person if they shut you down. They're They're operating at a higher moral code.
Okay.
Yeah.
See?
Moral compass.
And then I asked Corey, would he have felt bad if it was like, old man robbed this whole place? Would you have felt bad?
Yes. Not really. Yeah, that's on security at that point, you know.
It's on him.
If I'm gonna lose it all, I'm gonna be losing it all as he was a good guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if something happens.
The best in people.
Yeah. People. Like I had it happen to me the other day over at Crown Global Media. Guy, we have the same situation. Have a badge, and guy was following me right in, and I didn't say a word. I just held the door open, and here we go. And I was sitting there thinking, if something happens to me, he'll at least say, you know what, that was a good guy.
Okay.
That was a good guy.
He'll spare you.
Yeah, he'll say.
No. What a dark turn.
Maybe.
Snickers.
You never know. You never know. I've seen videos where these, evidently, gunmen and stuff walking into and people noticing and not saying anything or anything like that.
And just running out or something.
Yeah, just kind of like, where are you going kind of a thing.
Nobody won't see you.
So,
Who do you think at the station would be most likely, like it was one of those old school bank robberies, everyone has to lay on the ground, they say don't move and nobody will get hurt. If it had to be one person, who do you think would be most likely to try to be like, no, we're breaking this thing up right now?
Bobby.
Fred.
I can see that.
Yeah, I can.
Bobby is interesting.
Yeah, I just feel like Bobby would be like, no, I've outsmarted everybody in the room on this.
I'd probably say you, Hagee.
Oh yeah, you have
just because of your exploits at Blockbuster Video back
made some poor decisions that really cost you.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe
you're devising a plan over there to go tackle the guy with the gun,
even though you shouldn't. Like what
you're
do you
in the
guys?
Right.
Okay,
when you're in the right, I see you as a highly motivated person to bring justice to the room.
Thank you. Sometimes to my own detriment. Or what do you guys think about R. Mason Thomas? Because we've talked about him.
Where do
as
you
a
want to take him?
12.
You take him at 20,
suggested.
right?
Oh, is that Prisco?
Yeah.
Prisco's done this twice now.
Prisco's a little bit different because he believes in the mock draft. He believes his board's the right board, so he doesn't care what other teams think or what,
He specifically said, I don't care what the draft cult thinks.
That's right, exactly right, yeah. And R. Mason Thomas is probably a player that needs to be taken somewhere between 35 and maybe 45, somewhere right around there.
It's a good range.
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to hear the Cowboys say we're out on Jermod McCoy because of one ACL and then taking R. Mason Thomas at 12 or 20.
Yeah.
That would be incongruent.
Okay. And then, again, a mock draft's a mock draft. I get that. I know people really like Peter Schrager for being in the loop. Is it a dream scenario for you to come away from this with Caleb Downs and Akeem Mesidor?
I'd be very excited by that. I mean, Caleb Downs at 12 is a dream.
My gosh.
Especially whoever they take at 20, I would be fine with because you've landed a Caleb Downs at 12. But I like Akeem Mesidor a lot. I mean, I think that dude, I get the age thing. I've been stressing the age concern is not really big for me anymore.
Yep.
I mean, we've had a lot of Cowboy first-rounders that haven't even been picked up for a fifth-year option. So I'm less concerned about getting to that second contract now. I just want a guy that can come in and be productive, and Akeem Mesidor is a really good player.
I would. There's considerations for him at 12. Mesidor. I know that he's getting taken at 20 there, but yeah, if Downs is there, I mean, you absolutely have to take Downs. But Mesidor would be an outstanding draft as far as I'm concerned.
How high is Downs up on your list?
Top 3.
He's number 1 for me.
I was going to say I think he's an easy top 5, but I love that.
Yeah, top 3.
Is he the safest player in this first round?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll tell you what. Give me the Miami offensive tackle.
Okay.
As the safest
Dude, he's
player.
a blast to watch.
Yeah,
he is a blast.
If you talk about just what you're going to get with this guy, and I think he's going to get better as it goes along. So I think that you would have probably the least amount. I'm going to ask a question today at 340 at Krusty's Corner. We're going to go through some potential busts at certain picks. And I don't think I would think that Mawanoa would be a bust consideration at all as a first-round pick.
Okay, I like it. Ooh, good tease right there. Anything else we need to know about the program today?
Well, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Let's just start with that. Jacob Latz is going to join us at 3:20 for the Rangers Player Show.
He's a fun guy to talk to.
7 innings of no-hit ball so far from Jacob Latz. 4 appearances, 1 start, 7 innings, no hits, no runs allowed. Bobby Carella is going to talk Mavs with us at 4:20.
All right.
Reflect on everything Cooper Flagg's been doing. And there's one other guest in here as well. Jared Sandler at 4:40.
Okay.
So we're taking you right up to pregame at 6:30.
Boom. And we will be out at the ballpark tomorrow leading you into Rangers 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. right here.
And Thursday.
That's right, for the City Connect release right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's a Toxic Tuesday unlike any other. Okay. We got Rangers baseball coming up at 7:05. And who knows what else could be in store this evening. So we'll jump in with breaking news if and when it becomes necessary. But let's jump into the sports conversation here over the next 4.5 hours. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA, of course. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion with you. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Draft 2 weeks and 2 days. We're 16 days from drafting them up. Join us at Pluckers. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Face it to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic, 4.5 flawless. Woolchuck is here. Chiafalo has taken a family day. I believe it's his oldest daughter's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Maya.
So live it up, Chiafalo family, and send Eric some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. Do people actually do that when I say that? Are they hitting your phones up? Are you getting the alerts?
No.
Are they sending you love, letting you know that you're missed?
Every once in a while, but usually
every once in a while. We got to double down on this, guys.
Yeah, we got to show the
Get
love.
on there.
Unless you got that tweet we had the other day where they were voting guys off.
Like the 3 mics to silence.
So you might be happy that Eric's not here, or I'm not here, or Dawson's not here. You might be happy about that. Like, instead of sending you love, it's like, oh, thank God.
Show's way better.
Yeah.
The alerts I get are usually when Jack Leiter does something incredible, or when I say something unhinged and half-cocked, and then Josh clips it, throws it up on Twitter Shorts.
You got to remind Josh every once in a while.
Next thing you know, next thing you know, people are like, "You're an idiot." I'm like, "Wait, what did I even do? I haven't tweeted in 2 weeks."
I forgot I said that.
Okay, yes, that's right. I said that.
Can we not?
In the 3 o'clock hour.
Aiden's got our backs, though. I think
with that.
Aiden's going to do a good job for 2 hours.
Aiden's crushing. coordinating your video. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Ugly but convincing 69-63 win for Michigan last night over UConn. Huskies kept bringing it close, but could not close the margin of victory. Did they ever lead? Was it? I think Michigan went out to like a 6 or 7 point lead in the first 5 minutes of that game, and that's basically how the game felt for the rest of the contest. Michigan nearly perfect at the line. At one point, they made 20 free throws in a row, and UConn. I think they were a very respectable team, but there was a significant difference. Like this Michigan team, highest scoring average in the tournament since the 1990 UNLV squad. Just some really impressive statistical things about what this Michigan team did. Broke a 26-year national championship drought inside the Big Ten. Not since Mateen Cleaves for Tom Izzo, way back in the day. Way back. 99 was the last time the Big Ten had a national championship in men's basketball. That's what Michigan did.
First one in Michigan since 89, right?
Yep. First one at Michigan since 89.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. That's going way back. Coach Dusty May being lauded for his use of the transfer portal. He becomes the first coach to start a national championship starting five where none of the kids started their careers at the school. Yeah. Their top 4 scorers all played for different schools last season. Yeah. So definitely a sign of the times. But yes, it was one of the more dominant teams in college basketball history, at least of this era. And I found it interesting watching the game because none of those players felt like blue chip NBA prospects. Mm-hmm. It was just dominated by really high-level college basketball players.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of missed shots, a lot of boards. It really kind of went UConn's pace to where if they wanted to win that game, I think Dan Hurley had to be happy with it. But unfortunately, they couldn't hit their shots. You had the big swing at the end there where they get a steal. They go down the floor. They miss a shot. Michigan comes right back. Bang, they hit a 3 at that point. I'm like, oh, no.
It was there for the taking for a moment.
Late. Yeah,
when they cut it to 4 and got 2 missed free throws, it was there for the taking. But just a horrible shooting night when you needed to be good. I mean, the hero from the Duke game was pathetic all night long, and shoot, I mean, they overachieved to get there. It's one of those things that I think when you get there and you lose, you saw the tears on the UConn faces. But an incredible season for those guys, no doubt about it. Odds to win the tournament next year: Duke's your favorite, +7 hundo. Michigan 800, Arizona 1200, Florida 13. Houston's the top favorite from inside the great state of Texas at +1400, so they have good odds. But Tech's at 2500, UT's at 65 hundo, TCU, SMU, and Baylor all at +10,000. So. We've been having some pretty good runs with these college basketball teams in the great state of Texas, but this was not our year, and it does not appear that next year is going to be either. You guys watch much of that, or you watch the baseball game? Rangers offense didn't show up again. That one was a snooze fest.
I felt very locked into what the Rangers were doing last night. Kind of kept an eye on the score, but I was into the Rangers. Again, I got my dad sitting down watching games with me, and so it's kind of neat that way. But, yeah, hey, listen, for them to – you were just kind of ready for something bad to happen. I hate to watch a game that way. But, man, great job. No bats, but the pitching was outstanding all the way through. Once deGrom handed the ball off, they were able to kind of manage that thing through. So, great win for the Rangers. You mentioned yesterday, Dawson, that the Mariners have been kind of scuffling along a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let them. Hey, that's okay. That's still a good team up and down the lineup.
Yeah. They're going to be heard from.
And then you look at their pitching as well. That's a pretty tough team to have to deal with.
Yeah, a little disappointing to see deGrom give up the bomb to Cal Raleigh.
He's
early.
given up a lot of bombs here lately.
And you're like, oh boy, is this going to be another one of those nights? But that was the only hit he gave up.
That was it.
Well, but that's the thing that Cal Raleigh, if you watch the at-bat, Cal Raleigh fought him through the whole.
Yeah, I think it was 12 pitches.
Yeah, and then deGrom is like, okay, I can't get this guy out. And all of a sudden he just happened to be one that went right down as our guys were talking about on the broadcast. I said right down Broadway there, and it's just Cal Raleigh's
left one.
Cal Raleigh's going to take that mistake or that pitch and it's going to deposit it where it was.
Well, the other story with Jake is he had a tweak in his knee. Mm-hmm. And he only went 78 pitches. Skip saying afterwards that they didn't want to, skip the start once he felt the tweak at his knee. I think he felt it in the bullpen before the game, so he went out there. But after 5 innings and 78 pitches, they also decided they did not want to push it, but they don't anticipate that being a problem into the future for Jacob deGrom. He's just almost 40 years old.
Yeah,
it's 37,
100%. And the fact that he had to go, that pitch count got up really big in the first inning. Because it was part of that Cal Raleigh at bat, and then him to be able to get to 5, which he really needed to do, given the state of this Rangers bullpen right now. I thought it was a pretty damn good performance from deGrom. And it's good that guys like Josh Young, Wyatt finally was able to get himself a big hit, scored a run as well. Josh Young, I think, he's stacking up good games now. I think you've had 3 in a row that he's looked pretty good, is able to get a couple of hits. He's had some good at-bats, some good battles. So you're just looking for, hey, who are some guys that are starting to click a little bit, and it's good to see him have that. And then the way that they were able to turn that double play to end the game with Berger pitching it back over to Seager. Seager gets it back to Berger. After that review of the first out, I thought, oh, no, I think we messed this one up here. But then that was a pretty clutch double play to end the game.
Yeah, look at this. Josh Young is stacking together some hits here. He's 6 of his last 15.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so let's keep this rolling. MLB young boy. You did mention Jake Berger in the 3-6-3 double play, had the game-winning RBI. I think that was a double. So it all adds up to the Rangers snapping their 4-game skid, and it's going to be Eovaldi against Kirby tonight. Sandler going to join you coming up at 4:40 with the latest from the skipper and the lineup and all the intel from the Globe. But just thankfully that 4-game losing streak has concluded. Now if we can get some runs.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and get some runs.
Might not be the series for either team. The pitching's just so darn good for both these squads, but we can pray.
Okay, the Cubs fan in your life might need a hug today. They have started under 500, and last night their young ace, Cade Horton, left the game early with arm discomfort. It's believed he's going to need the old Tommy John.
Oh, gosh.
2.46 ERA with a .82 whip so far this season. He was 11-4 in 23 starts and a sub-3 ERA last year. I think it was at 2.86 there for Cade Horton, Chicago Cubs. But that's pretty standard. I remember maybe 15, 25 years ago, it was like, oh my gosh, this guy needs a Tommy John surgery. It's unbelievable.
He's done.
Yeah,
it's like blowing out your knee in the 80s.
Now it's like just get out of the way early.
Could be out for a couple of years with that damn Tommy John, and you might not come back the same. But about 3-4 years ago, with this reinforced brace procedure on top of the Tommy John, it's right on time because with the heat that these kids are being asked to throw.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you could be kind of an artiste up there with your pitching. You're living high 80s, low 90s. You're locating. You got multiple pitches, and that was fine. But they figured out there with the analytics that if you're not throwing in the upper 90s, you're leaving a whole lot of meat on that bone. So if you can possibly get your body to do that, you should, and then deal with the injury realities as they approach. The Wilson Contreras versus the Brewers storyline updated last night. Dude's now with the Red Sox, but he spent the first 9 years of his career in the Central. He has 468 plate appearances against Milwaukee. This is Wilson Contreras, now with the Red Sox. Taking on the Brewers last night. Again, Brian, 468 plate appearances versus the Brewers. How many times do you think they have plunked Wilson Contreras out of 468?
Oh, wow.
I know the answer. I'm removing myself.
Is it a really high number?
I mean, it's a high number to get hit by a single team,
12.
24.
Oh, geez. Double what I thought.
5% of the time he's going up there. They're hitting him.
Here. Yeah.
So he's pissed off. He slid into him last night at second base, and he says from now on in, whenever the Brewers hit him, he's taking one of them out.
I like it, dude. Send the message. I mean, come on. This has got to stop here. You can't keep plunking me like this.
It's terrifying.
I'm ready for him to charge the mound.
Yeah.
I like a good benches clearing brawl. As long as I'm not involved.
That ball's coming in so fast. I do. I like a good brawl as well. Let's get these guys mixing it up.
Go
a little
for
bit
it, guys.
more.
Come on, hit them
until your dude gets hurt. You don't want to be like.
It's true.
It never happens. Like a scrubber player like me never gets hurt. It's always somebody that's, somebody gets stepped on or back gets hurt or something like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got just a hodgepodge of people convening there on the mound.
That's what I'm saying. They're all on the mound.
The uneven ground.
They're falling all over the place. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. There's like scrubber dudes like me that jump in there and they never get hurt, but like a deGrom will get hurt, that kind of thing.
Well, the Red Sox are now 2-8 on the year, so perhaps frustration's boiling over a little bit. But yeah, I think if over the course of a 10-year career, I'd been hit by a team about 5% of the time.
Yeah, I'd be fed up. I'd be like, hey, enough of this crap.
Like every time we're getting ready to play the series, that like low key was one of the most terrifying things of an amateur sports career is growing up playing baseball against these kids that have no control, right?
Oh, yeah.
It can break wrists. It can hurt quite a bit, leave quite a bruise, and as you get over it as a professional, and that's why these guys get hit as much as they do. But yeah, the Brewers just keep saying, "Man, we're not doing it on purpose." It's just unlucky that this is the most drilled player by a single team in the history of the sport.
Every time he sees the Brewers on the schedule, he puts on 2 pair of pants.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
He goes out there with shoulder pads on.
Yeah.
I'd fake an injury. I'd say I can't play. I'd give
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
He's tucking the magazines into his uniform like he's in prison.
Yeah, I got a couple of phone books back there.
He's got a shank in his pocket. He's ready to charge.
Stars back in action tonight hosting Calgary. Flames are just what the doctor ordered right now for the Stars. The Stars unbeaten in their last 6 games against the Flames. And Dallas now just 2 points clear of Minnesota as the Wild have won 3 in a row.
Let's get some dubs, boys. Get those points back up. You don't want to give up home ice.
5 games to go in the season. Minnesota is going to be at the AAC Thursday night. A playoff atmosphere is coming to the barn Thursday night. Wilder in action tonight against the Kraken. So we're scoreboard watching a little bit for Stars.
So they're at Kraken?
Advantage. Yes, they are at Kraken.
That's a long trip then. Good.
And then they're coming in to take on the Stars on Thursday night. But the Flames in town tonight. I had a Calgary Flames hat as a kid because we randomly were in Calgary once.
Okay.
And
kind of a cool logo.
Yeah, and there was the hat was pretty well made. It was like a new era snapback hat. This is about 1993, I think, and I think it was
Get it for filling up at a gas station.
Yeah, it was at a gas station. It was like $8 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, why not?
Is that where you bought the sunglasses that you lost before?
Yeah, I can't see.
Shoot, I wish, man. I go in and out of sunglasses way too quickly. Mavs tank watch. The Grizzlies are so committed to the tank. You see what they did last night. They tied the record for most threes made in a single game with 29 makes from 3. What is that? 87 points from downtown.
That is unreal.
They still played such horrible defense that they lost. Gosh, that's commitment right there.
You said it right. I mean, it's kind of like the Cooper Flag 50-point night, but the Mavs still lose,
Yes, they're outdoing one another. Grizzlies remain on 25 wins. Where the Mavs are, Mavs visit the Clippers tonight. New Orleans sitting on 25 wins as well. They're going to host the 21-win Jazz. So a big night for scoreboard watching in both the NBA and the NHL. All righty, well, Chuck, we got the champ on the other side. Then your top 10 at 220. Where are you taking us?
Well, it is Masters Dinner night. We got the top 10 Masters Dinner menus in honor of this event. We'll do that next. If you had to make your own Masters Dinner, what would you put on there? 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation. But hey, if you're looking for a place to go out and...
It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, going all the way till 6:30 tonight. Rangers and Mariners coming up, 6:30, first pitch, 7:05. We got Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a second. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius, the champ.
All right. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Stick around for that. I got some straight gas for you, shawty. Straight gas. This will be day 3 right here for our very own caller Mary on the QVC channel, that home shopping situation. What is that, quality? I don't know. Quality something. Yeah,
get the Googles on this one.
Yeah. Westchester, Pennsylvania. That's where we broadcast.
I shouldn't even have asked. Quality, value, convenience.
Hey. And I'm pretty sure these ladies are not from Pennsylvania right here. But yeah, call her Mary right here. She wants to tell you something that she picked up from the QVC.
And with the submarine
I wanted to tell you that I got that peasant blouse with the tassels.
Yes.
And I used to wear the tassels on my pasties.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what pasties are?
Do you? Yeah, we know what pasties are.
Do you know what pasties are?
Yes. Let me.
Okay. Well, I had tassels on my pasties.
Yeah.
Tassels. Marianne, I just want to say this: you are my emotional support diva. Okay, you have just made my whole entire day. Mary's walked off. She's dead on the couch.
I'm having therapy with Marianne right now.
Marianne is my sister from another mister.
I have never, Marianne, you made my year.
That was probably the best call that QVC has ever had. I haven't seen a whole lot of QVC calls. If you've seen them, send it to me at Lucky Lucius P. But dang, that's probably the best one.
The peasant blouse with the tassels.
Peasant blouse.
So good. I don't know what I like better, the caller or the host. I mean, these hosts are killing it. Right?
Yeah, the host is killing it, but I just love how she was just unaware. Do you know what pasties are?
Oh, pasties.
Do you?
Unbelievable.
Nobody's answering me. Do you know what pasties are?
Yeah.
Those chicks seem like they could party a little bit. I bet they know what a pasty is.
Yeah,
some Yeti cups in that crowd.
Spirit animal.
You're
I remember my time with the pasties.
It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with an age.
All right, we are going to celebrate the Masters dinner. We're going to go through the top 10 Masters champion dinners here. Now, I want you to text in 877-881-1053. When it comes to the Masters dinner, you get an appetizer, you get a first course, family-style sides, a main course, and dessert. Give me your meals, all right? Now, I do have a question. Is this golf or butt crack here? Rory, when asked about his Masters dinner, why isn't it more Irish? He said, people keep asking me why I didn't go more Irish. I said, because I want to enjoy it as well.
Well, that's well done.
I would say that's not butt crack.
Maybe the most likable thing he said, so I'm going to say it's butt crack.
I'm going to say it's not butt crack.
The Irish people going to beat him up for that. Look at Braun.
I don't want the
watch out.
What's is corned beef and cabbage? They're like a very popular Irish dish.
Oh, well, yeah. There's
like haggis.
Well, haggis is Scottish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think there's some great Irish chefs, though. There really are. But I wouldn't say, God, I'm going out on a limb on this one. I would say that, I wouldn't say that would be my favorite
cuisine. Yeah, I think you're probably right. But no, that's true. He did say that.
Yeah.
Rory.
Nice.
Rory did say that. Now, here's his Masters dinner tonight. This is what Rory's going to be having. The appetizers, he's got peach and ricotta flatbread, balsamic honey basil is going to be on that, rock shrimp tempura. So you'd be in on that, Dawson. That sounds delicious.
That's good. Yeah, it's good.
Bacon wrapped dates with goat cheese and almonds.
That's pretty weird.
Never had a date. Grilled elk sliders, caramelized onion jam with roasted garlic aioli. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Haven't had elk, but
elk can be hit or miss, but I'm sure they're just knocking it out of the park.
I bet the Masters is pretty damn good with it. Here's his first course: yellowfin tuna carpaccio.
Okay, that's like a very sliced, very thin type of a raw situation is what that would be. Carpaccio is like, if you've ever seen them, they do it with steak.
Is it chilled?
It's chilled. Dawson, remember that when you try to eat that steak completely raw?
Yeah.
that's what you would freeze it and then slice it.
And then slice it thin.
Paper thin.
Ooh, that's the only way I could get through that.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
I'll give it a whirl.
I think by the end, I was making steak pills and swallowing them.
Oh God, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked terrible.
It was. Yeah.
It was like little. Yeah, it was little. You had it in little tiny bites, and you were just trying to put that down. The main course: Wagyu filet mignon or seared salmon. So whichever you prefer.
Okay.
Traditional Irish champs, sautéed Brussels sprouts, glazed carrots with brown butter, and onion rings. So Lucius, boom, he's got your onion rings covered, baby. Dessert: sticky toffee pudding with vanilla ice cream and warm toffee sauce.
You know, by the way, the champion pays for this dinner.
Wow,
yeah, I did
quite a bill.
Yeah, so when you also get the wine bill too.
Yikes!
Oh, no. So yeah, you pay for this
couple
dinner.
hundo.
A couple 100,000.
Yeah,
maybe.
I'm going to go with bread pudding for my dessert. Maybe Oreo blizzards.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay, I had both thoughts simultaneously. Maybe my mom's sugar cream pie as well. Maybe we could do a triple dessert station.
Okay, this could put you in a bad spot, but if you had to have one dessert for the rest of your life, you can go with mom's sugar cream pie or Abby's cookies, the brown butter cookies.
Ooh, probably sugar cream pie at this point.
Okay, all right. You just had too many of the... Well, it's probably been a while since you've had the cookies.
It has. It absolutely has. That's just a nostalgia thing.
Okay, yeah. You go with mom. Mom's the good answer there. Okay, I'm fascinated what you would do here, Brian. Appetizer, first course, family sides, main course, dessert. Give me your master's dinner.
Yeah, I kind of would... To me, like the first course, I would take a page out of Matsuyama's, who won the Masters in 2022, and he went with sushi is what he did.
Love it.
So he went with sushi, sashimi. He did that. He did like a whole big spread. So I would kind of go that way. I was caught between going with what Dustin Johnson did in 2021 with the tomahawk chops.
There you go.
Or do you go filet mignon? Is what you do. But then I would pair the filet mignon with, I love truffles, I love mushrooms, and I love risotto.
Yeah, you got to do those truffles. Now you're really showing off. You're earning brownie points.
Yeah.
People are talking about the time Broadus had a truffle steak.
With the truffle shuffle.
Yeah.
The truffle, I'm thinking about that as a side.
Yeah, insane.
I'm thinking about also, I love cream spinach.
Yeah.
And I love it when you put like Gruyere cheese on it.
Okay.
So I make it a little bit of it, and you have to put
up a little.
You have to put a little hint of nutmeg on this thing too to give it a little bit of more flavor. I would also look at asparagus as a possibility. I love asparagus. I would do it with a holiday sauce. Is what I would do.
Okay.
Is what I do, and you could do that with slivers of almonds, which is a good little touch to it. And for dessert, being the fact I'm from Texas, I agree with what Dawson's trying to do with like the blizzards or stuff. That's the twist that I would make it. Like, give me, like you could do the pecan pie, you could do the blizzard. I think that would be kind of fun being from Texas and having a Dairy Queen kind of like an element to it on the dessert. You know I love key lime pie, so I would think about the key lime pie, but I think just to have my hint of Texas to it, I think I would go. Texas are really used to going like Justin Spieth went with barbecue. You know, he went Jordan Spieth. Jordan Spieth went with barbecue.
Yeah.
I think that's too much. I think you want to like kind of
too heavy.
Yeah,
Just subtly Texas.
Yeah, just subtly Texas at the end. Like, listen, I appreciate you guys enjoyed my meal. I'm going to give you a little taste of home here. Okay. This is what we're going to have. We're all going to have
just a little sprinkle in
We're going to
there.
have some blizzards here.
I really thought you were going to go with like a crawfish boil or something.
Oh, I would love for those guys to show up in those green jackets out there on the back deck and have a big crawfish boil.
Fun.
And everybody trying to eat crawfish without getting it all over. But you can do some crawfish appetizers and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Is where I think I would go there if you want to.
865 buttered crab claws, Caesar salad, and chicken fried steak with loaded baked potatoes and German chocolate cake for dessert.
That's a good one.
720 appetizer, smoked brisket burnt ends with peach bourbon glaze.
Yes.
Bone-in ribeye with truffle mashed potatoes and bacon
there's your
wrapped
truffles,
asparagus
yeah.
for dessert. That's nice.
Yeah. The hurtado burn ends. I mean, that might be my favorite bite in barbecue right now.
Yeah, those burn ends are delicious.
I would like hurtado to smoke a filet mignon. Maybe reverse sear it, something like that.
Okay. I've seen the smoked prime ribs are outstanding. I think those are something that, and then you could crust it up a little bit too with that reverse sear after the smoke. Yeah.
Did you want to get in on this, Lucius? What would your menu be?
Well, I mean, once you said that the guy has to pay for it, I had to switch up.
You got punt on this? Oh, that's fair.
I had to switch up a little bit. I was like, well, damn, I got to pay for it now. That's a little different, fam. We have some Wonder Bread out there.
We're going to go back to the meals you were giving us last week, the struggle meals.
Yeah.
Well, Tiger went cheeseburgers and chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, because he realized he had to pay for it.
And milkshakes, yeah, he did that.
Yeah, I think Scotty went like sliders one year, like burger sliders.
I was going to go with like some smoked oxtail.
Oh.
I had them talking about me for decades.
Yeah.
He had us eating cow tails.
Yeah.
I'm having talking about me bad, bro. Yeah, mac and cheese, greens.
Yeah.
Some pecan pie for the dessert. I'm having so mad at me.
I mean, honestly,
he's not allowed back.
Some of those guys were probably the first time they ever had oxtails.
You get to come back.
Delicious.
You're a champ.
Damn.
You get to come back.
So number 10 is Danny Willett in 2017.
He went like Sunday roast, didn't he?
Yeah, very much. It was mini cottage pies.
Yeah.
The Sunday roast, prime rib, roasted potatoes and vegetables with Yorkshire pudding and gravy.
Yorkshire puddings are like puffed up like pastry kind of a thing. It's like you dip them in the gravy with the meat. You could put, some people I've seen with Yorkshire pudding take the roast beef and put it in the Yorkshire puddings and then dip it in the gravy and eat it that way.
Apple crumble for dessert, and then he did coffee and tea with English cheese and biscuits. Number 9 is Sergio Garcia.
You got a Spanish flavor here,
Very Spanish. International salad, inspired by ingredients representing countries of Masters champions.
Oh, okay.
Then
Paella?
Traditional Spanish lobster rice.
Okay.
And Angela Garcia's Tres Leches cake, which was Tres Leches, ice cream, and a Spanish word I'm not going to try and say there. Then Tiger in 2020.
Yeah.
The Augusta roll. Tempura shrimp, spicy tuna, avocado, eel sauce, tempura flakes, pickled ginger, wasabi, and soy sauce. So he went sushi.
He went
that
sushi,
eel
right?
sauce is pretty good.
Yeah.
Prime steak and chicken fajitas. Oh, yeah. And then the dessert trio with flan, churros, and chocolate sauce, and sopapillas as well. 7 is Scotty Scheffler. Here's the cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp, tortilla soup, Texas ribeye or black and red fish. That's a good deal.
Yeah.
Family style mac and cheese, jalapeno creamed corn.
There was a lot of fish left over.
Fried Brussels sprouts, seasoned fries, and then the warm chocolate skillet cookie with milk and cookies ice cream. That sounds awesome. Scotty in 2025 is number 6. Appetizers. Went with the sliders again, went with the firecracker shrimp again, but he also did Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites.
He must have heard that the firecracker shrimp was outstanding. You got to bring it back.
Yeah.
If it don't miss, you keep it going. First course, Texas style chili, cheddar cheese, jalapenos, corn chips. Main course, again, wood-fired cowboy ribeye or black and red fish. And then the dessert was the same. The warm chocolate chip skillet cookie with vanilla bean ice cream. Patrick Reed in 2019 went with the Caesar salad or the wedge salad.
That's a really popular. The Caesar salad is really popular for a lot of these golfers.
It's good. I mean, I think it's tried and true. You know what you're getting.
If it's made tableside, it's even better.
I know you love the tableside.
I would get the salad from Twin Peaks with the jalapeno vinaigrette dressing.
You love that dressing.
You do love that dressing, and I don't think you're wrong. I think I tried it last time we were there, and you're right about it.
It's a damn good dressing.
It's worth going by. I know Lucius goes and gets ranch from Wingstop.
Absolutely,
it's worth going by to get it. If you're making your own salad, go get it for your salad.
The prime bone-in cowboy ribeye. A lot of people are rocking the ribeye here.
Yeah.
The mac and cheese cream spinach, Brian. Corn creme brulee. Corn creme brulee. Sweet corn cream and sugar. Steamed broccoli. And then the dessert, tiramisu. Jordan Spieth in 16. Local green salad. Authentic Texas barbecue with brisket. Smoked half chickens. Pork ribs. Barbecue baked beans. Bacon and chopped potato salad. That's chicken. It's fried chicken. And then the warm chocolate chip cookie.
Fried chicken.
Rory at 3, and that's this year's menu that I just read to you, with the grilled elk sliders, yellowfin tuna carpaccio, wagyu filet mignon, sticky toffee pudding. Number 2 is your Hideki Matsuyama.
Yeah.
That's the assorted sushi appetizer.
This one was legendary. If you're into that, if you really Japanese,
miso glazed black cod.
Yeah.
Wagyu steak, A5 Wagyu beef
That's the
ribeye.
highest. I think that's the highest level you can go.
With mixed mushrooms and vegetable daikon ponzu. And then Japanese strawberry shortcake for dessert. But number 1, we go to John Rahm. in 2024.
Oh, another Spanish golfer.
Yep, he went with the crab salad. You had your choice of ribeyes or a turbot fish with white asparagus. He also did puff pastry cake, custard, and chantilly cream. It was just a bunch of different tapas for the appetizers. He's got about 6 different ones on here, and pastry chef Eric is going to freak out in his car if he hears me try and pronounce these. So I'm going to punt on it.
Okay.
But congratulations to John Rahm for being number 1.
Did a hell of a job making that menu. Thank you,
delightful.
Chuck. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We have Jacob Latz coming up at 3:20. Rangers Player Show coming up at 3:20. Maybe we'll go around the Masters as well, get you some golf content as we'll get this thing underway in less than 48 hours from now in Augusta. It'll be a great sports weekend. But Hodgepodge coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Yeah, man, we've got a lot of NFL draft rumors to cover, and, well, let's just say the fire brigade was busy in Ann Arbor last night. That's next to the nation. But if you got...
#1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Cowboys news coming up at 3 o'clock. Then Jacob Latz at 3:20. It's time for Wolchuk to deliver the sports hodgepodge of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Let's hit our hodgepodge right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you
the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
This just in, Fernando Mendoza, the projected #1 overall pick in the NFL draft, has informed the league.
Gas mask? He's got a gas mask he's going to wear?
Nope, it's not the gas mask. He's just punting on the draft. He's not planning to attend. He's not going to be there. He wants to share the draft experience with his family in Miami, according to Adam Schefter. And the #1 overall pick is not going to be there to walk across the stage in Pittsburgh.
His mom is confined to a wheelchair, I believe.
Yes, we got to see her when they won the national championship. You're right. I think she's dealing with ALS.
Yeah. So maybe
that makes sense.
Maybe that's a way that he just wants to spend time with her and the family and not have to force her to
travel
to travel to Pittsburgh and all that stuff like that.
Now, he's not alone. The other top picks that did not attend the draft in person, you go back to Trayvon Walker in 2022, the edge from Georgia that Jacksonville took.
He was a surprise first overall pick, wasn't he?
Yeah, he definitely was not. I mean, I think we kind of knew that he was going to go one, but it was a little bit like, oh, really? That's what you're going to do there?
There we go,
Trevor Lawrence the year before didn't go. Baker didn't go in 2018. And Myles Garrett, Arlington Martin's own, did not go in 2017 either. So Fernando's not the only top pick to say, you know what, I'm not going to be there in person. But it is kind of tradition. But he's, of course, got good reason and hang out. I mean, you've worked your whole life for this moment. You know, celebrate it however you want to. I think, wasn't it Joe Thomas was on a fishing boat when he was taken by the Browns?
Well, going way back. Yeah, it sounds like, I remember that.
I think he was fishing. She's like, I'm good here.
I know what I called Antonio Freeman. He'd gone to the movies.
Really?
Yeah, he just
take your mind off of this.
He didn't want to. Yeah, he didn't even bother to. He just did. This was like we didn't have phones that the cell phones. Different time. He just said, I'm going to the movies.
It's got to be nerve-wracking. Like, unless you're one of these guys that okay, I'm probably going to be a top 10 pick. Although you have the slides, the Rodgers, the Leinerts, but you just shouldn't be stressed watching that the entire time.
You know, I think this younger generation or generations are just more aware of when they have anxiety about a setting and they don't want to be a part of it, and they have no problem saying, hey, this isn't for me. You know, I think in previous generations, it'd be like, well, what are you kidding me? You're not going to go there? Do you not appreciate it? What's wrong with you? You know? And then you'd be sitting there thinking like, what's wrong with me? Why don't I want to be there? Well, these kids are just like, well, it doesn't sound like fun to me, so I'm not going. Right? And it'd be liberating, you know?
I respect it,
in some ways, I wouldn't want to grow up now, but for that reason, like, hey, this just doesn't sound fun to me, and there's nothing wrong with me. It just sounds kind of weak, like sitting around with a bunch of strangers.
Yeah, I'd just rather be home
making
with my
awkward
family.
Small talk for hours.
It's awkward.
I'd just rather hang out with my family.
Mm-hmm. Now, we did get a text asking you, Brian, since you don't check the text. They want to know, where do you find your best key lime pie?
That's a good question, because usually the steakhouses, the high-end steakhouses or the high-end restaurants don't always have the key lime pie. Mm-hmm. So it could be very rare that I could get the key lime pie.
Isn't it kind of similar to cheesecake, though?
Some would call it a lazy dessert, Gavin.
That's what I was wondering about.
To
me, no, cheesecake is a very lazy dessert. I think the thing with the key lime pie, to me, it's all about the crust. Mm-hmm. And how you have to do the crust the right way. It's usually a graham cracker crust, but there's variations.
Sets it off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think I'll tell you what. I've had bad key lime pie before. I've had
like overly tart.
Yeah, overly
too sour.
But no, the crust being really poor.
Okay.
But you could usually high end steak. Usually if you go to a high end seafood restaurant too, they tend to pair with the lime with seafood. So that's what makes it kind of a good topping.
True Lux maybe would have a good one.
Absolutely, yeah.
Michael Malone reported average annual salary of $8.33 million, makes him the second highest paid coach in all of college basketball this season. 6 years, $50 million is the reported deal for Michael Malone at UNC. Congratulations. It was awesome. Coach K was on Live with McAfee yesterday. Did you guys see his reaction? And immediately, like they're selling Michael Malone, like, oh my gosh, championship winning NBA coach. Here he goes. Are you worried about your Dukies, Coach K? And he has the clapback of, well, the football team hired an all-time great NFL coach, and Duke beat North Carolina in football, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah. Oh, he's always ready with something.
He was there,
Perfect
man.
Clapback.
Still working his fastball, Coach K was. Now, last night, congratulations to the Michigan Wolverines. I know we got Ed, Michigan Ed, big fan. Mooney, the mayor, big fan of Michigan.
Oh, congratulations.
Derek Holland, of course.
Yeah.
I know we got a lot of Michigan fans in the audience, and I know that from experience because a couple of years ago, I was like, Michigan's a fraud. And, they let me know.
Oh, they tore your ass
They
up.
were like, Duff, what are you talking about, Wolchuk? Go bleep yourself.
And they were a fraud. They were. Up until then, I think you challenged them. They overcame.
I'm with you. I think this was very similar to like the Leiter thing. You challenged Leiter, now he's been incredible. I went ahead and said, Michigan, you're fake. You're frauds. You're like Notre Dame. Then what do? You go win a national championship, you pump through, now you've got yourself a college basketball natty as well. But the Ann Arbor Fire Department, they had its hands full last night.
We're burning the couches.
Couches, hay bales, other items that students were igniting while they were partying into the wee hours of the morning. First 20 minutes after Michigan wins the national championship game, they had 40 calls already.
My
of
goodness.
Items that were just caught on fire, ablaze.
Why do you like
in
to
Ann
catch
Arbor.
things on fire after championship?
I don't know. I know it's tradition, like in West Virginia, them and Pitt, the backyard brawl, they burn the couches. Certain schools, they have some of these. But overall, no injuries were reported by the time things started to die down. Only 2 people were arrested. One was a fire-related offense that led to an arson charge. So all in all, I think we did okay here. We didn't have like Philadelphia, like no deaths, nobody hurt. We were all right.
Just some burnings.
Some burning.
That's fine.
Well, yeah. Just
if you can keep it confined to the street, I'm fine with just moving on in the name of good celebration. Once you start damaging other people's property, overturning cars.
Now we're going beyond here. Now, UConn did take down all their lampposts on campus just as precautionary reasons because I guess they had a big issue.
Their lampposts
all
had
the
to come down?
lampposts. In 2023 they had a problem. They learned from that. Now they didn't have to worry about it because their team lost. I know Kevin Hagelin was very happy about it. I was not. I took Hagee's word. Last time I ever listened to him, the so-called college basketball insider, UConn's going to win. I go there, I'm puffing my chest out. I'm like, buddies, you can make money. Take the Huskies. Ultimate backfire. ANC style. They lose, and now everybody's mad at me and my friend group. And I love you, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll never do that again.
Advice.
I'm just staying away from it, man. Like outside of Prize Picks, I just don't want to get involved with you and your sports bets.
Yeah, just give them the referral code and
it's done.
It's
like
day.
You wanted to punt on the fantasy football advice because people get mad at you.
It cost me $500 because I gave bad advice.
It's tough.
I don't want to do that again.
And I think there is an honor code that you have to accept when you get into gambling of any kind. Every decision that I make is on me.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't project that on me.
Yeah.
I gave you advice.
If I'm listening to other people and wagering an uncomfortable sum of money, that's a me problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. This is you. This is not. Don't make your problem my problem, because then I feel like it is my problem, Gavin. I feel responsible, and I feel bad. Now I'm hurting for my friends.
Yeah.
And now I don't know what to do. Now they're not.
Well, I
trust
told you
me.
about that 19 parlay that my brother won that I gave him advice on. Was that Bills Ravens at the like week 1 or week 2?
Yes.
And there was like a 21-point comeback. I thought I'd given him the wrong advice. And then the miracle comeback happens, and I'm like, told you.
You're on the good side of it.
Yeah.
It's nice to be on the told you side.
Yeah.
When you're on the bad side.
But it scared me. I'm like, I don't want to give anybody any advice.
It's too
on,
much.
on
It's
their
just
wagers.
too stressful. I just don't want to be involved in it anymore. And I'm sorry. If you listen to Kevin like I did, we're losers today. There's nothing we can do about it. All right, last thing here, the perks that come with winning the Masters. I guess having to go ahead and pay for the dinner is not a perk. That's kind of ridiculous. The green jacket's a perk. You get a replica of the Masters trophy, which is pretty cool.
Yep.
I didn't know this. You get a gold medal.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That comes from the days with Bobby Jones being an amateur.
Okay.
That's how they used to award when you won. They'd give you a trophy, but they'd also give you the gold medal. They still do it in the like at the Open Championship.
All right.
Get a gold medal.
You get a green jacket and you get a golden locket?
Yeah, that's for the wives and girlfriends.
Yeah.
Honorary lifetime membership to Augusta.
Yeah, honorary. You're not a member. You're an
honorary member. You get to come to all the dinners.
Yeah, you could get to go play. Yeah, you could play.
You get access to the champions locker room, which looks pretty cool.
And sometimes what they've got going though at the champions locker room is you share a locker with a former champion.
All right.
So, for example, you might be sharing a locker with
like Tiger,
Ray
Dustin
Floyd.
Johnson.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack Nicklaus.
Well, not if you're like a player. It's usually a player that's passed on from history.
Okay.
Like it's saying like somebody from the 40s, like Gene Saracen or somebody like
Francis
that.
Francis
we met.
It was the U.S. Open.
That's the Open, yeah.
But I just, it's the only pull I've got. Golf's not my sport. I love you. There's our hodgepodge.
Thank you, old Chuck. 214 says going to Vegas this weekend. Any NBA betting tips, Woodchuck? Now, I got
none.
Ooh, it's a tough one.
Nothing.
Thunder to win the championship,
maybe.
Probably.
That's a good one.
We got one down, 3.5 to go. Jacob Latz is coming up in 25 minutes. The C-Note Cowboys news of the evening is coming up next year on The Fan.
A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we're off and running. We have Jacob Latz coming up here in 20 minutes on your home of the Rangers. Pregame coming up at 6:30. The draft, 2 weeks and 2 days away. Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations on Thursday, April 23rd for our annual draft party. It's fun. They're a lot of fun. We take the predictions from the patrons, and if they're right, everybody gets bar specials. Could be all sorts of stuff, from cold beers to cocktails and food items, and it's a heck of a time watching not only that, but all the evening sports as well. We've had NBA playoffs, NHL playoff games over the years on at the same time. So we just love it if everybody could come out and join us at the Pluckers nearest you. There is going to be fan hosts distributed across all the Pluckers locations. Okay, the first Cowboys headline I want to bring to you is actually from the world of the NBA, but I actually think it's relevant for the Cowboys. This is Nikola Jokic on Mike Malone getting the head coaching job at UNC. Quote, I think he's going to do a really good job because he can actually coach the guys and teach them how to play the game the right way. I'm happy for him. And, of course, this is Cowboys relevant because that's something they've prioritized, especially this year with Coach Schottenheimer looking for defensive coaches. They're looking for teachers. And Jokic, one of the best players in his sport, a multiple-time MVP, talking about how important it is, even to the highest levels, to have people who can teach this sport to people. And I don't know how sports get so detached from that. It's probably because they're so accomplished, and it's intimidating, I think, for coaches to have to try to coach millionaire athletes who have spent so much time and know so much themselves. But I think that is going to be the trend, not only in football but basketball and other sports, is instead of the yeller and the drill sergeant type of coach, who are the educators, who are the relationship builders, and it's really cool to see the Cowboys at the front end of that trend. The other thing is, I'm wondering, what David Adelman and Hubert Davis must be thinking about this. I guess Jokic doesn't think they are actually capable of doing those.
Yeah, it's true.
Those parts of their job. Okay, so that's the first thing here in the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. The next thing is Des Bryant. Okay, you saw yesterday the rapper Offset was shot. Mm-hmm. You see about an hour ago, Des posted on Twitter something about Offset.
No.
Pretty dang interesting. Okay, he retweeted a story about Offset owing another rapper $10,000, and a DM from Offset tells the guy, come back or come get it back in blood, he said to Offset, and then apparently Offset was shot a little while later. But Des posted on Twitter this afternoon, he says, quote, I don't ever talk about what I do or my relationships with anyone, but I'm going to give y'all a quick story between me and Offset. I beat him for $8,000. He tried to take a nap on me, and I go to tap on him to wake him up, telling him I need that $8,000. His partner saw me tapping on him, and I could tell his partners wanted to jump in on some BS. So I chilled out because I was by myself and completely outnumbered. So I charged it to the game. I swear to God, Offset reached out to me yesterday, 3 hours before he got shot, on a money play. I thought about it and said, I'm good. And then I saw the news later on. I was like, damn, some people don't play about their money. So, yeah, apparently you got maybe a track record of that. For Offset. Good thing he survived.
Yeah. Man, that's, I guess you had a $10,000 beef between him and another rapper. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's wild.
Okay, so those ones, maybe from the outskirts of Cowboys news. Let's bring it back home, give you some Cowboys draft content. Here's a fun one from Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Kentucky running back Seth McGowan, Mesquite Poteet alum, was at Dallas Days last week. Cowboys were taking a look at him. Okay, he started at OU, got into a little bit of legal hot water, didn't he?
Yeah,
pulled a robbery back in 2021.
He's hanging around some bad people.
And he actually went to prison for 3 months. He was on parole for a while, but took him a couple of years to get his collegiate career back on track, which he successfully accomplished at Kentucky. And he ran a 4.49, 6 foot 223, had a good broad jump, had a good vertical leap, and I guess could be a later day 3 pick here for a guy out of Mesquite.
He is a guy that is especially good around the goal line. You hand him the ball, he's got a nose for getting into the end zone. I don't see a lot of a void with this guy when it comes to running the football. I don't see that ability to make you miss, but he is not afraid of contact. You kind of see him catching the ball too. They'll line him up wide outside, stuff like that, and he'll run like wheel routes, things like that. So you could throw him the ball and he'll be okay, but there's just not a lot to his game when it comes to that making people miss. He will catch the ball and he will run over you. That's kind of how he plays, and we'll see how teams have, how do they look at the robbery situation and the assault and all that stuff? Do they say, we don't want to deal with this, or is this kind of all behind? This happened 5 years ago. Yeah, absolutely.
It was when he first got to OU.
So he's, you just never know. Do people say, it's something in the past, or is this something that's going to kind of stay with him throughout his career?
Yeah, it's definitely something you'd want to do a little bit of research on. Like, did he clearly learn from that, or is he still moving around in a way that would suggest maybe he has not totally moved on from that? But I'd say 5 years is a pretty significant amount of time.
Yeah,
and pretty good
served
player.
His time. He served his time as well, and
looks like he's got a good vision. Good downhill approach.
Yeah, he's definitely an in-between the tackles bruiser.
Yeah, he is. He's going to just plow in there. That's kind of his game. And like I say, nothing flashy, nothing super impressive, but he finds a way to score with the ball in his hands when he gets down in that red zone.
It's always fun when a local guy gets an opportunity to try out for the Cowboys or play for the Cowboys, and I'll be rooting for him and track him. And I do think there is a chance, with everything that you said being true, that if the Cowboys did find a way to add him late in day 3, or maybe as an undrafted guy, looking at this running back room, and it's not necessarily because I think Seth McGowan is super talented or anything, but looking at this running back room, I could see him being a piece for them next year.
Definitely. Look, is he better than Phil Maffa? I don't think so, but it's possible that he could be. I think E.J. Smith is going to be in that conversation. Those are 2 local kids. E.J. Smith was a star at Jesuit. Seth McGowan at Poteet. I think both of them probably expected to be more successful in college than they were. The 4.49 was actually a surprising good time for McGowan.
Very surprising.
Yeah.
He doesn't not a lot of long speed. Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, that's what I noticed when I turned on his games. I was like, where is the 4.49 speed and the 43-inch vert and the 10-foot, 11-inch broad jump? I think like the guy really had a nice performance at the combine, but it didn't show up on film enough to believe. Okay, John Machota as the athletic. He's running through some mocks and projects what he thinks will happen on the 23rd, and he believes it's going to be Ruben Bain at 12. Just to idiot-proof myself on some things here with Ruben Bain. We've been talking about, can their outside linebackers zone drop? Is he a guy that can do that?
Mesidor did it more than Bain did.
Yeah.
You would see Mesidor drop, and he would have to carry some backs downfield. I don't remember. I think he could. I don't remember them really dropping Bain a lot, though.
No, I don't. I think that's something that you probably, I'm going to say I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it with Bain?
No, absolutely
How
not.
big of a deal breaker is it if a guy can't do that?
You know what? I'd like to say that it's not. Right? Like if you're Christian Parker, and I get there's probably things that you'd like to do, but he also kind of seems like one of those coaches that's like, let me look at the things that you can do and let me play to your strength. So if a guy is checking off enough boxes and, he's not the greatest dropping into coverage, like if that's going to be a reason you're not going to take a guy, I don't know. I got some questions then. That doesn't make sense to me. If there's way more good than there is, he can't drop, and that's a reason you're not going to take him, that doesn't really sit great with me. Don't tell me about the think smart and you want smart football players and multiple. Like, this guy does enough good to where if you're not going to have him drop in coverage, you can do that with Donovan Ezeraku or somebody else. It's okay. He's still going to be able to make plays for you.
Just generally as a football player, if you can't zone drop, but you set an edge and you hunt the quarterback, you're fine. Specifically in Christian Parker's defense, like how much do they want the threat that you could do that to free up the guys behind you to go do other stuff to change the picture for the opposing quarterback as much as possible. And it's just very difficult to answer that question at this point.
Yeah, it's a lot of unknown. There's a lot of unknown. But I think for Christian Parker, he seems like the adaptable type of stuff that we praise Dan Quinn.
Yes.
I think CP is going to have that. I'm hoping that's his style of coaching. Where like I'm going to put these guys and fit them to what their skill sets and their strengths are versus I'm going to try and do the square peg round hole type thing.
It's going to be at that press conference. We're going to be heading on our way home from Pluckers. You guys will be heading on your way home from the Star, and Jerry and Steven and Shotty, you're going to be up there talking about stuff and the decisions that they made. And I think it's probably at that point that some of these questions we've had will be revealed. What do we know about how the Cowboys are looking at arm length with their edges? Do we know anything to be factual after the media sessions that have happened, or are we still waiting for that to unfold over the next couple of draft cycles?
I don't know. Like I said, to me, there's plenty of players in this draft where Dallas are picking that do have the length and all that, but do they have the ability that like Bain has? I didn't get the impression that the thing that I think that will be about Bain is what we talked about the other day. You know, where he is with some of the things that are kind of
maybe his personal life,
the personal stuff. I mean, how is he taking that? How is he answering those questions for teams? The whispers are that some teams are kind of turned off by the way that he's answered some of the things in his past.
I've seen some reports that some teams really don't even have him high on their board specifically because of the arm length.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some teams that is a real thing to them, and there's others that maybe it doesn't matter at all.
I get in this discussion with, and I know it doesn't answer your question, Dawson. I got in a discussion with Dane Burglar today, and Dane is one of these, you know, this matters, it matters, it matters. And I'm like, well, how can you watch 17 games with him with short arms and like win down after down after down? How can you know? And we're talking about quality offensive tackle. You go through the playoffs, you know, watch them. You know, we're watching kids. We're watching all these Texas A&M offensive linemen, and we're all like, oh, well, this guy is this, and this guy could do that, and he's just destroying those guys. How do you sit there and say, oh, short arms will be a problem with this guy? And I think Dane's right. I think some teams do look at it and goes, well, he's an outlier. He's not. Well, Aaron Donald was a damn outlier too. But then you watch Aaron Donald play against Zach Martin, who is another short-arm guy, you know. So to me, I just think we make way too big of a deal, especially if you watch the guy have production on a weekly basis. He for a guy, he just does not give you anything to hit when he rushes. You know, Dane's like, well, that's having long arms. That's your advantage as an offensive lineman. And I'm like, well, how many times do you see offensive linemen really extend on defensive linemen? And usually when they do, and there's been long arm tackles that haven't been worth a damn either. You know, so I think, me personally, I think teams need to, you know, get off that whole thing about long arms, short arms, and all that stuff. I just watch the damn tape and kind of look at it in a way of like, okay, what can we do with this guy to have success? And you know, we were talking about Messidor yesterday, and they're like, oh, well, Messidor had success because of who? Bain.
Yeah, we set up for a lot of one-on-ones.
So I personally, I think the Cowboys, if they move on from Bain or don't draft Bain, it might be something that they found off the field that they didn't like about the play.
Yeah, and maybe they're drawing a line in the sand on that off the field stuff.
And they're drawing a line, obviously, on what's going on with injury too.
Yes, but maybe not on 40 time for maybe on Terrell, because Machota, who's an insider, lives in the building. He's got the Cowboys taking Terrell at 20 from Clemson. Guy that did not have a good 40 time, had to end his workout early. Is the belief that Terrell's 40 time was hampered by injury? secondary. That would be the only way I could see it. If you're running in the mid 4.6s, I don't have a spot for you in the first round. That's day 3 type of stuff if I'm looking at corners.
No, that's totally fair, and I understand, like, maybe that's reason for pause. When you just watched him play, and I'm not really...
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't see a slow player. I thought, I mean, maybe like some guys just are football fast.
I think that's what the testing is good for, though, because it's like, where are you going to struggle as the game gets significantly more difficult? And the NFL players are just better at taking away your space.
Yeah.
And your initiative.
And maybe that's if the Cowboys end up trading back, like maybe that'll cause him to fall and you could end up getting him at a better value. But it really didn't impact, especially the fact that he didn't miss any time in college. Like, it's not the same thing when you're talking about Jordan Tyson or some of these other guys that have had lingering hammy issues. This is the first time he's had one, to my knowledge. So I think it didn't really affect my thinking on him, but maybe others will.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We got Jacob Latz, Rangers lefties, just sitting down with us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
All right, we got to talk Tolo Truck Tuesday at...
And Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. All right. And speaking of making tomorrow better, joining us now, a Rangers pitcher with 0 runs allowed, 0 hits allowed in his 7 innings of work so far for your baseball team. Lefty Jacob Latz joining you here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderful. Thanks. Looking forward to tonight's game, and congrats on the success you've had so far. How you feeling up there?
Yeah, feeling good to start. We had a good road series or road trip to start the year, and came back home, hit a little bit of a lull, but I like the way that we're coming together here early on and looking to win a series against our division opponents here in the Mariners. So good things ahead for us.
Hey, Jacob, what's it like to be just damn good at everything that you do and they ask you to do it?
I mean, I'm really just trying to answer the call when my name is called upon, basically. So, yeah, it feels good to be able to do multiple things like last year, but a lot of baseball left to be played, and just trying to take it one day at a time again. Nothing bothers you, does it? You could say, okay, tell me 30 minutes before I'm supposed to pitch, or I'll pitch 4 days, 5 days from now. It doesn't matter for you, does it? Things don't bother you, does it? Yeah, I mean, I feel like my patience has been tested a lot throughout my life. Sure. And so it seems to get stretched out even when I feel like I've hit my limits. So that's really the game of life. And then baseball, in my opinion, mirrors it pretty well. So they go hand in hand. And yeah, but maybe I just do better when I am told on a whim to get out there and go do my thing.
So what was that start like in Philly? I mean, you get told, I don't know, how long was it before the game, and then you go out there and you absolutely deal. So being maybe in a bullpen mindset, now I'm going to have to start. Like, how do you balance that?
Yeah, I mean, for that occasion, we kind of knew, I guess, a little bit early on in the day that deGrom wasn't going to be able to go, and we're all fresh to start the year, so that wasn't kind of in my mindset of how good I'll feel for that one. Coming into spring, we're all ready to go, and then a place like Philly where the atmosphere is pretty crazy and adrenaline's always high. It's not that difficult to kind of get things going, and I actually did feel pretty calm throughout that outing, and was able to just kind of pick up where I left off last year in terms of getting the opportunity to start, out of nowhere. And was just happy the way I went batter to batter and stuck to the game plan and trusted the catcher, and then look up later and see some zeros on the board is always nice.
It's Jacob Latz here with you on The Fan. Now, what are they telling you about starting? Is that on the table for this season, or what's the approach there?
Yeah, I think it'll just be kind of as needed. We broke camp with the 5 that we had, and I think we have a strong 5 right now. Kumar had a really good start last week against the Reds, and I think my versatility is going to be something that they'll lean on, and whenever my name's called, it'll be that way. But I'm kind of just wherever our biggest need is at the moment is where I'll be, and we'll see how it plays out as the year goes on. But there's going to be opportunities to start, I feel, and when that happens, it'll be that way. But it's not something I can really count on per se. I just kind of have to take day by day as where we're at.
Do you have to do anything in particular to keep your arm ready for that?
I felt like I was okay last year, kind of just building up out of nowhere. This year, having that workload under me in spring, I feel like it definitely made me stronger. It was a little bit of an adjustment, coming into camp and going, 60, 70 pitches throughout those starts. And so it's easier to peel back, but if there comes a situation where I do need to get extended, I don't feel like it's going to be an issue. We'll just have to make sure the communication is there from both the coaching staff and myself on how we're feeling, and kind of just take it from there.
we hear about Leiter talking about Evo and the impact that he's made. How much of a role does Evaldi or deGrom or some of the veteran pitchers that have had so much success in their career, what impact have they had on you?
Yeah, they've had a lot. First and foremost, they lead by example. So when you see them, what they do on a daily basis, it definitely rubs off on everyone else. And then, the success, it just kind of feeds to the rest of the group. And then, Evaldi and deGrom, they really are open books. And we're really lucky to have those guys because experience plays a large part in this game. But it also helps when you have elite competitors, which they both are. So they have a good mix of being prepared, but then letting their just competitive nature take over in game. And so they're able to kind of balance that out with what's important, what to take away from either the hitter or however you're feeling and play to your strengths. I think they just help ease that learning curve that a lot of young pitchers have when you get called up. But, even a guy like Mackenzie Gore as well, being another left-hander, it's just cool to witness, firsthand these guys go about their business on a day-to-day basis. And just by observing them, you can learn a lot.
Well, thanks once again for the baseball conversation, Jacob. Congrats on your success and best of luck. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Salute. There he goes, Jacob Latz, brought to you by Golden Chick and brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. So he starts the second game. He goes, what was that, 4 no-hit, and then 1 inning in each of his next 3 appearances, relief appearances, no runs, no hits allowed. He's through 7 innings here in the 2026 campaign, and he's one of the things that's going really, really well right now for this Rangers pitching staff, and it's exciting. Last year was a really good breakthrough. Even though 2024 he had the 3.7 ERA, he was still putting on a base runner and a half per inning. So you're like, I don't know how sustainable this ERA is. Congratulations for getting out of that trouble. But last year to bring the ERA down almost a full another run and cut a quarter of the base runners per inning off of the table was incredible. If he takes another step like that this year, he will be one of the top relievers in the game.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite pitchers that the Rangers have outside of course, the top guys. I think the future's really bright for a Jacob Latz. I think he can be a starter. I wonder if it's probably tough for him because the role that he's able to provide is so valuable, and not a lot of people, I think, mentally are able to do it to where it's like, okay, I want to be a starter. I'm not, so I'm going to be out of the bullpen and be able to pitch in a variety of different spots, long relief. But then, okay, if deGrom wakes up with some neck stiffness or whatever it might be, now I got to start. Now I'm thrown into that. So it's like that value, does it almost do yourself a deterrence to where it's like Rocker, I don't think can really do that. So we're going to put Rocker as our 5th starter. He needs to be the starter. Latz, we know we can use you, Latz, in a bunch of different ways. So you don't really get what you want here, but it's also what's best for the team in that regard.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tough, I think, maybe for Jacob Latz. It's a tough spot. I think he wants to do what's best for the club, but I know he wants to start.
Yeah, and eventually somebody is going to reward him quite handsomely. And, I feel like he would be a starter right now if it wasn't for maybe the last 2 or 3 starts in spring training. Like it appeared
it went a little awry.
He was ready, and then it had a little bit of a hiccup there.
He did.
In whatever role he is, Jacob Latz is a hell of an asset for your Texas Rangers, and we thank them once again for joining us on the Rangers Player Show every Tuesday at 3:20. We do not have the 999 challenge at the Globe right now. It's a little bit disappointing, but RJ Coyle Morning News did a little bit of research on it. Thought I could go over the details of this with you. Everybody knows the 999 challenge right now. 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, and 9 innings or less. Can you get that done? Well, since the Rangers don't have it available as a promotion, RJ did the research. What's this going to set you back, right? It's kind of a do-it-yourself sort of operation. You got to get the 9 dogs on board. You got to get the 9 cold beers in. And, just because they're not selling it as the 999 challenge doesn't mean you can't do this. I might even give you extra credit since you did all the work by yourself. Now, RJ does point out you're looking at $7.39 per dog plus sales tax, so $72 in just dogs alone.
Wow.
Okay. That's kind of pricey, and I think this is a good time to remind folks that the Texas Chili Company does continue to sponsor your Dollar Dog Night. So maybe you want to do this on a Wednesday?
Tomorrow. Day baseball?
Day baseball.
Oh, yes. I mean, I know if Chief was here, that'd be speaking his language, because I think that saves you about $63 off the dogs, just right off the rip.
That's big time.
By doing this on a Wednesday, and you're getting to day drink, which is... I
love a good Darty.
Now, for the beer portion of this, RJ looked at your 16-ounce bottles that are available at virtually every concession stand in the building. They come in at $11.71 with tax, so 9 of them is going to ding you for about $105.39 for a total of about $177.39. But I would ask you guys, in the spirit of the 999 challenge, isn't the standard beer 12 ounces?
I think so.
Standard beer.
Standard beer's 12 ounces.
Yeah, 12-ounce can, yeah.
So if we're doing a 999 challenge and you get 16-ounce beers, don't you really just have the obligation of, like, what is that? Is that 98 ounces of beer? What's 7 times 12? 70, 7 times 2?
Where's our human
9 times 2?
calculator?
What is that? No, it's 108 ounces of beer. So you just got to get 108 ounces of beer. So that would put you at like 7 16-ounce beers, which brings that, I think that knocks $23 off the tab. You guys tracking me there? I'm not having to do 9 16-ounce beers. That's hammered land.
Yeah.
9 12-ounce beers is still within the range of, I'm definitely not driving home, but at least I'm not stumbling. I'm not at risk of falling down the stairs here at the Globe. So I feel like I've got it down to under $100. Get you that 999 challenge, $90.
All right.
Okay. Just if you're playing along at home and you're wondering about that, I thought I'd pass that along to you. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'd like to get into some questions about potential first-round busts, and we'll do that next.
I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic. Before we do that, though.
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com, and here's the king, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for also being a part of this Krusty's Corner. I'm looking. This is where forgetful Brian. I know I teased about potential busts, and I wanted to go through some guys with you guys. By the way, I had a chance to go on with Dane Brugler and David Hellman today on The Athletic.
Nice.
That was fun to get to. I went after Dane a little bit.
Okay. Like
I went after Dane. Are they saying that on Twitter?
No, just going based on what you said earlier.
Yeah.
About Ruben Bain?
Yeah, Dane is so much fun to debate with because he really, we all take this seriously, but man, he knows that you can't ride the fence with me, and it wasn't he wouldn't ride the fence. He and I just got in that discussion about the short arms and what teams and the outliers and all that. He's got some really, really good points. But it was nice to be on with him and Hellman again and just kind of to talk about these players. But, man, I think I'm like the crusty guy, whatever, when it comes to drafting. I think I've changed more than the guys and the gals that I've worked with that are becoming scouts.
Huh. Yeah, I feel like you not being in the league and now you're working with a lot of me and others that you're kind of developing in this media scouting world. Maybe you become more open-minded. I don't know.
I become way more open-minded about things. The short quarterback got me. I still get killed by the offensive tackle that lacks power. That one still gets me. That's one I got to get rid of. But I've become more open to players that aren't perfect. As far as it used to be a time where this guy's, you never would draft this guy.
Better walk on water.
You never did this. You never did this. It was always that argument. And what's funny is the guys and gals that I work with, they've taken over the approach that I used to have. And here I am.
Yeah,
I'm trying to become more like, wait a minute, man. Or guy who I talked about, Robinson, the defensive tackle from Navy. When I was talking, Hellman asked me, well, give me a day 3 guy. And so I gave him Robinson. We talked about how, he's 6 foot, he's 287 pounds. He's kind of he doesn't fit but in the back of the day, that would have been a free agent for me. The fact that I put him on a draft board, and Dane was kind of like, well, I like the guy, but what are you going to do about a 6 foot, And it's funny now that these folks that I've worked with have taken my approach, and I've been more of a
non-negotiables.
Yeah. They, Dane was telling me well, teams aren't going to draft a short arm guy. That they're not going to do. And I'm like, yeah, maybe you're right, but I think you need to watch the tape. I think you need to watch Bain play for 17 weeks and watch him navigate all that.
It's two different conversations, right? It's like, what would you do and what do you think the league is going to do?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
So it's funny how that, but I enjoy the back and forth. I really, really do. Shame on me for doing that, but I do.
No, it's fun because you get passionate about these guys and about these players, and you start to get a little bit like dug in. If somebody wants to go after, I'm listening to Bobby break down Jacob Rodriguez today.
And you just want to call.
I just wanted to just go fight through the radio and hit him in the face. What are you saying, man? Come on. And there's certain things that yes, he's not a perfect player.
Yeah.
But it happens where you get invested. You're putting in the time in this, and you start to feel one way or another. And that's what makes the drafts. That's what makes it fun. It makes it
a lot of.
And
fun.
in hindsight, you could be totally wrong, but then it is a good feeling when it's like this guy goes out and kicks ass, and some people remember that, others don't.
All right, I'm going to run through a list of first-round names or guys that I have first round. So maybe the one guy that might have a second round. But I want you to tell me when I say the name, I want you to say where you think there's either no bust or bust, the potential, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just say no bust or bust when I say the player's name, okay? Wolchuk, I'll start with you. And these are players that maybe Dallas could take. Maybe they might be. I don't need a description. You just You tell me why that you feel they're a bust or no bust. All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Bakai Lemon.
No bust.
Dawson.
No bust.
Okay, that was pretty quick.
Yeah.
And why?
Well, he's my top receiver. I just think at worst case, he's going to be an amazing slot player.
Yep.
He runs good routes. He's tough. He's got good hands. There's not a whole lot of negatives other than the fact that, like, maybe if you want to put him outside, does the size end up showing up? I think he can do that.
Okay.
But at worst, he's going to be a really good slot receiver.
Yeah, he just catches the hell out of the football.
Right.
And runs good enough routes, good enough athlete. I can see where people are thinking maybe he's not going to be a star.
Right.
The lack of suddenness off the line of scrimmage, but man, the hands.
Yeah.
He can catch the ball while running full speed better than anybody I've seen.
I like what you're saying there. Spencer Fano. Dawson. Utah tackle.
Man, I really like Fano. I think this is one of the most bustable players. But I'll say no bust because if it doesn't work at tackle, I think he's such a great athlete. You can move him in a guard and he'll figure it out one way or another.
I agree. No bust. And I like him. I like him a lot. I mean, I think him and Malino are the only two first-round linemen for me. But I agree with Gavin. I think he's going to be a good right tackle, but at worst, you're going to kick him inside the guard. And some people even think center could end up being his best spot. I think there's going to be a spot where he ends up excelling in the league.
Wolchuk, David Bailey.
I'm going to say no bust here because I think at worst he is going to find a role as a situational pass rusher, and that's at worst. And that's only because I do think he has some weaknesses in his game when it comes to setting the edge and stopping the run.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as a pass rusher, he is the best, in my opinion, in this class, surefire, ready to go right now. So I think he'll be able to succeed in the NFL in that regard.
Dawson?
Yeah, there's no bust on this guy. I could see maybe not elite, not star player, but super smart guy, hard worker. And one of the things about him that I'm sure you guys have noticed is how quick his get-off is.
Yeah.
If you're one of the first guys moving, that's worth something.
Yeah. Ruben Bain.
I got to say yes, there is some bust here, possibly. Now, I do think he's got the ability to kick inside, and when I first watched him, as you know, I thought, is this a 3 technique?
Right.
And I think that he could make it work there, but I do think there is something to be said about, like, has he peaked? Like, is this the best player that is he going to be, and will that translate to the NFL? Maybe the size, he does get beaten up a little bit. So just because I can see a world in which he ends up being a bust.
Dawson?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility that he's not a 3-down player, and it's going to be hard to produce the double-digit sack seasons. But, I mean, he's so dang athletic and strong that I feel like it's not going to be one of these where Ruben Bain is a bad player. He's just maybe not amazing. So if you're not taking him in the top 5, that's a different conversation from what's a bust at 12 or 15 as compared to top 5. So, yeah, but I agree with Wolchuk. I think there is some absolute bustability in here. And if you're inside the top 10 or top 12, you're playing defense against the bust.
Yeah.
You're having to think, like, where could this go wrong? We can't have this go wrong. And there's other options, 1 through 11. But at 12, you might be out of other options. You might just have to accept the bust risk there.
How about Orville Reese?
Oh, wow. Yeah, there is definitely bustability with Orville Reese. I mean, I don't think he will. I think he's either going to be an outstanding linebacker. I do project him to be an awesome pass rusher. But there is a world where he is just not used well by whoever selects him. And his career turns out to be Isaiah Simmons, who was a freak athlete,
Yeah.
taken out of Clemson, never found a spot, and
Arizona.
he did turn out to be a bust. So I can't say with authority, no bust. I do think he's outstanding, and I would love to have him on my team. But if a team doesn't really have a plan for him, and they're just taking him because of the traits, he could end up being a bust.
Yeah, I think if you took him in the top 5, he'd be a bust as an edge rusher. But as a linebacker, he's going to be amazing because of his strength and his length and his hands and his tackling ability and his football IQ and his motor. Like, he's going to be a very good defensive player.
Yeah.
Sonny Styles.
I'm going to say no bust here. I think Sonny Styles has not even scratched the surface of how good he can be. Converted safety, everything there. It's basically sculpted in a lab as a linebacker. I think he's going to be sensational. I'm going to go no bust here.
There's a little bit of bust in here for me just because he's not a violent dog, you know. And it's difficult to dominate the game at linebacker. There's a lot of good linebackers out there. There's only one Fred Warner who's like, oh, crap, Fred Warner's going to beat us today. Fred Warner's going to screw our plans up, isn't he? And I don't know if Styles can get there, but, man, his floor is very high. You know, I guess I really don't see a bust. I just see wow, I thought Sonny Styles was going to be better than that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, just a good linebacker.
Yeah.
Mansour Delane.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say no bust because I just think he's too technical. I think that he is, you know, the athletic stuff, he was able to kind of prove people wrong with how he tested. I do think on tape, yes, like you can see him. Is he going to be able to stay with a burner down the field? Maybe somebody gets by him, but I just think he's super smart and he's so just technically sound that he's going to end up being a good player.
Dawson?
Yeah, he's a beast, man. He's a stud. I think he's one of the best players in the draft. No bust for Mansour Delane.
Final one, Caleb Downs.
That's a no bust. I think at worst, you've got a guy that's going to be good. I think he is going to end up being an all-pro. But I think Caleb Downs is – I do think he's the safest player in the draft. I don't think there's any
I think
world in which
Malinois, the offensive tackle from Miami, might be the safest player.
And I think he would definitely be in that conversation.
Sure.
But I would take Downs over Malinois in terms of the one that I just have to, like, bet my scouting life on.
Sure.
It would be Downs.
Sure.
Yeah, good player is happening for Downs. Is he worth the second pick, or should he be taken over an edge, a corner, a wide receiver? I think all those are legitimate conversations, but very high floor for him.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
There he is, Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on The Fan, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. We're going to talk Mavs with Bobby Carella coming up at 4:20. A football fix is next, Zachary.
What did other league execs think about this Cowboys offseason? When Schrager mocks, I listen. That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, all you have to do right now is call my
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
That's right. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Jacob Latz, who joined us last hour for the Rangers Players Show. You can get that back there at 3:20. He's gone 7 innings without giving up a run or a hit. And the Texas Rangers are back in action tonight, Game 2 against the Mariners at 7:05, with the pregame coming up at 6:30. Tomorrow's game will be a 1:30 start, so we'll be on about 4:35, something like that. Bobby Carella's talking Mavs with us here coming up in 20 minutes or so. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Peter Schrager, gosh, he's become one of the guys that I trust most when it comes to Mocky Mocks. I mean, Schrags is like, dude, I'm doing 2 of these a year, okay? I'm going to do one 2 weeks out, and then I'm going to do one like right before the draft, and he's going to try and be as accurate as possible. There's a couple of picks that we always kind of thought, all right, if Schrags is mocking to this team, it's because he has in good authority. This is what they're doing. Mm-hmm. It was Arizona because he and Cliff were super good buddies. Super good. Well, now, super good. Yeah. I think the Rams, Cliff's there, him and McVay. I mean, he got the invite to McVay's wedding. If he's mocking somebody to the Rams, probably knows, there's a connection there.
Dialed.
But he was also in on Tyler Booker. He had the Cowboys mock to take Booker in his final mock. So let's run down this thing. Fernando Mendoza, shocker, number 1 to the Raiders. But this is the pick that has really started to gain some steam as of the last 2 days. David Bailey, edge out of Texas Tech to the Jets at 2. Daniel Jeremiah has been in on this. Albert Breer in his mailbag today said he's hearing Bailey to the Jets at 2. Schrags has him mocked there today. He said this will likely either be Bailey or Ohio State's Arvell Reese. New York had just 31 sacks last season. They were 31st in sacks, had 26. Bailey is the guy for the Jets, is what he thinks. That's interesting. I've kind of thought it would be Arvell Reese. David Bailey now making a jump to number 2.
Yeah, they need to get somebody that can help them take the ball away. No interceptions, right?
None. But maybe that's what they're thinking. We get some more pass rush, get some pressure. Can that help the back end? So now Arvell Reese, the linebacker edge out of Ohio State, goes to 3. We've seen those trade-up scenarios for the Cowboys. I think that would make some sense. Like if you were to trade up, you trade up and go get Arvell Reese, who can help you as an off-ball linebacker.
Yes.
Maybe he ends up giving you some edge ability. It could be a similar trajectory to Micah Parsons. Maybe they want to do that.
It's just got to be to 6. You know, I don't think the 2, 3, 4. It's just not realistic to give up. You would have to really think this guy is so much better that instead of getting 3 guys, we're going to take this one and feel like we're getting ahead. You better have one hell of a plan.
Here's the reason why I'm open to moving up in this draft. I don't think this is a really elite top-heavy class. I think there's a handful of guys that I feel like I am confident this is going to be a badass player that can be a face of my defense, and he's going to come in and make a real impact. That I know, a real impact, day 1. Caleb Downs is one of those guys for me. I feel like Bailey can be. Arvell Reese is just too freaking talented. He would be in that conversation for me. And then Sonny Styles. And then we can have the talk about the corners. The thing is, I'm not moving up for a corner in this draft because there's so many that I like. So those would be the 4 players on the short list for me. And I'd have Ruben Bain there as well. But Bain does, I don't know. If Christian Parker signs off and he checks it, hey, Bain, I got a role for him. He can do a lot for me. He's in there. But there's really 4 guys that I feel surefire, boom, our defense is going to be elevated because of them. Whereas the rest of the draft, it kind of drops off to where, I would like to trade down and add some more equity because I think the meat is on day 2 of this class. But if I can get one of those 4 dudes, I'm cool with mortgaging a couple of picks and jumping up to get them.
Yeah, wow. I don't know if there's anybody I want to trade up for if it involves losing draft capital. I like the idea of trading up to 6 with Cleveland and holding on to the same number of picks inside the top 100.
Yeah. That's an ideal situation.
Yeah.
I agree. To get back that 39, that would be perfect. It's in a sweet spot. I love it. Because the drop-off from that 20th pick to 39,
I don't think it's big at all.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't think any of these guys are those generational type of prospects. You know, and if one of them was, then it would be clear who the Jets would be taking it to.
Mm-hmm. At 4, Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame. This one,
I've never seen him get outside the top 8.
This one's starting to gain. And initially, we had heard this.
Yeah.
Like Tennessee, Jeremiah Love, that's what they were going to do. Then it kind of flipped. It sounds like Ruben Bain Jr. is not an option here. Jeremiah's been out on that. Schrager added to that. Schrager said he interviewed their general manager, Mike Borgonzi, for his show in March. He made some pointed statements about Robert Saleh's previous team always having waves of pass rushers. So that might suggest that Tennessee could be thinking about a Bailey or a Reese if they're on the board. But since they're not, they don't seem in on Ruben Bain Jr., and because of that, they're not going to pass on a talent like Jeremiah Love who can help their young quarterback in Cam Ward. How about the Giants? They take Francis Mauigoa, the offensive tackle from Miami. Now, this is straight out of the Harbaugh playbook.
Yeah.
What was the first pick that his brother had in L.A.? It was Joe
Slater?
Alt.
Oh,
yeah.
Joe Alt, yeah.
The left tackle, because Slater they took, but that was before Harbaugh
That was the
got
Micah
there.
draft, yeah.
And so Alt's come in, been fantastic at left tackle. The Giants' offensive line, and they have thrown darts at this thing. It just hasn't worked.
A lot of them.
You get the best lineman in the draft.
This might actually work.
That one could hit. 6, you get back-to-back linemen. Fano, the offensive tackle / guard, goes to the Browns from Utah. Styles off the board.
So he did not have Freeling in this at all.
No, he didn't. And I mentioned yesterday, we've started to hear a lot of Cornell Tate stuff to the Browns as well. But he has back-to-back linemen. Fano going to the Browns, Mauigoa to the Giants. Styles is off the board. He goes to the Commanders. Then Ruben Bain Jr., the edge out of Miami, goes to the Saints. So now you're hitting a run here of guys that are defenders off the board. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State. This is one of the most polarizing players in the draft. And to me, he's a guy, and Broadus can vouch for me, the immediate watch for him. There was something, you asked the bust or no bust, something in my football gut said this guy's a bust. I'm not taking him. And he's a local kid. He's from Allen. But he misses a lot of games. He's got a bunch of injuries. The tape is good, but there was just something about it that I was like, I got a question mark here. This is Daniel Jeremiah on with Mina Kimes yesterday. Some of his thoughts on Jordan Tyson.
I just, they ask so much of those wideouts in terms of the toughness and
he's a good blocker, though. A durability, I know, but he can actually block.
Yeah,
you were out on him.
I'm not. That scares me. He's just been constantly
Oh, now you're freaking
hurt.
me out. He's such a good player, though.
No, he's a good player. I didn't think he was super, super competitive to and through the ball too. But which, like, if I think about the Rams, like I wrote down in my notes, like Omar Cooper Jr., who's not as talented as Tyson.
Yeah.
He's a more Ramsey receiver to me.
I didn't really question like toughness and competitiveness when I watched Jordan Tyson, but a Daniel Jeremiah is not going to say something like that just blatantly. I mean, that's when we're evaluating. I mean, Brian, when we're talking about these players and you throw that out there, I feel like that says something, right? I mean, that gets back to those players, those teams. That is not going to be. You don't ever want to question somebody's toughness when it comes to the NFL.
No, it's very, like I say, it's very unlike Daniel Jeremiah, but I think he's an honest scout about it. I think that maybe he's starting to hear some things with the injury stuff and all that. I find it okay if you're hearing stuff about the injury stuff. I think his tape's really good, though.
I don't disagree with that.
I think
his tape is good.
His tape is really good, and I thought this was. When I watched this guy, I thought this was George Pickens coming out of Georgia. That type of player is who I said this is the closest thing. If you wanted to take a George Pickens type of player, that this guy would be that guy. So I can understand. Hey, the more we dig in, the more of the history, the more of the injury problems and all that. But man, this guy, I felt like this guy made a ton of plays. When you threw him the football.
It's very interesting how important Daniel Jeremiah is putting going to the football and attacking the football.
This guy had one drop when I scouted him, and it was early. He had one drop through 7 games. He had one drop in 90 targets.
Yeah,
I would say it's a plus how he watches that ball in and has sure hands in traffic.
I think he's dominant inside the 20-yard box. My question about him was down the field. Is he a guy that
he doesn't have the breakaway speed?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
He doesn't have good elusiveness.
But in terms of short to intermediate, I thought he was a dominant type of player, and he blocks his ass off because Hines Ward is his receivers coach.
Yeah. See, to me, I thought there was some fluidity to his game, and that's why I kind of compared him to George Pickens, because George could go high, he could go low. It doesn't matter. He runs angry with the ball in hand. I thought there was some clutch stuff about him, when you watched him play. And to me, there's you could watch him as contested catches. He'll make his share of contested catches.
Yeah, he does.
But the injury history with the knee in
That's the thing that scares me.
The injury history with the knee in 2022 and the collarbone in 2024.
And then the soft tissue stuff this past year.
Yeah. So that'll all be checked. But, man, I loved watching this kid play football. He comes from an athletic family. His brother plays, I believe, for the Cavaliers in the NBA.
Yeah, he does. And he's a local guy. I mean, played at Allen High School. I'm rooting for him, but he's a stay away from me. I'm going to let somebody else be the hero and take him. And Kansas City at 9, where Schrager has him going, maybe that's a good fit for him. He can beat an offense, Randy Reed, get him the football. They run. I think he's great in screens, and Andy has a good screen offense. So he could be good there.
We don't need to be taking injured guys in the top half of the first round, ever.
Well, does that include McCoy?
Yeah.
The cornerback from Tennessee?
I don't think there's a track record with McCoy.
It's not extensive like this.
I think injured in the majority of the seasons you play football speaks loudly.
Right.
The worst scenario is Greg Oden. By the time he was drafted to play basketball, he had been hurt every year since 7th grade. That's the perfect example of who I'm staying away from.
I hear you. Mansour Delane, cornerback, LSU goes to Cincinnati. Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State to Miami. So, by the grace of the draft gods, in my opinion, the best player in the class has fallen into the Cowboys' laps here at 12. This would be an absolute, I'm going to chug a Miller Lite in the star. Celebrating. Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State. Schrags writes, Buckeyes DC Matt Patricia told him in the Schrager Hour, Downs will be the smartest player on whichever team drafts him and should be a face of the franchise. Cowboys need that on defense, even if safety isn't valued the same as a pass rusher or a corner.
See, this is the open-mindedness that I try and have, and not that that you can't draft a safety. How about just draft good football players?
And he's just a good football player. You can put him anywhere you want, and he'll exceed.
Could be the ultimate blessing that you're there at 12.
Yeah, no doubt.
Teams don't feel like they can take him.
As good as you guys feel about him, right now, would you go get him?
I would, yeah. If I'm trading up to 6, it's to get Caleb Downs. I'm not windowed rest of the board. If he's my top player, I got to go get him. But in this, look, Schrager, like I said, I trust him. If there's a chance that he can slide to 12, that's the best case scenario.
Are you willing to take that chance? See, to me, I hate it. I kind of see that teams see this guy as an outstanding player and can't pass on him.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm trusting you. You're telling me he's your best player on your board.
I think he's too good to make it to 12. But it's just the pause I have is the safety position. And we've seen so many other good players that do seem to slide because they're safeties. Now, maybe the NFL's making a correction because of Nick Emenwari and Seattle and the copycat league.
How are you going to feel, and I'm just asking this, I'm not trying to badger you or anything, how are you going to feel if he ends up going to, say, the Giants at 5?
Sick.
And you're thinking, well, damn, Peter Schrager's an accurate mock drafter.
Yeah, I'm gonna MF Schrags. And I love you, Peter, but I'm gonna be upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
you
got to affect the quarterback some way for me to really move up for you. Are you going to lock down a receiver? Are you going to go hunt the quarterback? Are you going to protect the quarterback? But he's a tackler.
Yeah.
Like that's what you're getting in Caleb Downs. Wherever the ball goes, he's going to go tackle it.
He's just in the right place.
He's great.
We talked about bust assignments in the secondary all last year. Cowboys are giving up big plays. You have Caleb Downs on this team. He is going to fix that for you.
And I love that.
And that's huge. That's important. There's an importance to that.
I hear you. Okay, we got Bobby Carella talking Mavs coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Sean and I RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis.
It's Tiki Barber with 2 words any business owner wants to hear: extra income. Amazon Hub Delivery is looking for ambitious business owners in your area to assist with local deliveries. You get paid for each package delivered. Amazon Hub Delivery has no startup costs, no long-term contracts, and no delivery experience required. If you're a local business ready to assist with Amazon deliveries, sign up today at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
Property taxes keep skyrocketing. So are the blind call center companies trying to get your business. There's one solution. One firm stands alone. North Texas Property Tax. We cater to high-end homeowners, exclusively in Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, and Denton counties. Our team brings over 80 years of experience, and our work produced over $1 billion in reductions for our clients. Last year, no reduction, no fees, no risk. Save more. Get more with North Texas Property Tax.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Step into Twin Peaks and you're in the lodge. Warm wood, roaring TVs, and the kind of energy your living room wishes it had. Wings, burgers, and ice-cold 29-degree beer, and a vibe that keeps you planted till the final buzzer. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Eric Church, live in concert at Choctaw Grand Theater. Friday, August 21st. You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
Having a record year. Funny how melody sounds.
Don't miss Miss Eric Church. Friday, August 21st, Choctaw Grand Theater, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Create your meals with Wild Fork savings that satisfy. Score incredible deals on New York strip steaks or boneless bacon wrap pork fillets. Visit any of our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com for convenient delivery. High quality meat and seafood where frozen is fresher. Wild Fork savings that satisfy.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's a Mavs game night. They visit the Clippers amid a historic scoring rampage for Cooper Flagg and a backdrop of some tanking and a soap opera involving the former owner and their current head coach. So a lot going on with the Mavs as Bobby Karalla joins us. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. As Bobby Karalla, All City, joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. It is actually kind of a good time to be a Mavs fan right now, so maybe times are changing a little bit.
Yeah. So what do you think of this Cooper Flagg thing? I mean, the conversation changed pretty good over the weekend, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, after those 2 games, obviously they lost the first one when he scored 51, which is honestly better than the fact that they won the second game whenever he scored 45. But after those games, I found myself feeling kind of excited and kind of good again about basketball. And it's been a really long time since I felt that way. I mean, he's an unbelievable player, and he was great 2 months ago. He was really good 4 months ago. But as this season has gone on, he has just continued to get better and better and better. But one thing that hasn't changed, whether they've been, winning some games early on, losing a lot of games ever since then, is he is just a human battering ram. He is so physically dominant already, despite barely being 19 years old. He's just big and strong and tough, and he's got will. He's going to put his head down and barrel his way into the lane and see if you can stop him. And there's just not many guys his size that can do that regularly for 30 minutes straight. And he's going to get to the line a lot more. He's going to develop his jumper. But that thing that he already has is damn near unstoppable. And, I mean, I'm thinking, he's already averaging 20 a game this year. He's been averaging about 23 a game ever since late November. We're looking at, if he develops his jump shot at all, and is able to add some consistency there, he's a 25, 30 point per game scorer. I mean, it is amazing how good he is already.
Bobby, I don't have time for your feelings, but I'd like for you to tell me, who do you think is not telling us the truth, Kid or Cuban?
Oh, man. I mean, can I say both, or is that a cop-out?
Bobby, I don't have time for your feelings, and I need an answer.
So I think, hand to God, right, if I had to bet my life on something, I would say that Jason Kidd is partially telling the truth. Okay. I don't think that Jason Kidd if you would have given J-Kidd all of the information, we're trading Luka today to the Lakers for Anthony Davis and all that stuff, I bet J-Kidd would have said, you should not do that.
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely convinced that he was like, yeah, I'll coach Luka for the rest of his career. I think he's probably somewhere in between those two things. Does that absolve him of any of that? I don't know. That's up to you and to the fans and to everybody else. But I do not believe that Jason Kidd was on board with the exact specific trade that was made at the exact specific time it was made. But if it was, that offseason or in an offseason to come, maybe the answer would have been different. But for all I can talk about is what actually happened. And that's what I think happened based on what I've heard. But I don't know if we're ever going to know the whole truth.
When it comes to Jason Kidd, he got a lot of flack for his decision to put Cooper Flagg as the point guard early in the season. How much do you think that really has had a great impact on where he is now? Because he seems so much more confident bringing the ball up the floor today.
Honestly, he will say, Coop will say, and has said many times that it has helped him. I don't really notice much of an improvement. I think back to that game recently. They played the Warriors in Dallas a few weeks ago, and he turned it over at one point in the fourth quarter 3 straight times, bringing it up the floor. Draymond Green was double teaming. The Mavs were trying to set high screens for Coop to get him going downhill, way up the top of the arc. And Draymond was just blitzing him, and Coop literally turned it over 3 straight times. And it was very frustrating for me to watch that because, yes, one-on-one, he is much more comfortable handling the ball, but he hasn't faced pressure like that very often this season. And for him to cough it up 3 times in a row, I felt like that was kind of leaving him hanging out to dry a little bit. What is he going to learn after the second mistake that he didn't already know, after the first one? And what is he going to learn after the third mistake? So I think that sometimes they ask a little too much of him. These last 2 games, he's been playing off the ball a lot. Now, granted, he's getting it in some ISO situations, sometimes on the wing, sometimes at the top of the key. And, his handle is maybe a little tighter. I think that's going to be like a multi-year process for him, tightening that up a little bit, developing some counters, getting a little more shifty, a little more decisive, and maybe turning his back to his defender a little less often. But, in these 2 games against Orlando and against the Lakers, he was catching it on the move, coming off screens, getting the ball where he's already moving downhill to where he doesn't have to make a decision. He doesn't have to break anybody down. They just made it so much easier for him. And, spinning that forward a little bit, once he's on the floor with Kyrie next year, well, Kyrie can handle all the pressure in the world. He can dribble his way out of a quintuple team if you ask him to. And so if Kyrie does that hard part and then gives it to Coop on the move, then, you're really cooking at that point because Kyrie is also a great shooter when the ball isn't in his hands, and that's something the Mavs really need. So I think his return and then a little more development for Coop is going to make that a really smooth, dynamic pairing to watch, no matter who has the ball. But I'm just not totally sure that the point guard stuff at the beginning of the year was super beneficial. Granted, I could be wrong.
The thing that's been so impressive for Cooper Flagg to me is his ability to finish in what appears to be relative ease under pressure. It's not bad defense that's allowing to get the scoring rampage that it's on. It's him scoring against good defense. Yeah, absolutely. It's not like he's just blowing by guys and getting a bunch of open layups. He's driving into traffic, and the Mavs, there was this graph that someone posted earlier today, and the Mavs have the worst wide open 3-point shooting percentage in the league. They're below 35% on wide open threes. Teams are just leaving these guys open so that they can load up on the paint, in part to stop Coop, and also in part because why would you guard a guy that's a bad shooter? It just doesn't make any sense. And so, Coop is arguably scoring in traffic more often than guys like Luka, Giannis, the guys that you really do want to gear up and stop, just because he doesn't have a lot of help from his teammates, in the form of 3-point shooting. So if the Mavs can add some more of that, it's going to make his life a whole lot easier next year. But in the meantime, the thing that's really impressed me about him so far is that he's been great finishing around the rim, almost in clumsy ways. Once he gets a little stronger and once he gets a little more decisive and a little more explosive, these kind of off-balance running floaters where he's having to kind of fade to his left and throw it off the glass, he's really good at that shot. But a dunk is easier than that, and I think he's going to turn some of those difficult 7-foot floaters
into much easier 2 or 3 foot layups, but he's already really good at those too. You know, it's almost to the point now where if he gets both feet in the paint at any point during a possession, I feel pretty confident that he's going to score. And again, the list of guys that make you feel that way in this league, it's like maybe 10 or 15 players, you know, and Coop is already one of them.
So are you snuggling up to the generational idea, the Hall of Fame talent? I mean, there's so many Wilt and Jordan statistical comparisons here. It's hard to make a leap from, wow, we think he's probably going to be Rookie of the Year and have a really nice career, and the Mavs have lucked out here, to, wow, could we be in for a GOAT candidate conversation?
Man, see, I'm so anxious to take a stand one way or the other. I mean, I've been kind of playing it safe all year, thinking like, yes, I think he can score 30 or 35 in a game if he's got a good matchup and if you really need him to. But over the course of the season, I really like the idea of him playing with a guy that is also going to score 25 so that he doesn't have to every single night. That if he wants to go off for 27 or 31 or whatever, that's great. But also give me some rebounding, give me some transition, give me some defense, you know, get some big blocks, big steals, like save some of your energy for the defensive end. But I mean, these last couple games, like how could you not get carried away and thinking that he is going to be the next one? I mean, he's the only 0 players in the league this year have averaged 23 points, 6 boards, 5 assists, 1 block, 1 steal. 0 players in the league. Coop is averaging that since late November. So like for almost 4 months now, basically 4.5 months, he is averaging a stat line that no one else in the league is doing. I mean, he affects the game literally in every single way imaginable. And he's still barely, I don't even think he's been to every arena yet. Like he is that good and that far ahead. And so, I mean, I don't know what his ceiling is. I don't think I want him to have to score 35 for the team to win. But I mean, he's so physically dominant that he might score 35 without even having to try that hard. Like I really don't know what his ceiling is.
You know, and then to that point, I'd love to know what you think their approach will be with him tonight on a historic type of scoring spree. Do you feed him? I did not think that he was being fed Friday night early. A lot of that happened in the third and fourth quarter as he just got hot and kind of ran away with it and was scorching by the end. And then maybe we saw him set up a little bit more on Sunday. What do you think the approach is tonight for this Clippers game? Why not? Why not see if he can do it again?
Yeah, I think they're going to feed him. You know, I think they're going to feed him basically every game. I mean, you can make the case that beating the Lakers the other night was actually really bad for their draft chances. So, like, maybe he shouldn't play any more games.
Shut him down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hardware. Yeah, I mean, they got to feed him. If he's going to play, I'm literally just chase stats, dude. Just go out and try and score 40 as many times as you can. But here's the thing. Tonight, they're going up against Kawhi and Derek Jones. Like, that is tough. You know, that's a really tough duo for him to break down. And then tomorrow night, assuming he plays, I know he's been kind of in and out of the lineup lately, it's Dylan Brooks. Like, these are some really, really, really tough wing defenders he's going up against. And so it's one thing to bully the Lakers. I mean, they're really going through it right now. If he can have even 30 or 35 against Kawhi, like, that is going to raise a ton of eyebrows. And if he can do the same thing tomorrow against Phoenix, and, you know, Phoenix has a lot of rangy younger guys too, you know, on the defensive side, he can really, I think he can win the award if he has a couple more good games against these two teams.
How big of a deal is the difference between 6 and 8 in the lottery?
To me, it's huge because, you know, you only have a marginally better chance at getting the number 1 pick. It's only like a 1.5% difference. It's like a 6 or 7% difference to move into the top 4. And most importantly, if no one in that bunch jumps up, the Mavs are still picking behind 2 teams that are in their conference. Granted, New Orleans' pick is going to go to Atlanta most likely, or either Atlanta or Milwaukee. But Memphis has 2 picks in the lottery right now, and Memphis is one of the teams that the Mavs should absolutely be better than next year and for the years to come. If Memphis is able to get lucky and move up, that suddenly turns them into a bit of a problem for you for the next few years. And the same could be said for the Jazz, who the Mavs almost passed in the tank standings a few weeks ago before they rattled off a couple wins in a row. And the Jazz are looking like they could be pretty nasty next year once they get all those guys healthy and playing. So, you know, I think it's not devastating to lose a 1% chance at the number 1 pick, but it is pretty rough to win a couple pretty meaningless games, you know, to put it a little harshly, whenever I look around and see, okay, these teams at the Mavs have to leapfrog next year. The Clippers have a 50% chance to get the number 4, number 5 pick in this draft. Like, it is pretty dangerous if these teams get lucky and the Mavs don't. And so that's why if it were me, I would have lost every single game since January 1st. I'm being extreme about it, but that's what you need to do. That's what Utah's done, and that's how it has to be, unfortunately.
I like your style.
What are you and your buddies at DLS hearing about this GM search?
That is a tough one because, Mark Stein is probably, and for my money, the preeminent guy, or, if not number 1, then he's number 2 reporting on the Mavs. And he has said that the Mavs are waiting until after the season to do a real search. But Rick Welts recently had a lunch with media, and I was fortunate enough to be able to be there. And he said that the Mavs want to hire this person before the draft. So if you're waiting until after the season ends, but you hope to wrap it up before the draft, that's a month and a half, to do a wide-ranging search, including guys that are like Brad Stevens, Sam Presti. These teams are probably going to be playing in the finals. So I don't know. I mean, I've heard that they really do think they have a shot at some of these top guys. But I've heard all sorts of wacky stories over the years that haven't turned out to be true. So I don't know. What I can say pretty confidently is that I would be surprised, very surprised, if they hired a president of basketball operations that was already working on the staff. I think it will be an external hire. What I don't know is if they will, a lot of teams do this now. They have their president of b-ball ops, and then they have a general manager working beneath them that kind of handles some of the more day-to-day logistical things. The president of b-ball ops is like the big idea person. So maybe they hire someone from outside the org for that job, and then they promote one of Michael Finley or Matt Riccardi, or hire somebody else to be the GM. So I would just be shocked if the lead shot caller was one of those two guys, even if I think they're pretty deserving of that opportunity at this point in their careers.
Love it, Bobby. Enjoy the rest of the season. Thanks for the insights as always, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
You got it. Bobby Carella, All City Mavs here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're coming back with Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider. We'll tell you what you need to know for Game 2. Rangers-Mariners coming up with the pregame at 6:30 here on The Fan. But spring is here. It's a great time to open your windows. Are your windows not opening easily? Might be time to get a hold of Window Nation. Go to windownation.com if your windows are leaky, if they're broken, or maybe they need repainting again. The pros at Window Nation can help you get brand new energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price. Window Nation's the more you buy, the more you save sale. Going on right now, you could save up to 50% off all the windows in your home. You could get them for 0% interest financing for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home, and experts report that windows retain 80% of their value, and new windows from Window Nation can save you big time on your energy bills right now. Hundreds, if not thousands, on your energy bills can be saved by going to windownation.com. Have them out to the house, and they can give you a free no-obligation quote that's good for 6 months. You can lock in these savings up to 50% off, no interest financing for 5 years, and you're going to be dealing with the best window company in the world, windownation.com. You're going to see why I love them personally. Have them out to the house like I did. You'll see their customer service and professionalism second to none. That's why they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. But this sale is going to end soon. So if you want new windows from your home, make it more energy efficient, do not wait. Go to windownation.com right now.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll be live from Globe Life Field in it.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for Jared Sandler to join us here on your home of the Rangers with the pregame coming up at 6:30. Jared, how the heck are you, buddy?
Guys, I think I'm in a better cell situation than yesterday. I apologize, but about that, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear, and yeah, it's great to have you. I don't think it's possible to have a worse cell situation than you did last night. That was pretty rough.
Yeah, that was pretty awful. I apologize. That's foul on me. I should have known that being down on the field was going to be a little bit of a challenge.
Well, what do you think about Eovaldi tonight? How about your confidence level in Nasty Nate? Is he going to get this thing turned around as he enters start number 3 with an ERA over 11?
Yeah, I have confidence in Nate. I definitely feel confident that it's going to that ERA is going to improve. But no, I have confidence. Now, if people are expecting him to be the sub-2 ERA guy from last year, that's just incredibly tough to replicate. But in terms of being a guy who, will be a really good starting pitcher for this team and, be a guy that, you feel like not only is going to give you a great chance to win, but can go toe-to-toe with another great pitcher like he's having to do tonight in George Kirby. Yeah, absolutely feel good about that. It's always impossible to look into the crystal ball, right? But you think about certain factors, characteristics, intangibles that lead you down a certain path. A guy that doesn't work hard or is out of shape or whatever, those guys you don't probably feel as great about. But someone like Nathan Eovaldi, who, the work ethic, the fitness, none of that is in question. And then obviously he's got really good stuff. And then, on top of that, he's been there, he's done that, he's experienced it all, right? He's experienced getting off to a slow start. He's experienced having to work through things. So I feel good about guys like that. And I definitely feel good about him tonight.
Jared, why would you say that about him then? Why would you say that we shouldn't expect that from him?
A sub-2 ERA?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, just because that's to be a qualifier, which he fell just short of last year, but to have a sub-2 ERA, I mean, that's you might go years without that. He had one of those years last season where, I think we always talk about, probably in fairness, we always talk about how, when the luck factor maybe goes against the Rangers or a guy is, not getting the results that the process would suggest. Well, sure. Nathan Eovaldi probably was on the right side of that a little bit last year. That's not to take anything at all away from how he performed. But if you look at some of the expected numbers, it wasn't like any of them were bad in any way, shape, or form. But it wasn't necessarily sub-2 ERA type stuff, right? And we're talking Jacob deGrom at his peak, I think did that, was it once? And, it's just that's nearly impossible to do over the course of a full season. So I was just, he had an outlier type season.
Okay.
And I'm just simply suggesting that, to expect something like that where, he could be a Cy Young runaway, which, gosh, if he would have finished that year, not many people could have gone toe-to-toe with Tarek Skubal, but if Nathan Eovaldi finished the year with a sub-2 ERA, I think that would have been a really interesting vote. I just don't know if that's a fair expectation.
Jared, so Josh Young gets moved down the lineup yesterday, and I think he's been playing really well. He's been putting together some good at-bats. He's out today. It'll be Ezekiel Duran. Is Josh banged up again? Is there anything new to report regarding his status?
I might sneeze any second.
Please sneeze away, dude.
No, I thought I was going to get it done during the question and just kind of lingered. I have a big nose, and so it takes a little while.
If I'd have asked the question, you'd probably sneezed about 6 or 7 times.
I'm sorry. No, not you. If Eric would have asked the question, then it would have given me.
No, I could do that too with you. Yeah, we have history.
Is this the most excited you've ever been?
First of all, yes, always on opening day. I think Josh and Skip was coy about what it was, but Josh, I guess, is a little banged up, and they want to give him today off. I think they were going to give him today off or tomorrow, and figure, hey, let's give him today off. Hopefully, you can see him in the lineup tomorrow. But I think that decision's made a little bit easier because Zeke Duran's played well so far, and I think there are a lot of people who are curious and excited what it might look like if he. If he were to get more regular at-bats, and he's got to earn those, and someone's got to give him up, but, he's going to get a chance to face a tough pitcher tonight.
Do we have new City Connect jerseys about to get unveiled?
Well, yeah, I guess maybe they were unveiled already. I don't know, but I think on Thursday we're going to get the big reveal, and I know we'll do some storytelling about it on Friday when we're at Dodger Stadium. But yeah, I think for people who aren't familiar, it goes in a 3-year cycle. So you get a City Connect jersey, you get it for 3 years. That's why the Peagle has been retired after a 3-year run, and this is going to be year 1 of 3 for this new iteration.
So is the Peagle gone? Can you at least confirm that? No Peagle?
Well, I guess I don't know. It probably wouldn't be fair for me to say the Peagle's gone. I guess it's possible the Peagle still lives. I just know that the Peagle was kind of like the highlight of that that previous jersey. Is like everyone, I kind of thought when it happened the Peagle was going to like take on a life of its own. It didn't really, it didn't really live up to that that billing. But hey, I mean the Peagle helped bring the Rangers a World Series, and then the Peagle decided to take it to the house for the next 2 years, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
So how's the bullpen evolving, and what adjustments do you make with the job that Eunice was able to get done for you last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think the evolving is kind of the word there, Gavin. I think it is evolving, and I don't know that we know exactly yet. And one of the tricky things is that you got guys who aren't available in a given night, and so that influences the usage, and then that obviously gives certain guys opportunities, but maybe it tells us a story that isn't totally accurate. So like I don't know that Chris Martin is no longer this team's closer, but it's tough for Jacob Junis it's tough to look at Jacob Junis and not want to put him in a high leverage spot. Same with Jalen Beeks. Same with same with Cole Whitten, frankly. To be honest with you, so listen, what's the old saying? If you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. Well, right now the Rangers have multiple options for the 9th inning, which is to say that they don't have that one guy right now. Jacob Junis is great, but typically you want your 9th inning guy to be a big swing and miss type of pitcher, right? That way you can try and avoid, the little dribbler, the bleeder, the blooper blowing a 1-run lead. It's just bad luck stuff, but you want to try and eliminate that, and swing and miss guys do. But the Rangers right now have to play with the hand that they have, and they've got some guys who have been really, really good, even if not in the traditional dominant way, and Jacob Junis is one of those guys. So, will you see him in the 9th inning of a 1-run game tonight? I don't know, because Chris Martin is now available. I don't think he was available last night, but gosh, I mean, I think that, you have a tough time not having confidence right now with Jacob Junis in a high leverage spot.
Okay, so it is Jacob Junis then, Jared. That's the correct pronunciation, because Kevin has tried to throw out Jacob Junis, Eunice, I've heard. Like, I've been very scared to say his name because I really don't even know what the right way to say it is.
Yeah, this is not a Jakob Poeltl situation. Jacob Junis is the correct pronunciation. I think he was born in Arkansas.
Okay.
Maybe grew up. Yeah, like there's no like, it's not like
seems
Russian
European.
There's
no Jakob.
Yeah, no Jakob. Although that's not like, Jakob would be pretty intimidating, right? Like Jakob, the K there in the middle. I like that.
Yeah, Jakob Junis.
Hey, Jared, in a quick answer, do you enjoy when the home plate umpire wears a sport coat?
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I kind of do, actually. That seems very what was the movie where the umpire did like the weird dances with Leslie Nielsen in that? Was that Airplane? That's not Airplane.
No,
right?
That's
Naked Gun.
Naked Gun.
Naked Gun. Yeah, that's very Naked Gun of umpires. I like it. I like the baby blue umpire look, though. That's my favorite one.
Love you, Sands. Have a great night. We'll talk baseball with you tomorrow after the day game.
See you, fellas.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. And football's finest is now on deck. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
All right, let's party. One of the best linebackers of the decade is calling out a Cowboys rival in some draft superlatives. That's next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Confetti fell on Michigan last night as the Wolverines defeated UConn 69-.
station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're now under 90 minutes from Rangers pregame as they look to get game number 2 against your Seattle Mariners. The finale tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 here on The Fan, and we'll be on when it goes final. So looking forward to that. Here's Wolchuk with football's finest.
Let's do the finest right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Well. Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts, who was franchise tagged, is signing his tag, and he is showing up for workouts this offseason. The two sides can still negotiate a long-term deal, but he is now locking in his $15.45 fully guaranteed $1 million franchise tag deal. Now, why is this of note? Who is Kyle Pitts' agent, fellas?
David Mulligetta.
Very interesting.
Who did the Cowboys tag? Joc Pickens, whose agent is David Mulligetta. Could this be a sign that, all right, David Mulligetta clients will indeed sign and play on the franchise tag and show up to off-season workouts? This might be what happens with Joc Pickens.
I would try and get Joc Pickens done long-term now because evidently nobody in the National Football League wants him.
There you go.
Get a bargain.
Yeah.
You
get this thing done.
You've, by not talking to David Mulligetta, not talking to Joc Pickens, and letting them shop for the last several weeks, the silence is deafening right now.
Yeah.
I would go and offer him a deal somewhere between. You could be like a good guy. You could be a good guy and say, listen, George, we'll give you 32, maybe 33 if you show up on time. If you don't want to show up on time, we'll give you 30 a year.
Here's 3 for 90.
Yeah, because I think at the end of this year, if the season goes well and he has another 1,400 yards and 10 touchdowns or so, eventually the market's going to be like, hey, maybe Joc Pickens is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that might happen as early as this summer if the draft doesn't go the way that some of these teams are thinking it could.
Sure.
But I'm totally with you. I want Joc Pickens in for a long time. I feel like the Cowboys are of the same mind.
Yeah.
But if you let it go another year, the price is only going to go up, or you could lose them.
The league has proven that nobody wants Joc Pickens. And Dallas, I think, was willing to maybe take a first-round pick if somebody were to sign him. They weren't going to hold you up for 2 first-round picks. They were going to hold you up for maybe 1, and you kind of go about your business. But nobody's talking to Joc Pickens. This is a good time to try and go get this deal done.
I think it's the biggest bargain that a team will get on a veteran since Tom Brady took that Giselle discount.
Yeah.
My wife's a Brazilian supermodel. I'll play for half.
Yeah.
Like the NFL is just letting the Cowboys off the hook here. And hey, last year they didn't even think he was worth a third.
Yeah.
That's hilarious to me.
That's very telling.
But that's different from continuing to have that approach this year after he did what he did. Just give him a legit offense and a legit quarterback, and he's going to be one of the best wide receivers in the game.
Yeah, I totally understand. We want to see another year, and maybe they know some stuff that we're not privy to when it comes to him off the field, but the NFL is clearly holding whatever happened in Pittsburgh against him, and they're not changing their stance on that. So I'm with you. I'd totally be down to get a deal that's not resetting the market or anything done if you can. I love the player. I'd like to keep him here long term as well. 901, 2 very different situations. Look, none of these situations are ever apples to apples, but you do have a player in Kyle Pitts that's coming off of his best year. You have a player in Joc Pickens who's coming off of his best year. And really the narrative is that David Mulligetta clients, up until maybe now, they don't play on the franchise tag. So at least you have one of his prominent clients in Kyle Pitts who's just signed the deal prior to the draft. So that's just a sign of something different, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that can happen, and it could be some tea leaves falling here for what it could happen with Pickens and Dallas.
That's the most important thing is Mulligetta clients playing nice with the team on the tag.
Yeah, it's news. Now, NFL execs. Great article by your buddy Mike Sando here, Brian. He's getting some info from around the league. All right, he did AFC.
Michael get some info now.
He did NFC. We just don't necessarily, the tackle stuff and how he feels about Darren Woodson. We didn't agree with, but we love him otherwise.
Yeah.
Now, here are what execs said about the Dallas Cowboys and this offseason. Quote from one exec, Dallas is one of those spin-your-wheel type teams that never really gets a lot better, said one executive. On trading for Rashawn Gary. Quote, I was a little disappointed with Dallas, another executive said. They got Rashawn Gary, who Green Bay was not fired up about. They were not necessarily going to bring him back. Another executive said, what are they going to do with George Pickens? Are you going to have two receivers making at least $34 million plus the quarterback making $60 million? Yeah. All fair questions. But I did think the Rashawn Gary thing, I guess one exec didn't love it. And I understand the looking at the Cowboys and the thought of your spinning your wheels type team.
I'd like to know these execs, and I wonder what a train wreck their teams are.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
throwing stones and glass houses.
You don't talk bad about my guys. We can talk bad about my guys. You step off.
At least my gang of 7, I have playoff, like good teams I'm dealing with here. I'm not trying to deal with like teams that are selling me, something.
Well, we don't know. This could be Seattle. For all we know, the Super Bowl champions. We just don't know who it is.
I've had similar feelings.
Yeah.
I've had similar feelings throughout this offseason that it's been a little bit underwhelming. I'm going to choose right now to take the approach of it's still a work in progress.
No, I appreciate that.
Let's let them cook.
We're going to fight otherwise.
Because those anonymous GMs, they make some decent points.
No, they do. The spinning your wheels thing, yeah. I agree. I feel like they're always spinning their wheels.
My GMs are better than their GMs. My GMs are better than Mike Sanders.
Yeah, who are your GMs? Yeah. You go ahead. We're going to go GM to GM. Yeah. I'm going to get my best eater GMs, and you put your best eater GMs out there. Mm-hmm. We're going to go toe to toe.
Yeah,
I like it.
I'm going to start a podcast with Mike Sando. Call it "Tackling is Overrated."
That's really going to fire Brian up. He's going to be ticked about that. All right, let's go. Speaking of your buddies, Brian Gruden. All right, he's doing his quarterback camp over there for Barstool. Gosh, he loves himself some Diego Pavia. We did get Pavia news today.
Does he really?
He does. Pavia was just in. Listen to how excited Gruden is. This is Pavia just doing a snap count, and you tell me if his pants fly off or not.
14 elk. Love it. 14 elk. Silva's hot.
And what if I got the Albuquerque flash?
Here we go. We got DPLA.
Oh, yeah.
DPLA.
Oh, I love it.
He is freaking giddy over Diego Pavia.
Wow. John just likes a guy that could call a play.
Damn.
He had to deal with poor Chris Sims who couldn't call a play.
I mean, Gruden sounded about 6 cold beers in right there.
Well, he did. And he sounded like he went, 0 to midnight real quick there. I mean, he was just freaking, boom, hello, don't stand up. Mommy, can you throw me a pillow?
Okay. Yeah.
What was that from?
I'm happy that Gruden's involved talking with quarterbacks.
No, it's fun. I do like his quarterback school. I mean, like some of the guys. He's one of these guys that does have a history of good quarterbacks.
John gets mad when these dudes clap for the ball. He hates.
He wants an actual call.
He wants an actual cadence. That's why, if you're a quarterback that can confidently call a play and have a snap count, John's a fan of yours.
Well, Pavia's going to get a visit with the Panthers. And against Carolina just likes tiny quarterbacks. When they got they took our guy
Baker
Bryce
for
Young,
a little bit.
Had Baker. And look, Bryce just had a really solid year, and they went to the playoffs, won their division. And maybe Diego Pavia is the guy. They traded away Andy Dalton. Dalton's gone now. So maybe Pavia is the future backup there. I think Kenny Pickett, they signed him.
He's kind of a winner.
He did a great job at Vandy. He really, really did.
I'd love it if the Cowboys took him. I think it's
some swag.
It's a fun backup to have. The tiny guy.
Yeah. It'd be a good
might
interview.
run around and sling it a little bit.
It'd be fun to watch in preseason for sure. Ty Simpson, our buddy Peter Schrager, he is projecting a draft slide for him. Until I have a team that tells me we love Ty Simpson or we're going to take Ty Simpson, it doesn't do anyone any good just throwing him in there. I feel like it's just pile on Dan Orlovsky, which I'm cool with. Right? Because, Dan, look, I respect it. He said it with his chest there, Dan, about Orlovsky's better than Mendoza, and he's had plenty of teams talk to him and say the same thing. Well, I don't know where. I'd like Ty Simpson to be in the first round. I'd like somebody to think that Pittsburgh's going to take him at 21. So if the Cowboys are sitting there at 20 and nobody has slid to you that you're just like, this is the blinking light you got to take, I'd like the idea of possibly kicking it back and a team wants to move up for the quarterback, right? Like it's easy to say, oh, let's trade back. Who is going to call and trade up for you, though? Right? Like, you've got to have somebody there that a team wants. Well, the great thing is a quarterback. So maybe it's Arizona. Maybe they want that fifth-year option. But Ty Simpson right now.
Didn't the Saints trade up for a defensive end? The guy from Louisiana Tech one time?
Well, Marcus Davenport for UTSA.
Yeah.
Sean Peyton traded up to go get him, but that was like moving up to 13 or something like that. That was a crazy jump. But I don't know where Simpson's going to go.
I don't think he's going to go in the first round. I think it makes sense with the Jets and the Cardinals at the top of the second round.
Sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers took him at 21. I saw a Bill Barnwell mock draft earlier that was terrifying. Had the Steelers trading up to 11 with Miami to take your guy Caleb Downs. Wouldn't that be the worst?
Right before you
all the way to Miami, and they have history of trading.
He'd be a good Steeler.
Just last year,
Caleb Downs feels like a good Steeler. I also think Dylan Thieneman's the guy that keeps getting mocked to the Vikings. I think it's going to be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Could be.
I just feel like he'd be a safety. He'd look good in the Minnesota Vikings uniform.
Sure.
I just think he fits
safety,
that.
yeah.
Like the purple thing. I don't know.
But I do like Ty Simpson. I think he's
you're a Simpson guy.
I think he's going to be a good NFL player.
He might be.
Ty Simpson.
You're Ty Simpson?
He's Ty Simpson over Mendoza.
Oh, over Mendoza?
Yeah, come on.
I wouldn't go that far.
Go for it.
I mean, it's a fun segment,
have you looked at him extensively? You studied him?
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Where did you put him? What round?
The first.
Yeah, he's a second-round player.
He's a second-rounder. Did you not hear him?
No, I was watching this Mets pitcher get hit in the wrist. I'm sorry, Dawson.
Okay. Well, I agree with you. I think he is a second-round player. You put him in the third.
I put him in the third. I was just curious.
He is a really good athlete, and I don't know if he's getting enough credit for the mobility in the pocket, the accuracy, the decision-making. Like, I get it. They struggled. They couldn't run the ball.
The offense wasn't that great this year.
Yeah,
and it was noticeable because his first half of the season was really good, and then you could tell something was off later on in the year. He just didn't look the same.
I just don't think he's a first-round player. That's just my.
I think he probably should have gone back, but I understand it. Hey, money's being thrown around. You're going to go ahead and take it.
And I don't know if he was guaranteed to be the starter. I think that might be like a reason that Quinn Ewers left UT. You had to, right? And it's like, do you want to continue transferring other places, or do you want to be a Bama guy? But once they are starting to make plans and putting in underclassmen who are more promising than you, and you have the trauma of sitting there for 3 years watching Bryce Young and Jalen Milroe, like he almost didn't have a college career.
Yeah, he had to sit for a while.
Now you're bringing in more guys to compete for my job.
It's like, what, screw it. I'm just going to go right now. And maybe it ends up working out for him. Maybe he goes to a team that's better off, to where he's not thrown onto a terrible roster. That does matter. You're right. It's 6 to midnight, 210. Thank you. Yeah, I felt like I was leaking confidence when I said it. Harbaugh on Kayvon Thibodeau. Everyone's tradable, but I'm thinking about him in our defense. Kayvon Thibodeau is a guy that I think a lot of people thought was the best player in his draft 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, how wrong we all were.
I can tell you can get Thibodeau for pick 92 in the third. You making that deal?
You know what? I think I would.
I think I would too.
I think I would. He started showing some flashes of of coming around.
I'd still bet on that guy. Yeah. I still think he's super talented. I think he's a good player. He fits what you need.
I like what you just did.
I wouldn't mind. And look, in-division trades are weird, but like we saw the Cowboys and Eagles make a trade on draft day, swapping picks. It's not unheard of. So I'd kick the tires on that. Like Dexter Lawrence, I know is the number 1 trade chip that the Giants have. I don't know if they're going to trade him, but if they want to start fresh and move on from Thibodeau, I'd kick that around.
He had 11.5 sacks in 2023, his second year. And it looks like he's been banged up. 12 games in 2024 and just 10 games last year, but just 2.5 sacks.
I think the Giants, the whole thing, you're going down to the Giants to die. I hate to say that.
It's crazy how much of a bad organization they become.
It's amazing the players they take and they just go to die.
Them and the Jets, man. It's like, I don't want to play there.
Yeah.
The Jets are worse. Change.
The Jets are worse.
It's bad.
You get drafted there to go die is what you do.
It's not a good situation. I thought that, seeing him floated out there, and clearly Harbaugh's open for business. If they want picks, and there's a player at 92 I'm probably going to like, but I still believe in Kayvon Thibodeau.
I would. I'd absolutely do this, yep.
Last thing I wanted to get to here, the NFL draft superlatives. CBS Sports put out, this is Blake Brockermeyer. Best player, he goes Jeremiah Love. Safest pick, Caleb Downs. Safety, Ohio State.
I think Mauanoa myself, but I like Downs and Mauanoa both.
Highest ceiling, I know you love the floor and ceiling talk.
Yeah.
Orville Reese, edge, Ohio State. He's got him as an edge. Unicorn as a box linebacker and has the ability to excel there, but also flashes as an edge defender with limited yet effective pass rush ability. Biggest risk reward in the draft, Jermod McCoy, corner from Tennessee. And who they're buying low on, Peter Woods, defensive lineman.
Say anybody from Clemson, I'm buying low on.
Yeah,
anybody
all those guys.
Anybody from Clemson.
It's funny because he said he doesn't buy the hype on Blake Miller, the offensive tackle from Clemson either, which I'm not going to fight you.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Football's finest in the books. We're going to hit the expressway. We got the G Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30 and LA Live at 5:40. Rangers pregame as they host the Mariners, and the second of three is at 6:30 tonight. And we're back with all that here. It's the G Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do that, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. And when that negligence has found us in the Dawson household over the years, we've called the Frankles. It's amazing to watch them work on your behalf and help you make that full recovery. You know, when you're hurt, not your fault, you might have a real urgent situation on your hands, might need an ambulance ride, a hospital stay, might not be able to get to work for a long time, and, you know, that could be lost wages. You might have to change careers. Career re-education is now into the picture. Pain and suffering, those hospital bills are now starting to roll in the mail, and these damages can be 6 or 7 figures. I have not even mentioned the potential for vehicle repairs or vehicle replacement. Yeah, that all that comes into view. And, you know, if you're not careful, the money to put your life back together can end up coming out of your pocket, or you end up settling for less. And you have pain and suffering for the rest of your life on board, maybe decades of inconvenience, pain and suffering. Call the Frankles. Make sure you make that full recovery. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
If you have IRS problems, you have legal problems, and you need an attorney. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. So many of our clients routinely reach out to us after they have already unsuccessfully spent thousands of dollars with some out-of-state tax resolution company.
National tax resolution companies do a lot of talking, but if you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, you should have the law offices of Namath and Flores behind you.
Call us today at 972-484-0-TAX, offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check, too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Sean and RJ here with the greatness of base power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, base power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to base power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Create your meals with Wild Fork savings that satisfy. Score incredible deals on New York strip steaks or boneless bacon-wrapped pork fillets. Visit any of our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com for convenient delivery. High-quality meat and seafood where frozen is fresher. Wild Fork savings that satisfy.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free all the way to the top. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and we have G-Bag of the Day at 5:30, and then LA Live coming up at 5:40. In less than 48 hours from now, we'll be wrapping up the first round at the Masters in Augusta, and that's going to capture the attention of the sports world.
We're all together tomorrow, right?
Yeah, after the game.
You want to pick 3 golfers?
I would love that.
And go for something like a loser. I don't know. We'll do something. Brisket sandwiches or something. It could be pretty expensive for me, probably.
Throw in $20 each or something like that.
$20 each. Yeah, go for cash, whatever you want to do.
I love it.
But pick 3 golfers.
It can be expensive, just so you know.
Pick 3 golfers and then
highest average finish.
Total prize money. Total prize money. How about that?
I like that. Total prize money.
And then we'll have a tiebreaker, something
Gets the money.
Winning score, something like that.
Okay, can we pick the same golfers? Or do we have to all pick different golfers like it's going to be a draft?
You can pick same golfers.
Same golfers. I like that. I always have fun with those sort of situations.
Then your tiebreaker is going to be the deal.
Yeah, give these tournaments a little bit something extra to it.
Yeah.
Okay, Rory McIlroy will begin his quest to become the first back-to-back Masters champion since Tiger Woods, who went back-to-back in 2001, 2002. He tees off 10:30 Eastern Time Thursday morning. He'll be playing alongside Mason Howell and Cameron Young. And
so he's got the amateur with him, right?
Yeah, he's got the amateur with him. The world #1 and heavy favorite, the pride of DFW golf, Scotty Scheffler, will be on the opposite side of the tee sheet going off in the second to last group at 1:44 in the.
Who would he be playing with
in the afternoon? So 12:45 Texas time. I don't know who he's going to be playing with.
Sorry.
I should have brought up the whole tee sheet, but what I did is I just
kidding me.
I asked.
I just got to ask these. Now you make us look silly.
Cameron Young could be a guy that could win this thing playing with Rory McIlroy. By the way,
it's important who you start with. Okay, Scotty's with Robert McIntyre and Gary Woodland.
Gary Woodland just recently won. He was a U.S. Open champ. And then McIntyre has been, I think McIntyre won recently as well. I think he won in Houston or San Antonio. I think it's Houston is where he won.
Okay. A year after being asked by Augusta to keep his outfits more reserved, Jason Day might again be ruffling feathers with his clothing choices this week. The Australian former world number one has reportedly been asked to make some alterations after the company made public his choices for this week's tournament. They have to submit their wardrobe, and Day in his practice rounds has been sporting the first of Melbourne Golf's Birds of Georgia collection. He's kind of a birder. Jason Day left Nike in early 2024 to go to Melbourne Golf, and they make this golf attire
with big words on the shirts and sweaters and stuff, right?
Big words and big birds.
Yeah.
This is a busy bird-themed top, and Sports Illustrated is reporting on this, that his tops also include a bird watcher-themed vest that he is planning to wear. So quite an interesting fashion turn for Jason Day. Maybe that explains where his golf game has gone. He's taken up new hobbies.
Worried more about his wardrobe than his game.
Yeah.
I saw yesterday on the practice tee that Rory was looking at Tommy Fleetwood's sweater vest he had on.
Was he admiring it?
Tommy Fleetwood seems to like he's kind of every week wearing something different. But he says, he went from being a Nike guy to like all of a sudden now having to wear different gear. So
Nike slashes budget or something?
I think Nike I think
you're not winning. We're not paying.
I think Nike just they made some cuts.
Looks like it.
And so, or he stepped away. I need to look this up, but he's been wearing like Tiger Woods, like Sunday Red stuff. Like he's been playing in tournaments and wearing some of that gear. So we'll see.
Okay. Who did you want to know about the groupings?
Well,
we gave him the answer to that.
You did with Cameron Young and Rory?
Yeah, and Scotty Scheffler's group.
Scotty Scheffler.
Robert McIntyre and Gary Woodland.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for playing. That's good.
Appreciate that.
When I got them all here, you said you didn't have it up.
No, Dawson answered the question, though.
Sorry.
Couple of basketball notes here
Dutch
for
is
you.
pitching in this game on TV, by the way.
I know. It's a random game. It's behind you, so you can't see it.
Yeah.
But
Oh, this is an old Rangers-Angels game.
It's like a weird 2012.
MLB instant classic there with Derek Hahn on the hill. That's always fun. Couple of college basketball notes for you. UNC is going to pay Michael Malone a yearly average of more than $8 million across a 6-year contract. That makes him a top 5 highest paid coach in college basketball as the Tar Heels bring in the NBA champion from the Denver Nuggets after he sat out just 1+ years. His daughter, of course, plays volleyball at UNC. Everybody knows that by now, but hitting the bank pretty good there for $8 million. South Carolina coach Dawn Staley making news today as she says she has spoken to UConn's Gino Auriemma and is suggesting everybody turn the page after their mid-court argument at the Final Four fueled a firestorm of controversy. She says, I want to be clear, I have a great deal of respect for him and what he's meant to this game. One moment doesn't define a career, and it doesn't change the impact he's had on growing women's basketball.
But I'd still beat his ass.
Yeah, I'd still fight him.
The standard at UConn is what it is because of him, and that's something the game has benefited from. So I'm asking everyone to turn the page. Let's refocus on what matters most, continuing to elevate our game, creating opportunities and pushing it forward. That's always been my mission, and it's not changing. So Dawn Staley taking the high road here and maybe throwing Auriemma a bit of a life raft as the world of college basketball and the world of sports has been circling him like sharks smelling blood in the water. Maybe the biggest Cowboys story of the day, it bears repeating. Wolchuk covered it earlier in his daily football fix. Mock draft posted by Pete Schrager this morning. Maybe the most dialed in insider when it comes to teams giving him legit inside information. He believes Caleb Downs still not going in the top 10, believes Caleb Downs will be on the board for the Cowboys to take at 12, and that is his pick. So that thing's quite a bit of fun to imagine that would be a CD Lamb type of first round development for the Cowboys, and it would definitely be worth celebrating. And it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Big Godzilla. Hey, Gino used to give Pat Summitt a hard time, too.
They did.
He used to give her a hard time,
They
too,
did.
bro. This is Gino's bag when he's losing. This is his bag. Shout out to Don. Shooting that man some bail like that.
Yeah.
All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. How you doing? Lucius Alexander. All right. This will be going for day 3. This piece of audio, I believe, today comes from the QVC, the world of QVC, some home shopping situations. We got a caller named Mary. She has pasties and tassels, and she wants to tell you about some stuff she bought from QVC.
And with the submarine store,
I wanted to tell you that I got that peasant blouse with the tassels.
Yes.
And I used to wear the tassels on my pasties. Do you know what pasties are?
Okay.
Do you know what pasties are?
Yes. I'm going to do.
Okay, well, I had tassels on my pasties.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Marianne, I just want to say this. You are my emotional support diva. Okay, you have just made my whole entire day. Mary's walked off. She's dead on the couch.
I'm having therapy with Marianne right now.
Mary Ann is my sister from another mister.
I have never, Marianne, you made my year.
Yeah. For sure. Oh, man. So tassels on the pasties. So Marianne, the tassels are like they're meant to twirl around and everything, right?
Yeah.
Marianne was a wild girl back in the day.
back in the day.
She was making them things dance around and twirl. Do figure eights.
Yeah, do you think she actually wore them under the pasties? When it goes
On top of the pasties.
On top?
Yeah.
On top.
Yeah.
Okay.
On top of the pasties.
How do those fix on? How do they clamp on?
Oh, some glue, maybe?
Glue, yeah.
Double-sided tapes.
Maybe double-sided tape. Yeah, I can see
Maybe
that.
sticky on one side. Pause.
Marianne probably had it going on back in the day.
Marianne was a wild girl.
She was rocking some of those 50s stripper outfits.
Yeah, she was good there in the old speakeasies, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of pranking on the timeline. I've been getting a lot of pranking videos from you guys. Shout out to y'all. I guess that's April Fool's vibes. We got some.
Man, we got pranked the other night, and it was a kid ding dong ditching.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. And it was terrifying because we went to the ring cam and it just looked like it's somebody coming up, obscuring their face and pounding on our door and then running away. You know?
It's a deadly game nowadays.
It is.
Yeah.
I was like, kid, you don't want to be doing this.
Nah. You was already afraid to get in trouble back in the day when you used to do it, but now you can get shot.
It's just the fact that is there somebody outside of our house right now messing with us? Yeah. You know, you don't know.
No, you don't. Boy, it used to be so fun, though.
Yeah, very fun.
Oh, my gosh, like 5 or 6 of us just all running.
Laughing,
tripping each other.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Trying to dare each other. No, you go knock. No, you go knock. I knocked on the last one. We're pranking mom right here in the Starbucks line. Double shots, I believe. Back shots, something like that.
Whoa.
All right. Anything else? That's for 2 back shots with that.
2 what?
2 what?
Trying to hurry up. You're holding up the damn line.
Cousin. 2 back shots with it.
Back shots. She said because she had 2 back shots with that. She playing with me, right?
Girl, you are.
I don't come to Starbucks, so I don't know. Bye, thank you.
Yeah, can I get 2 back shots, please? She said she wants some back shots, too. Anybody else want some back shots in this call?
Yeah, anybody
else need back
around.
shots?
You're holding up the line.
Yeah. Okay, I guess it's apropos for back shots.
Okay.
Let's go to ESPN First Take, which I never watch. I do wake up and turn on some Sports Center just to catch what's going on, you know, the highlights and whatnot, storylines. And then once it turns on to the First Take, I'm out of there, bro.
Now, I'll watch some Get Up as well. I like Mike
Get Up's not
Greenberg's
bad.
show
Yeah, I like Get Up.
most of the time.
Yeah, I see it on there. But I do turn.
But I'm with you. Once we
turn.
get to First Take, I'm out of there.
I got burned by all these shows. Yeah, bloviate these hot opinions and stuff.
And now that the NFL Network has been bought by ESPN, essentially, I feel like it's coming for them too. You know, NFL Network has been for a long time a bastion from the hot take debate shows.
Yeah.
Well,
And now they're getting there?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. All right, ESPN First Take. Stephen A. Smith on Victor Wembanyama.
forget how slim he really is. And so when you see something like that happens, it reminds you of the vulnerability. Like, where's the beef? You see, okay, that's the one thing lacking. Ain't nothing else lacking. But the one thing lacking on him is that beef, that meat right there. You understand? This is not Shaquille O'Neal where, you about to run to a bench for a loose ball and the entire bench clears because you're coming.
Wow.
I thought he said,
That is, yeah.
What just happened there?
Crazy, bro.
Very bizarre situation.
Crazy.
Okay.
I thought it already hit the apex, but then he got two more.
You see, okay, that's the one thing lacking. Ain't nothing else lacking. But the one thing lacking on him is that beef, that meat right there. You understand? This is not Shaquille O'Neal where, you about to run to a bench for a loose ball and the entire bench clears because you're coming.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
I thought he said another word.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
And then he said bench, and I went, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's, wow.
I think that's a well-traveled road.
Yeah.
Bench sounding like.
For him?
Yeah. Well, and other people.
Yeah.
We had a women's basketball coach. The bench. Who was that?
Yes.
Was that Mulkey?
Was that Mulkey? It might have been Mulkey. I said bench. Yeah,
I said bench. Step up, bench.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bench, please.
Yeah.
I need some rebounds.
I'm so lost about the QVC skit. So old lady saying she had pasties over her nipples and tassels, bro.
She was a dancer.
Yeah.
She was an exotic dancer.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, back in the day, you couldn't dress naked, so you'd have like these.
You had to cover up.
These pasties, which is like a piece of toilet paper, that would you go over your boobie. Yeah, a little sticker over your baby.
Nice little sticker.
Baby.
Yeah. And she put some tassels on those pasties, and she was shaking them about.
Yeah, these kids there. So uncultured.
Yeah. Another prank right here. Another prank. This might be a little long, but pranking mom, I'm in jail. Now, I've played one of these like this before, so I think the format is out there somewhere. You just get it off of YouTube and play it.
This is cruel.
Yeah, it's really bad. Really bad. Mom panicked.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Portsmouth City Jail. Accept these charges, press 1. To decline, hang up.
Mom, tripping already.
Hello? What the hell you doing in jail? Ma, I had walked to the store, right? So I walked into the store and stop crying, and tell me what's going on. A car had pulled up. They had got out. They was trying to jump me, so the 3 girls jumped me. Who was trying to jump you? 3 girls. Who was they, DJ? I don't even know. One of the girls, her name Asia. I don't know the other 2, but I don't even know. So why are you in jail? Why are you calling me from jail? Because they was jumping me, Mommy, and I stabbed her, and she dead.
Oh, she did.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
She dead? Yes.
Oh, jeez.
This is not
It's not funny. So dark.
Yes, Mom.
Wow.
Yeah. And you play with me. Do not play with me. I'm playing, Mom. No, you.
Gosh.
Damn.
Sound like Dejanay might have had a track record there.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. Wow. I would never do that to my mother.
Mom broke down, bro.
She is
That is
a scary call to get, first of all.
Yeah, it's very. Yeah.
Mom was
Her entire life is turned upside down. You'll never be the same person.
That is all.
That's worse than what Bam Margera did to his parents all those years.
Used to beat him up all the time.
Yeah.
Right there on television.
Oh, my gosh.
Talk bad about his daddy. No. Oh, my gosh. That was bad, bro.
Dejanay.
Shout out to Dejanay. She came up to the car. He had jumped in me. He had. What?
I stabbed her. She's dead.
She's dead.
Yeah. All right, bro.
We got Marianne on QVC. Do you know what pasties are? We got pranking mom at the Starbucks line. We got the mom jail prank. We got Stephen A. Smith on Wemby. I'm going with Marianne on QVC. Lucius, how about you?
This is horrible. It's the darkest joke ever. Yeah, it is.
It's dark.
Lucius,
yeah.
shame on you. Shame on you. It's not funny. It's not very
shoot
dark.
the messenger.
I like dark humor, bro. Blah, 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 blah. QVs. No, I'm going with the prank.
Going with the prank?
Yeah, I'm going with the prank. It's nasty.
We're tied at 1, Chuck.
I'm sticking with the champ.
Yeah, QVC.
By a score 3-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Mary Ann calling into QVC. If you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays it for you daily at 5:20 right before Wolchuk's Top 10. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with
When
LA
you vote
Live.
against Lucius, you get that sound effect, that
K-bomb. Not funny at all. Dejanay needs her ass whipped. She probably got it. She probably got it, bro. She didn't play that part. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Booyah.
Everybody get high.
I was asking my Uber driver, like, yo, tell me something about the Arlington, Dallas area that I should know about. And he decided to tell me about this street called Harry Hines Boulevard.
Now all the clapping.
Y'all know about this place?
Yeah! I love it there! Woohoo!
Apparently, for lack of better words, is where they selling at. Apparently. I don't know why when I asked about the city, he chose to tell me that. How was that the first thing that came to mind? Like, hey man, tell me something about Dallas. They selling on Harry Hines Boulevard.
Yeah.
It's like, thank you for that information, but I don't think that was the information I was going for.
No, man. They so proud of Harry Hines. They so proud, yeah. This is LA Live for Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Hey, hey.
We're busting out some serious funk now.
Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. Who was Harry Hines?
Oh, that's a great question.
It's Harry Hines.
I have no idea.
And why did his street become so seedy?
A couple good restaurants down there. The Mecca is down there.
Great restaurants. There's some great eating over there.
The Keller's hamburger
that
place.
Classic Keller's is over there. Some good eating over there, man.
I think it's the third oldest restaurant in Dallas at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but was this man Harry Hines hanging out the burlesque shows back in the 20s?
Like Jack Ruby guy.
Yeah. Now, I heard he was like a highway commissioner, an oil man, highway commissioner. Commissioned Harry Hines.
Sounds about right.
Pavement out there on those roads, and that's like one of the first highways in Texas. But what else was going on with Harry Hines? Was he hanging out at bathhouses? What happened, Harry Hines? Also got some nicknames for Harry Hines, too, the street. Stripper Strip.
It was a oil producer, Lucius.
Yeah, oil man out of
Church Elder,
Kansas or something like that, right?
Road pioneer. That's what you're saying. Yeah, Texas Highway Commissioner in the 30s.
I still need to know more. I need to know the dark side of Harry Hines.
Ran for governor in the 40s. Lost to W. Lee Pappy O'Daniel.
Pappy
O'Daniel. He was known as deeply religious and respectable businessman.
Deeply religious.
Deeply religious.
And now his street is the Stroll.
Yeah. Sharp irony considering what the street became famous for later.
Herpes Hines, they call it.
They got
Herpes
tassels
Hines.
on their pasties there.
Yeah. Harry Hines, they call it Harry Hines.
Harry Hines.
Yeah. Or Hooker Hines. Hooker Hines. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is Greystone-roofing.com. Let's get into this real quick, y'all.
Ron James, how you gonna talk about what city you want to go to or don't want to go to when you're from Cleveland? Memphis is way better than Cleveland at any point, any time. Think about that while you're trying to pick what team, where you want to play at. It's not about where you want to play at. Everybody got their own support for their city. Thank you.
I hate LeBron James after that. Okay, bro. So, this cannot be talking, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You cannot disrespect Memphis. Maybe he was good in his prime, but can we get this?
Whoa.
Can we get this unk into retirement now? We need to get him out.
Yeah, he picked himself by saying "unk." Wow. Well, let's do what he get ready to say earlier. Hold on.
Maybe he was good in his prime, but can we get this? Can we get this uncle to retirement now? We need to get it out.
You be playing video games online, clearly.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Oops. Hey, folks are coming for LeBron James all weekend.
Yeah, they are.
All weekend. Media and fans. They was just teeing off on LeBron James. During an appearance on the YouTube show Bob Does Sports, which I've never heard of, but apparently they're big enough to get King James on there, and they're playing golf. King James has something to say about the city of Memphis.
That's how you get him on. Get him go take him play golf.
Clearly.
Yeah.
He was out here playing golf in Dallas.
Yeah.
Not too long ago.
That's his new thing.
Him and Bronny.
Yeah, play golf, yeah.
Now, I want to say I love people from Memphis. I haven't been in Memphis long enough to know the city. I was only there 24 hours. I was on Beale Street. Yeah. Got drunk and went back to the hotel and checked out at noon. And back on the road. Back on road.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm back on
like a
road.
good trip to Memphis.
Part of a road trip.
Yeah,
Swung
part
through
of
Memphis,
the road.
did Beale
Swung through.
Street.
Yeah,
Crushed
hung
it.
out a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Did you go to get something to eat?
We did.
Okay.
We did all of that good stuff. And like I said, I love people from Memphis. Penny Hardaway, Juicy J, Elvis. I think the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame should be in Memphis and not in Cleveland.
You're right. Good call.
That's just my opinion right there.
Good call.
It's just my opinion. But yeah, he has some words, and fans were not a fan of his words. Talking about LeBron James right here. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Let me get this. Yeah, King James expressed his frustration with staying at the Hyatt in Memphis on a random-ass Thursday, he said. He also mentioned Milwaukee and I believe Cleveland or Akron. He didn't clarify, but let's listen to this audio.
Staying at the Hyatt at 41 years old. You think I'm going to do that? Being in Memphis on a random-ass Thursday? I'm not like the first guy to even talk about an NBA. Like, we all like, you guys have to move. Just go over to Nashville. You got Vanderbilt over there. You got the NASCAR. You got a stadium. Don't they got a hockey team too?
Yeah, Predators.
Like, they got everything.
Plenty of NBA players have said this same sentiment right here. Plenty of them, but they didn't get drugged through the internet like LeBron did. And there's a little bit of those guys.
What's your least favorite city? Everybody's got to have one.
Yeah, Memphis, probably. I mean, the hotel is probably the worst hotel in the NBA. The food there is good, though.
Yeah. Did you ever walk into a hotel room and just be like, wow, thousands of people have slept in this bed before me?
Yeah. Especially when we go to Memphis. I be like, damn.
Especially.
My hotel ain't nothing in Memphis. My shit be dirty. I walked in the Memphis hotel one time, I had stains and shit on the bed.
Stains and
Stains.
Memphis, which should probably be in Nashville, should be an Eastern Conference team. Adam, let them just do us all a favor and take the team to Nashville. No harm, no foul. The relocation fee, it's a swap. See that arena? You ain't got to pay the relocation fee.
Oh, Memphis is easily the worst.
Is it fair that the internet is dragging LeBron for his Memphis opinions when these other players have said the same thing? No. And should LeBron even? What do you think about LeBron's statement?
I think he's triggering to people. You know, I think before you even get the whole word out, LeBron, like just a lib, you know, I think people are already geared up to be annoyed by something he has done or said. You know, and maybe that's for on and off the court type of stuff. Obviously, greatness is going to get you haters, but he's been outspoken on a number of things. He's politically polarizing. I think those people will never give him credit for a single thing that he does and will always be critical of everything that he does. So it's complicated. You know, the LeBron thing is a more complicated superstar eval, like what's his point in pop culture, than I think anybody of this era. You know, you'd have to go back in time, I think, to find people as polarizing as LeBron is.
Yeah, they beat up LeBron a lot. They were saying, people from Memphis saying, okay, we get it. Everybody was saying what they had to say about Memphis, but you can't say it because you have a big voice. Kind of thought that was rude. I thought that was rude.
When you cross other platforms, I mean, everybody, like, even if you don't like the NBA, you know who LeBron James is. So I kind of understand that, I suppose, but it's not fair.
No, it's not fair. Okay. Just making sure. He did stand on business, though. I seen this on Saturday. Shout out to Bron for standing on straight business. A reporter asked him about this Memphis comments during shoot-around.
There were people who were wondering why Memphis was targeted. Like
Milwaukee was, too. You didn't miss that one, too? You didn't see that?
Not as much comment.